I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
blade knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living? Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
darkness I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates for mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. 但我依然是国王走廊。这段领着我才拿到消息，等我来，他们无处可藏。留下一片我爱，我挥手举止众人脸上都是王炸。摇摆的酒摆的血本无愧，要么就帅哥本就不留。I won't sleep but not wake up， 等着找我去打不足球。醉往下想没叫做恶人又如何？闭上我眼一念就深深我沉默。都想让我经历，任由它吞噬我，磨碎我，就听你说。你说让我怎样才能不幸被稳稳抓跑那暗暗的放低我？慢慢结尾是忘记上没见我故事深夜的倔强像上顶盖。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another season of the NBPL. We're here in our summer 2024 split. I'm your host and your caster, the Roomkeeper. Joining me today is my main man, my right-hand man, Seb. It's been a hot minute. It's good to see you, baby. But before we kick things off here for our solos, day 3 for our first bi-weekly, I want to give a very special birthday shout out to our girl Jazzy over in chat, one of our lovely mods who's been here since the very beginning. Thanks for taking care of us. Thanks for taking care of chat, and happy birthday, girl. But we got to jump straight on in. Seb, how you doing, baby?
I am doing absolutely amazing. It is great to be back in the NARAKA action. I have been grinding during the off season, trying to play as much as I can, getting into the NARAKA spirit for the Nbpl. We are now in the summer. Summer's coming to close to a close, but we are getting back into the NARAKA summer, and I am absolutely excited for this. So hyped to be here. it is going to be another crazy season of NARAKA, especially we've got the new map coming in. We've got so much to add to the game that is just going to completely change the field of play in the competitive scene and the non-competitive scene. But right now we are here to talk about the competitive scene.
Well, speaking of things to add to the game, we've got some things to add to your game. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, NBPL Summer Drops are back. Make sure you've got your Twitch account linked with your NARAKA account so you're getting these daily drops, and make sure you are here for those bi-weekly finals, which you're going to find this Saturday and Sunday, so that you can get your special drops from your bi-weekly finals. You don't want to miss out on this stuff. You can get all kinds of goodies, especially those special emotes and banners. They are one and done. If you miss out, you're not going to be able to get your hands on those ever again. So make sure you stop by, watch for at least an hour, and get yourself some goodies. And as always, we appreciate you guys dropping by. But like you said, we are here getting ready to kick off competitive yet again this week. And we're starting with solos today. And what a week it has already been. I got to be here for solos day number 1. We've got some new players coming in like Jean Uran, and absolutely wild card of a player. I really like his competitive spirit coming in. He absolutely goes for it every single game. Reminds me of WBG Spider's first season in the league, where he just absolutely was all gas, no brakes. I do believe, he's got a little bit to learn here coming in. It's pretty kind of standard for new players coming through to get their feet wet a little, if you will. You got to get used to playing on the stage. You've got to get used to the different momentum that the NBPL brings, because you are in a lobby where every single player is a top contender in the world, and you do not want to miss out on that action at all. But you've got to be careful, because every single fight could potentially be your last. As we take a look at the overall schedule, you can see today is solos for BIWEEK1. Tomorrow is going to be this trios day 3, and then we will be heading into the bi-weekly finals on the 7th and 8th.
Yeah, all gas, no brakes is definitely not something that you want to be doing all the time, because you need to hit the brakes before you're going to run into a wall. And that's something that all of these new players are going to have to learn. Taking a look at our standings in our bottom 18 here, we're seeing Wu Feng down in the bottom with 8.5 points total. Fat Milk tied. Bamboo Esports here is going to be in 8.5 as well. In 17th place, JL's AIS is going to be hitting 12 points in 16th. Frostivus 13.9 on the day 1. Going up, Spider in 12th place, 16.5 points so far. Wolves WL is going to be placing with 17.5 in 11th place. Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse 18.8 points. Action on 20, Hirano 24.2, and Paste on SS1 is going to be 29.1 points. Going to our top players, our top 6, this is going to be the players you are going to be wanting to watch out for.
Well, you also got to keep in mind, some of these players like Paste here have already played both their days. Coming into today, we're going to have a lot of opportunity for some of these players to come through who haven't played their second day. If you take a look, JDG's Chu Zhang off to a really good start with his day 2. It was his first day. He put up 32.6 points, the most points put up in for the entire day of day 2. And look at the field that he was playing against. He was playing against Juran, who we were just talking about. He's playing against DRG's Fong. And most importantly, he was playing against OUG's Mike. He put up 12 more points on the board than Mike did in the same day as him. That is absolutely wild. 20 is an incredible score for solos, but for Mike, it's running a little low. Take a look at his day 1, 40.7 points. So Chu Zhang, if he can keep that consistency going today, he could dethrone Mike from that first place position, Seb.
And that would be something that would be amazing to see. Chu Zhang being a very crucial component in these past NBPLs. Hasn't shown a lot in the past. We've seen him trending towards the middle of the pack, but now stepping up and proving that he is meant to be on this stage. He is meant to come out on top here. And hopefully we can see a lot coming out from him. It's really nice to see a player like Chu Zhang shine. Loving his playstyle. Hopefully we will get to see a lot of it today. Taking a look at our players, we are going to be seeing, speak of the devil, Chu Zhang, GG Shaw, Alliance's Frostivus, Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, Stone's Wu Feng, X1, Wolves' WL, Arano from WG, 521's Akame, WBG Spider, Bowda's Action, BBE's Fat Milk, and KLA's T225.
It's a really good spread we've got going here today, Seb, right? You know, you've got WBG Spider. Spider's going to be hungry coming into the day. His performance on day one was nowhere near where he wanted it to be. You know, WBG Spider walking away with no MVPs is kind of crazy for a day. You know, it's usually him and OUG's Mike who are going back and forth. You've got Alliance's Frostivus, who actually had a really good day. His positioning cost him in a couple of games. Otherwise, his score would have been quite significantly higher. And you also have KLA's T225, who put up the second most points, as well as 2 MVPs on his day one here with a 31.1 for day one. He's going to be playing today as well, and he did that against OUG's Mike. With Mike out of the way, it opens up a lot of that top end space for T225 to start dominating these lobbies, Seb.
And T225 is a player who, when the top players are off their game, when Mike and Spider aren't on their A game, he's able to come in, dominate the competition, and show the world how powerful his plays can be using lots of his techniques. He's a very thoughtful player. He's not somebody who is super aggressive all the time. He knows when to hit the brakes. And I really love to watch his play style and how it has evolved since he first stepped into the NBPL.
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. And, you know, there's been talk of a curse on T225 for a long time. They always say he's got 2 in his name and he's always second. He came out this season to prove that that is not the case. In his day one, he takes back-to-back MVPs. The only other player to accomplish that is OUG's Mike. And again, he puts up a whopping 31.1 points for his day one in the same lobbies that Mike puts up 40 points. It means the lion's share of the points from day one essentially go to these 2 players, right? So T225 coming out, he's really showing that he wants to break that quote-unquote curse that's been put on his name. He is not second fiddle to anyone, Seb.
Well, I mean, he did come second fiddle to Mike having that 40-point game, but hopefully today we will see something different coming out of those outcomes here. As we're going to be getting in, I want to take a little bit of time to talk about these new hero picks. Judging from the last time that we saw these players in action in the NBPL Spring Split, we've seen a huge change coming to the meta with the Matari rework, with the new heroes. And Varun, I just want to get your opinion on what you think that we're going to be seeing coming out from these players regarding their hero picks.
I mean, I think coming in from our first day of solos, hero picks are pretty much cemented right now. There seems to be a pretty specific order where it's Liam is the most favored hero pick, even though we only saw 1 Liam MVP. And sure enough, here as we lock in for our first hero selection, we're going to see Liam get locked out almost immediately, followed by what looks to be like Hottie and Kylin here, which have been the other 2 hot picks for that second place position. And then following up, we typically see some Matari start to come through. Looks like we're going to see a second Hottie, potentially maybe another Kylin or Hottie. Either way, Hottie's going to be banned out now, as well as we are in our 3rd round selection. That'll be his 2nd time being picked. Woofen here going to go with the Kylin pick. So both Hottie and Kylin going to be banned out as we head into the next phase. I expect to see some of those Matari picks starting to come through. And then from there, we kind of have a differing opinion on what's best. We've seen some Akoses come through. We've seen some Wuchens with his rework coming through. We've also seen some Temis coming through. Of course, Temi always able to really realistically find value as long as you have the skill to back him up. And then we've also seen a couple of Zais come through as well, and some Justinas. And it looks like we're going to be double locking those Justinas in for Action and GG Shop.
I believe the Justina pick over the Akos is definitely something that should be coming into consideration, as Akos has been rendered pretty obsolete with the new meta that has arisen. Is still a very viable pick, given the skill that these players have. They're able to make any hero work on any given day, but playing in a more favorable position, Temi is the more versatile hero when it comes to fighting against a Liam or a Killian or a Hottie. being able to control more of the ground, control more of the area that you guys are fighting in with the Temi ult, with the Wind Wisps. Personally, in my opinion, I believe that Temi is the better pick over Akos.
I think it comes down to a couple things. You got to remember, one, we're still playing on the 8.15 patch. We're not on the very most recent patch right now. So Akos has a little bit of less ground to cover when it comes to that. But in general, Akos typically is a pick. He gives you a little bit more versatility in terms of ultimate. If you end up being forced to pop your ultimate early as Akos, when you're taking a fight with some of those heroes like Hadi or Kylin or even the Temi as well, you do have the option to just utilize all of the movement in that kit to back off and look for a reset before coming back into that engagement, and that's something that Akos really brings. He also brings really good pressure in moments towards the end game where you have multiple heroes on the board, and he has the ability to kind of bounce between different targets so that he can make sure he isn't maintained as that target. Going forward, post the nerfs in the next patch, though, I think you're 100% accurate on that statement, Zeb. I think we're going to see him kind of fall out of the meta just a little bit, as we do get a chance to take a look here at the hero ability selection here, and honestly, no surprises whatsoever coming out from any of these hero abilities or ultimates being picked here. Pretty standard from what we're seeing. The F1v2 there being locked in there for the Kylin, the F2v1 on the Justina, and of course the F2v2 there on the Matari. Pretty standard across the board. We don't get to see the Zai come through very often, but the F1v2 typically seems to be the favorite abilities there as well. So pretty much exactly what I would expect to see ability wise.
No Pokeball ult. I'm sad. I was really hoping to be able to see our Liam V2, but obviously V1 is definitely going to be the better pick for these players. It gives you a whole lot more versatility, a lot more that you can do control-wise with the ultimate, being able to get yourself out of situations as well as bring yourself into one when you're looking for a fight. We're going to be taking a look at the opening play here. We're going to see Unplus Phoenix's burst here with the Fist Blades going in with a charged RMB here. Going to get a huge parry onto X1's Wufang, going into the punish, into a jumping LMB, into the confirmed combo, jumping LMB coming away with the elimination. FunPlus Phoenix's verse picking up a very beautiful kill right at the start of the game here. We are going to see the Liam ult coming out right away from WBG Spider here, trying to chase with the Fist Blades, able to come out with an Iron Leg, bringing the ultimate out again. Is going to get top dodge here with the focus attack. Wolves trying to run away. Ultimate down for Spider now. Wolves very low in HP. Spider trying to give chase. Armor swap is going to come out here, but Spider able to get a huge parry into the punish, into the jumping LMB for Spider to be able to come away with his first elimination of the game.
Yeah, absolutely huge here for WB Spider. No surprises to see Fist Blades here on patch 8.15 still being heavily favored. This is pre 2 more nerfs here on the Fist Blade, so these weapons extremely good in the neutral until you have those Soul Jades, so I expect to see a lot of them in the early game here. GG Shaw gonna get parried out here after getting a parry there on about Jin, but Chu Zhang gonna come right in and start to capitalize on how low Jin is, able to catch that RMB there off of the dual Howley. Zin here with the ult active just in case he needs it, gonna get the full uppercut combo into the freeze off of the nunchucks here, gonna wipe away all of the armor here for Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang fully invested on the F2 here now, gonna go ahead and pop the ult. Action though needs to play very careful. They're gonna use another one of those dashes that leaves them one dash in the tank while ult is still online here. Chu Zhang trying to close the gap here while ulted will get caught out with the final dash for the freeze. Action playing extremely cautious here, wants to play keepaways, trying to find that pot. The ult will run out. It's going to give Action exactly the time they need to go ahead and get a little bit of a reset here. Chu Zhang trying to keep the aggression on. Action's going to find another pot as Chu Zhang gets a little caught up on the terrain here. Chu Zhang trying to make up the difference there with a pistol shot, not going to quite find it. Both of them going to back away to take the full reset here, and now Action in a really good position to flip this fight on its head. Goes for the repairs, not quite going to find it. Both of them on the Fist Blades here. Action going to use those Fist Blades to go ahead and get the dodge away from that initial attack from Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang trying to find it, but Action's going to find control of the neutral yet again. WBG Spider shows up, sees Chu Zhang, knows he doesn't have the ultimate from the fight earlier. Now Spider going to lock on to the weaker target here, knowing that he's vulnerable. He does not know whether Action has ult or not. Chu Zhang here trying to make something happen. Spider gonna eat a scale rush, and Spider continues to keep the pressure up here, not gonna let the chase go. Zhang goes down below. Spider looks for a scale rush. The F gonna come back out yet again here from Zhang. Zhang, no F online here, just trying to build the ultimate back. Was able to make the climb over the top here. Spider not sure exactly where he went. Will catch him on the backside here. He's trying to find that pot opportunity, but Action gonna keep the pressure up, not giving him the opportunity. Zhang keeping the movement going, trying to keep the momentum alive here. Action now trying to come in after doing a little bit of shopping here, looking to clean up this elimination and trying to let Spider do all of the work here so that they can just capitalize on it. Action still just trying to stay on top, but Zhang able to break their ankles for just a second here. Looks like he is going to be able to get at least one pot off. He's trying to use cover here to get the second, but Spider's not going to let it happen. Zhang trying to get away, will get parried out here. Spider going to come in. The F2 comes back up online. Zhang able to break away yet again here. No fist blades to the name though, and now back at it again in the same place he was just moments ago. Still trying to get away, still trying to get a reset here. 80% of the way to the ultimate though. He's been able to keep them away for so long. If he can keep this up just a little longer, no, it's not going to happen. There it is. Action able to get the scale rush off, comes in, but now both Action, WBG Spider with the poison splash are going to be forced to take this engagement with no opportunity for a reset. We're going to see Spider here trying to make something happen. The parry going to come through, the cover with the Liam F. We're going to come back in off of the ultimate, and Action with a huge pressure gap onto WBG Spider. The ult's going to come through. Action just needs to find one ultimate, get the freeze and make it happen. He's not going to find it on the initial one. Spider now trying to break away. Action going to go for the grapple. Spider on the backside just keeps it going. The bell going to be popped here, giving Action a little bit of x-ray vision, keeps the match going here, and Spider just trying to break away. He knows that freeze is going to come through. Action looks for the opportunity. Spider with the scale rush up top. Will Action find it? There's the freeze, ladies and gentlemen. Action gets not one, he gets two.
Oh my goodness, Action came to play today, ladies and gentlemen. The tech chase from the fist blades coming out from both WBG Spider, the runaways from Zhang, and Action coming through with absolutely beautiful movement from the fist blades. WBG Spider put in a little bit of a tough position there, but an absolute insane freeze coming in right at the end for him to capitalize on the victory there in that fight. The ring around the rosy movement in that zone, watching the pro players utilize every single nook and cranny for their movement, for the ankle breaking, was just absolutely insane. Zhang had a very, very good fight that he put up there, but was unable to come away with his life. But we are going to be going back into some fights here. Ladies and gentlemen, WBG Spider getting a 1.0 off onto KLA's T225, goes into the 1-2-3. We're going to see T225 now popping ult, goes for the armor swap here. WBG Spider absolutely relentless in pressure, is going to pop ult here. Might not even need it. T225, 1 HP in a dream right now, sends the charge out. We're going to see the musket shots coming through from Spider, is going to try and get him with the Liam ultimate, and comes away with the kill, putting him in 2 eliminations on the board for himself in game number 1. Absolutely crazy play coming out using the ultimate to secure the final bit of damage coming through. A decent effort put up from the Zai, but Liam reigns victorious in this game so far.
Yeah, what an absolutely crazy start to the game here, as we are getting ready to head into our first room of Yang. It's going to be Alliance's Frostivus versus Wolves Wang Liang. Frostivus here with the fist blades trying to make something happen here on the Kai Lin pick. Who's going to come out on top? Both of them going to go airborne. Frostivus looking to come in, trying to find an intro into this fight with those musket shots. Not quite able to find it. Frostivus, though, with the armor lead here, as he does have that purple armor, a little bit of advantage. We're going to see a clank between both of them coming through. He will find the initial control, but now Wolves Wang Liang with a huge dagger combo to start things off here. Frostivus is going to find half of his armor shredded away here. Wang Liang will find a huge parry here onto Alliance's Frostivus as he continues to close the gap, finds the second parry with the follow-up, picks up the fist blades into an aerial juggle combo right off of him. Alliance's Frostivus now on the backside. No ultimate even invested by Wolves Wang Liang. He just no-dips Alliance's Frostivus and takes the realm of Yang.
Wang Liang coming through with an absolute textbook Matari play right there. Why didn't Frostivus ult? Where did the what we didn't see the ultimate come out from Frostivus? Could have been the thing he very well needed to save his life, but Wolves is going to be the one victorious, picking up that gold dagger and Vermilion's bird might buff, allowing him to have a second life. We're going to see him preparing a little bit of an armor swap for himself, just in case he needs it. We're going to be jumping into our first post-Yang fight here. Alliance's Frostivus coming up against WBG's Spider. Frostivus does need to cure that Yang depletion in 3 minutes and 44 seconds or less. Is going to end up starting to get the combo here. F is going to come out from both of these players. Spider is going to be able to get himself a little bit of a blue armor swap here as Frostivus now invests the ult. A little late, but we are going to see it come out here as Spider also investing the Liam ult, going to try and make his way out of this situation. Frostivus still trying to give chase, but has lost Spider a couple of missed grapples, and this is not going good for Frostivus right now. Is going to miss another grapple. It looks like Frostivus is off his game today, as we are going to see him come through with the first bit of damage from the ult. Is going to end up ending his ultimate here as WBG Spider now getting caught up. Very low HP right now. Trying to go for the parry. F ability is going to get invested. Spider also out of ultimate ability here as Frostivus still giving heavy chase through. We are going to see the connect coming through on the LMB. Is going to still just try and run away. Holds the stun. Frostivus missing yet another grapple here as FPX Verse jumping into the mix here. Spider still trying to get away as fast as possible. Does not want to get caught up with two players chasing him, let alone one, especially at the health that he's at right now. No stamina on board for him as well. Fun plus Phoenix Verse going to be able to come through with the 1-2, but the F ability is going to get invested. Switches over to the pistol, ends up costing him his life there as Arano from EWG is actually going to be the one to come away with the kill. Frostivus able to get the bloom and get out of there as fast as he can, curing himself from the Yang depletion and furthering his chances of succeeding in this game.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge for Frostivus. I'm sure he wants to pick up the elimination there. He puts in a ton of work for it. It does all of his damage through neutral. Basically, the ults just get exchanged and they both time out on either end. But at least he does get the Yang depletion. It cleansed from him there. It keeps his game alive. JDG's Chu Zhang down below here. GG Sha a little on the back foot here on that Justina pick with just a white dagger here in the back pocket, which is very uncharacteristic for Sha. Sha just trying to use this dagger for movement. Is going to get caught out here, though, by JDG's Chu Zhang. Not many places for Sha to go, but Sha will find the armor swap top side here. Chu Zhang able to read the neutral, step away, will get caught out by the charged LMB there off of the dagger. Sha trying to find a way into this fight, but Chu Zhang going to start chunking that shield away very quickly. The F going to be invested on the side of GG Sha. Sha with yet another armor swap. There's going to be 2 armor swaps in this fight already for GG Sha. The grapple going to come down. Chu Zhang going to miss the follow-up there as the lantern blocks him just a little bit. GG Sha now looking for a reset as he finds his third armor swap of the fight. JDG's Chu Zhang backs up, says, I'm going to take a full reset. I'm tired of the armor swaps. You can get a full one as well. But now the Sha trying to keep the pressure up here, surprisingly there with that white dagger, has now switched to the fist blades he was able to find and is going to keep the pressure going on to Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang, though, in a really good state, still has both ultimate and F available. More players showing up. EWG's Arano starting to take a ton of damage here as GG Sha just blitzes through those shields. Arano gonna be forced to invest in the teleporter trying to get away, and Chu Zhang's gonna show up and turn that aggression back onto GG Sha. Sha trying to play around that armor that has a little bit of armor left on it in case he needs that armor swap. Wants to break away from Chu Zhang, try to get the attention onto somebody else. The huge parry coming in from Chu Zhang. The immediate follow-up up there will save GG Sha quite a bit of follow-up damage off of it. He goes for the freeze. He's not gonna find it. He does have another dash. He will find a miniature freeze off of that, but we still see Chu Zhang hard on his tail with the follow-up freeze from Sha. Sha, no dashes left remaining. Now he's got to find his way in. The parry is going to do it for him. All of the armor and half of the HP going to be ripped straight off here of JDG Chu Zhang. He's going to be forced to invest that ultimate if he wants to have any hope of finding a reset here, especially as Baoda's action joins the fight.
GG Sha here, 7 seconds left to live, is going to be eliminated by the Yang depletion. Unfortunate to see him go like this, but sometimes it's got to happen. GG Sha is going to be taken out of this game with 0 kills on the board. Unfortunate, as we're going to take a look at Baoda's action. Still trying to see if he can get some bow shots off. Is going to end up going to try and secure that Yang pass, entering himself into the Yang. This second Realm of Yang with only 7 players left looks like it's going to be less favored by these players. A bigger risk to take later into the game for a little bit of less reward. Having that Vermilion's Bird Might is a huge reason of why these players like to go into the Realm of Yang. The gold weapon and the purple armor, definitely something that helps these players a lot. Getting a White Tiger's buff as well. Super coveted by these players into the later game, but lots of the time, some of these players do not want to take the risk of losing that Realm of Yang. With only 7 players remaining, it will be very difficult for the losers of these Yangs to come away with eliminations. First up in this Realm of Yang, we're going to see Wang Liang versus Frostivus, Matari versus Kai Lin, as Wolves Wang Liang is going to come up.
Going on here.
The rematch is going to happen here, as hopefully Frostivus will pop ult this time, as we are going to see him trying to chase through with the flying kick coming out from the Cyan Fang Soul Jade. Wolves Wang Liang is going to be sending a lot of damage out with that gold fan, able to get the grapple up into the charged attack, and Frostivus just getting absolutely decimated for the second time in the Realm of Yang here, as Fun Plus Phoenix's burst going to try and come away with a grapple extension combo. Hits it onto Baoda's Action here. Action losing a decent amount of HP, but we are going to see the parry come out. Verse is going to get parried into the freeze here. This could be very dangerous, but the F ability from Verse is going to be the crucial part of his survival here. The Cavalry Bloom coming in off of the grapple bump. Baoda's Action, absolutely amazing, coming in to win the second Realm of Yang.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? We're going to see a lot of those fist blades early on into the game, but as we see more and more of those crucial soul jades, like that Cavalry Bloom we just saw about us Action invest here into this fight coming through, we're going to see a lot of these players changing off of those fist blades just because of how important those soul jades are. As we cut over to Alliance's Frostivus here, 5 minutes. Of course, that Realm of Yang depletion going to be a little bit longer on the second Yang, which is why we see so many players now taking the second Yang over just avoiding it altogether. You have a lot more time to make things happen. Frostivus is going to be waiting for the optimal moment to find his way back into this game. As we take a look here at your 7 players left remaining in the live lobby, we have JDG's Chu Zhang, EWG's Arano, Baoda's Action, Fun Plus Phoenix's Verst, Wolves, Wang Liang, Alliance's Frostivus, and X1's Wu Fang. As we take a look at the score here, it is Baoda's Action who is leading the lobby by a country mile right now with 5 eliminations to his name. 5 eliminations typically being where you top out in solos at the very end of the game. So Action still has a lot of room to continue to put eliminations up on the board. Here we go. Frostivus coming in here on to Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, looking for that potential possibility to pick up the Soul Bloom that he's going to need here. Still 3 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining on that Yang depletion. He is going to find a massive parry here on to Verse. Verse going to be using that F very early on in the fight here to recover from the parry there to be able to get those dual Hallies back up. Frostivus finding more control of the neutral here, but needs to find a good way into the fight. But unfortunately, the third party is going to come through, and it's Baoda's Action with a bow shot to the back of Frostivus' head, and it instantly turns Frostivus into the target as his armor is completely eliminated and gives Verse the opportunity to take a full reset. Frostivus invested the ultimate already just to break away here with a bounty on his head as well. This could spell disaster for Frostivus. That singular bow shot could be all that stands between him and being eliminated this game, and the target he was just on finds himself being eliminated by Wolves Wang Liang as JDG's Verse gets sent back to the lobby. Or sorry, not JDG's, but Verse gets sent back to the lobby here. Oh my goodness. Now with 6 players left remaining, Frostivus is coming in. He's got no choice but to take this fight without his ultimate, trying to pressure onto Wolves Wang Liang. Wang Liang with the staff though, gonna catch him in the charge RB uppercut with the bow shots being held in air. He just gets double teamed by Wolves Wang Liang, and Baoda's Action, no place to go, juggled in the staff while he gets bow shot in the head by Baoda's Action. What a way to go.
And JDG's Chu Zhang, the one actually picking up the kill at the end with the pistol shot from downtown. This is why we love NBPL, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the crazy action, and it could not be at more of a perfect time. Action still on 5 eliminations. The Yang depletion players have been taken out of this game, and we are going to be seeing these last 5 players duke it out to see who is going to become MVP in game number 1. Battle's action doing a little bit of movement tech here with the dual blades. Some very, very nice movement tech that we see coming out from him here. Very, very versatile and useful in these games. As you can see, it offers a huge competitive advantage spamming that W key while in the charge form of your left click. Wolves Wang Liang coming through with a beautiful play earlier, as well as we're going to see the replay in the realm of Yang from X1's Wu Fang and GG Shaw's. We're going to see the scale rush coming out from the dagger here. Back into the F ability, into the bow shot from Kylin, switching over to that longsword, purple longsword coming out into the ultimate right away, investing it early. We are going to see the F come out into the ult from GG Shaw, but Wu Fang, ready to let this go at a moment's notice, is going to get brought back down. And oh my goodness, GG Shaw bringing this back from out of nowhere into the grapple bump. The F ability is going to come out. Wu Fang now needs to make something happen, but GG Shaw is just going to do an amazing job at coming away with, oh my goodness, has him on the ropes here. Now both at 1 HP. We are going to see the huge parry from Zone's Wu Fang, and wow, what a play.
That was an incredible bait by Wu Fang there. If you notice, he actually starts to charge, baits him into throwing the blue, and uses a jump cancel to suck himself the extra distance into that parry. For those of you watching at home who are unaware, if you actually jump before parrying, your parry gets a little bit of tracking that will pull you towards the target. He was able to utilize that around the corner of the pillar to guarantee that parry after baiting him into it. Exceptionally clean. Very hard to do sometimes here. As we head over to our Spirit Well, we're to see Arano trying to secure it for himself here. If you're unaware of these Spirit Wells, only the person who secures it is able to pick up that loot for quite a long time. So you can actually secure yourself a full armor reset if you're able to take this Spirit Well that nobody can take from you. There it is. Chu Zhang is going to be the one to secure it now. He's holding on to a fully healed purple armor that's sitting on the battlefield. Nobody else can pick up. He can come and armor swap into at any single time, Seb.
And that is a crucial thing that could happen. He gets his gold armor depleted. The whole lobby's on him. Bam, I got purple armor. Nobody can take that away from him, and nobody will take that away from him, as he now also has the golden hang sword in hand. Gonna try and see if he can make something happen. We see the Assault Smolder Jade coming out as well, giving a little bit of burn tick damage, which can be very, very detrimental to these final circles. Taking a damage over time is always something that these players want to try and avoid, because healing it, it'll still tick down, and it will cause you a lot of problems, giving you a lot less time to heal here, as Wolves Wang Liang down at the bottom here, trying to make something happen. Scale rushing away from the high ground. Looks like he's going to try and reposition himself in the circle, as we're going to see this Bane coming through, the late game Bane, something that has come in fairly recently to the game. I mean, it's been in here for a while, but it's something that is still relatively new in the state of the Nbpl, and is something that is super interesting to see how these players are able to get around this Bane, because it does cover a huge amount of the circle. Before, we were only seeing Banes in the early game. They would expire, but as this isn't a Bane that you can buy, this is just one that spawns in randomly. Oh my goodness, crazy parry from Chu Zhang. Gets the full punish as they are sliding off of the high ground here. The jabbing coming in from Wang Liang to knock him off of his target for just a little bit. Arano able to use that amount of time to scale away, and it looks like he was able to actually pick up that purple armor, as it wasn't given from the Spirit Well. It was the armor that was swapped into from Chu Zhang, as they now going to hold the area with the Sky Pillar, trying to block off any range damage coming through. Chu Zhang trying to make something happen onto Arano, isn't going to be able to come away with very much damage, as Arano able to get away pretty fast. As we go in circle 5, closing in onto circle 6 as we speak. Arano getting dangerously low, chased by none other than Baoda's Action and JDG's Chu Zhang. EWG's Arano going to try and get a pot off. Does have that advanced heal going for them. Switches over to the dagger to try and be able to make a little bit more movement happen for them. Is going to be able to get this entire reset off thanks to the advanced heal. Going to be scale rushing through. Is going to hit Wang Liang. Sorry, just passing through. is going to get a little kick to the face, though, as Wolves Wang Liang is going to try and back off, see if he can chase a little bit, but nobody wanting to make too much of a commitment, as if they get caught out, it will be dinner time for the rest of these players.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting final circle. I always find that the final circles that fall in this area a little bit harder to look for those eliminations, right? There's so many little nooks and crannies here to maneuver around, especially when the main building is still there. You have like 4 different layers to that main building where you can get separated. This is zone 5 fully collapsing onto zone 6, though, as we speak. A little bit less room for these players to maneuver around, but you still have a couple of buildings here and tons of walls to scale rush off of and maneuver around. Balda's action looking for an opportunity to go in there, doesn't quite see what he's looking for. All these players kind of staying away from the fight here. EWG's Arano trying to set up something onto Wolves Wang Liang, not quite able to find it. Both Arano and Wolves Wang Liang there with the Sky Pillar, using that Sky Pillar Soul Jade to just kind of threaten that space, because if you get hit by that, you end up taking that silence. That could spell disaster for you in the late stages of the game here. Chu Zhang looking for some appropriate position, and again, look at them, both Arano and Wang Liang here with that Sky Pillar, just threatening the space, keeping as many players away as humanly possible. They both recognize that they have the Sky Pillar as well, so they're positioning near each other, but they're not going to threaten that space with one another because neither of them wants to be hit by the silence. But being close makes it even harder for the rest of the lobby to approach them, because now you run the risk of being bounced between 2 different Sky Pillars, and that is definitely not where you want to be. Balda's action, though, looking to play a little bit close. He's held on to these purple dual blades here because he does have that Cavalry Bloom, and we know just how powerful an asset Cavalry Bloom can really be here. So even though he has that legendary weapon in the back pocket, he's going to be looking to utilize that Cav Bloom to the best of his ability here. If you're able to just walk somebody in to the zone off of that Cav Bloom in the late game here, it is absolutely huge. As we take a look, we still have Balda's action completely in control of this lobby with 5 eliminations. The closest player being Wolves Wang Liang with 3 eliminations under his belt. Zone 6 is now collapsing onto zone 7 here, and we have so little space, 50 seconds until final zone collapses, and nobody wants to initiate this fight here with 5 players. This is going to come down to the very final moments. We have 40 seconds on the clock, and as soon as zone 7 starts to collapse, we're going to see things really start to kick off. Some cannon shots being invested here by Wolves Wang Liang, utilizing that explosive Soul Jade here to put a ton of damage onto Wu Feng. Wu Feng forced to come outside as he's taken so much damage, still looking for a reset. The pistol shots coming through. The wink link in the lobby has been established, ladies and gentlemen, and the Sharks are hungry. Wu Feng trying to get airborne, trying to get on the backside here, just looking for any opportunity to get a pot, but the pistol shots keep coming in. The cannon shots, he takes so much damage here as he now has half shields, half health, just continuing to get pummeled at range by everybody in the lobby. And it's Wolves Wang Liang who's going to get the first hit in here off the melee damage. The ult going to be invested here by Wu Feng. Wu Feng just trying to get any hits he can in here, trying to restore a little bit of health. He's going to find 3. He goes for the 4th one here. The Cav Bloom comes in, and Balda's action finds his 6th elimination of the game.
Balda's action coming in with a sneaky Cav Bloom might be able to get a reset off here, but it looks like Wolves Wang Liang said no, he does not want that to happen here as JDG's Chu Zhang going to be taking to the skies. Everybody taking it to the skies is action going to be able to get himself a pot on the ground. Arano here going to get hit with the 1-2 action, going to back around here now. Investing that F ability, trying to stay on the most bottom level here, is going to end up popping that ultimate, trying to send himself into the sky, trying to see if he's able to freeze off any of these players here, trying to get the elimination onto Arano here, is going to get the Cavlin coming out here. But Wolves Wang Liang is going to come away with the elimination, into the jamming with another elimination. And Chu Zhang coming out as the last player standing, as the poison splash going to deal so much damage that Wang Liang is going to go down. Wang Liang able to come through and put up a decent amount of points at the very end there. Great last push from him, but Balda's action still going to be the MVP of game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that's 6 kills on the board for him, coming in with an absolute crazy finish in a beautiful final circle.
Oh my god, absolutely insane coming through for our game number 1. Edgson's going to put up quite the respectable score for this one, and what a way to start the day off. I really have to say, I love the map rotation that we have going on right now. Not only is it a different map every single lobby. But for solos here, we start with Firefly heavy map and we end with the Firefly heavy map. You could not ask for a better layout there for the maps. Your game 1 is absolutely explosive, and you guarantee that your game 6 is also going to be explosive. So what a way to start the day off, Seb.
Oh, 100%. It was an absolutely insane start right out of the gates. These players are showing what they came here to do. Little bit of an unfortunate performance though from some of our players that I was expecting to see a little bit more of. Spider didn't have the explosive start that he wanted to have in this game. Hopefully we can see a little bit more coming out of him in these next few games. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 is past. It's history. We're done. Forget about it. Now we're going into game number 2. The points still matter. The mentality has to reset for these players. They are going to have to come in, bring that exact same energy, the exact same mentality. Game number 2, I believe, is going to be played on Holleroth. And
game number 2 is going to be on a Holleroth, but game number 1 not quite over yet. We still have to take a look at the scoreboard and our MVP statistics as well. We got to make sure Action gets his day in the spotlight, and don't forget, every single MVP that these players pick up throughout the season is not just a really good chance to put some points on the board, but it's a chance to pick up an extra check at the end of the day. But before we get into all that, we've got a question for you, chat, and a chance for you to pick up some extra bang for your buck as well. We'll have that question up in just a second. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Answer for treasures. Who won game number 1 today? Was it A, Fun Plus Phoenix's versus B, Baoda's Action, C, WBG Spider, or D, JDG's Chuzhang? If you missed this one, I don't know where you've been. I literally just said this 5 seconds ago.
well, I believe the answer to the question is right on the screen for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Please, nobody get this wrong. Please, come on, guys. Some of you guys like to troll in the chat, say something different, but we know what this is. Hopefully, one of you will get these lucky summer split gifts. I'm excited to see what the new gifts are. It's going to be some cool stuff. Everybody loves free things. I love free things personally. They're one of my favorite things in the world. So we are going to take a look really quickly at some stuff that was not free. This was earned. Baoda's Action, 7 eliminations, 7 kill points, 1.5 ranking points, putting him at a game score of 8.5. Wolves Wang Liang coming in second with 5 kills, 5 kill points, 2 ranking points, and a game score of 7. Xu Zhang, being the last man standing, is going to get that kill point multiplier, giving him the extra 0.4 and the 3 ranking points on the day to put him in third place at 5.4 points.
Yeah, absolutely huge game for all 3 of these players. Baoda's Action, what a way to start the day off. Wolves Wang Liang trying to clutch it back in the end there. That Sky Pillar into jabbing coming in, absolutely massive for him. Unfortunately, the Poison Splash putting him far too low when you're in that final zone, ticking away at your HP the entire time. We're going to take a look at the total standings here as we take a look at the day 3 standings for some of these players. Wu Fang putting up 3 more points on the board, going to be moving him up into that second place position here, 17th place position over top of BBE's Fat Milk. Frostivus with only 1 point on the board for game 1, not where he wants to be. Frostivus off to a little bit of a rocky start as we move over to WBG Spider, who also only puts 2 points up on the board for himself. Spider off to a rocky start for the entirety of the season, unfortunately. But Baoda's Action on beat here to beat his day 1, already holding here in 8th place. Absolutely huge position for him to be in, and there's only room for him to climb. He's 1 point behind S1's Paste here, and Paste already played both of his days. If Baoda keeps it going, he will very easily find himself in 7th place. Taking a look forward at Kaylee's T225, a 0-point game here for his first game of the day. A little slower paced than he came out of the gate with on his day 1, but plenty of time to recover with 5 games still left to play. And JDG's Chuzhang moving up to that 3rd place position here with a 5.4 game score, dethroning DRG's Fong from the 4th place position, and still plenty of time to keep climbing towards that 2nd place position.
Yeah, we need to get him up there. Climbing the ranks is going to be what is going to set him apart from the rest of these teams. And hopefully, we'll be seeing a lot more of that in the following games here. Taking a look at a little bit of a recap that we saw going on. The jumping LMBs. I love that kick you in your face attitude that comes with these fist blades here, as we're seeing it come out time and time again. Action here picking up his first couple of kills, being able to shark that away from Spider, and then he gets the beautiful freeze into the pick from Spider on the Justina. Absolutely amazing play coming out here. We did think we were going to see the Liam start to shine, but it looks like it wasn't going to happen today for the Liams. You're going to see Arana. Oh my goodness. What an amazing kill with the Matari F2 coming through as Wolves Wang Liang trying to make something happen here. Wu Fang coming through with the pistol shot, able to pick up a beautiful kill. And Wang Liang with the textbook Matari play coming through here. And Action doing the same. The Cavalry Bloom. Always a great time when you've got the Bloom.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And then this final moment here, we're going to see that jabbing just coming through, doing so much damage. But unfortunately for Wang Lang, the poison splash does come through and cut his victory a little short there. It doesn't, I think he also wasn't able to pick up the bloom there either. So both of those things cutting him off at the knees. As we take a look here, Bowda's Action going to be picking up his first MVP of the season. And our first MVP of the day, 16,000 damage on the board, 7 eliminations, 6 parries in game number 1. 7,600 of that damage coming through from the fist blades, another 4,500 coming through from the dual blades. As we take a look here, he's got that Octa Slash 2-Nah poison splash, but the real MVP for the game here is going to be that Cav Bloom that we saw Action put to massive effect in those final moments of the game.
Yeah, wise man once told me, you ain't in the room without the bloom. You gotta have that Cav Bloom. It's a Jade that the repositioning that you can have from the movement by throwing a blue and being able to move that far to be able to get yourself in or out of trouble is absolutely insane. Being able to just push your opponents back, especially when the circle gets so small, it brings you into the zone. It can push these other players so far away that you do the initial damage and the storm takes away the rest. It is a Jade that puts in so much work for you if you know how to use it right. It is very dangerous because you can get parried pretty easily when you let the Cav Bloom go. But if you're able to use it in the right situations, it is the perfect Jade to dominate your opponents. And we just saw that as Bowda's Action putting on a masterclass of how to use the Jade properly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, this is something we talk about all the time, and this is what I was talking about in the beginning of the game, right? The fist blades typically right now, when you're talking about just raw weapons with no soul jades, an extremely favored weapon, right? We're on patch 8.15. There's still 2 nerfs to the fist blades that have come out since then that aren't affecting these players right now. Even though the fist blades in patch 8.5 did get nerfed, this weapon was extremely overscaled on release, so it needed a lot more nerfs to really kind of bring it back, engage with some of these other weapons. And you see these players utilizing that to the best of their ability while they have access to these sort of pre-nerfed version of the weapon here in 8.15. But as we move later into the game, as good as that weapon is, there are certain soul jades that just really bring about a much higher chance of coming out on top in fights and in these lobbies, right? Cav Bloom being one of those soul jades we talk about all of the time. It's an exceptional reposition tool. You have the option to shove your opponent. It actually sends them flying off the end of the full Cav Bloom super far. So when you get to those final zones, being able to knock opponents into the circle is exceptionally well. And it is one of those few soul jades, like if you look at something like Sky Pillar or you know many of the legendary soul jades, they all have to come out on very specific timings, but Cav Bloom is one of those weapons where you get to choose when you actively release that particular soul jade, and because of that you can use it to threaten space. You can kind of like bait out attacks from your opponent and then just cancel the animation really quickly. You can force opponents into bad situations, and you can hold it until the opportune moment to release it. Because of that, that's why it's really up there when we talk about these soul jades that are so important, that really kind of define the meta. And it's why you see a lot of players heading to those mid-game shops to spend their Darktide coins rolling for Jades, because it is these Soul Jades, we call them the Soul Jades of Destiny, if you will, that are so important in shaping this sort of meta. So being able to go out and pick up those early eliminations so that you can get those extra Darktide coins so you can roll for more of those Soul Jades is very, very important. And that's why you start to see how important it is to have that early game aggression, because it can help you snowball into a position that's very hard for other players who haven't been able to find those same Soul Jades to come back from, Seb.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you the Jades of Destiny. It seems like it's such a powerful word, the Jades of Destiny, and it is something that is absolutely correct. As you were saying, these Jades change the entire pace of the game. They may not all be the gold Jades, but there's things that can keep space, threaten space, take so much away from your opponents that an original weapon without any of the move modifying Jades will be able to do. And it just flips the entire game on its head, creating so many different possible situations in where this weapon can now be useful. Or whereas having the dual blades, you might not want to have those at the start of the game without the Cav Bloom Jade, but now that you have it, it's bringing in a lot of heat, especially Jades. You could say Dreadful Wail, where Assassin's Lunge on the dagger, or you have stuff like all of these gold Jades that are very, very good as well for taking space, holding position, and one of the most coveted things being in gold focus.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look we are heading into game number 2, which means our round selection is going to shift. We're going to be starting off with Kayleigh's T225 and 521's Akame for your first round of hero selection. And, you know, this is something I really want to note. There seems to be a very universal agreement among the players in CN right now that Liam is the must-have first pick. Almost every single game in solos, we have seen Liam immediately banned out.
There we go.
The trend is going to continue going into this game, but we have seen very few Liam MVPs whatsoever. So I'm not sure what the decision making is behind Liam apparently being so strong for these players, but clearly something is going to shift soon if things continue where Liam is just not finding the success that these players think he's able to bring. If they are must having always picking him off first pick, I expect to see that meta shift heading into our second bi-weekly.
And I mean, Liam being a very, very strong character, but it seems to me when they come down to the end game, they're not the ones who are coming out on top. These off meta picks, or the heroes that are usually picked towards the end, as we're seeing the Mataris, the Justinas of last game, are coming out more victorious. The people who pick Liam end up getting griefed in a way closer to the end of the game, as they want to target Liam as they were the ones first picked. It's like, oh, you stole my pick, I'm going to take that Liam away from you by taking away your life in this game. As you're going to see on that last round selection, Verse yet to select is going to pick up the Justina Goo. We've seen a little bit of different picks, but most of them, every single round selection has been identical to their counterpart. We're going to see an Akos coming out in this game. We are also seeing the Temmie come out again. And so hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more Temmie action. We'd love to see the Sandy Boy playing, and the Holoroth map hopefully allow a lot more of these fun Temmie situations that get people stuck in some very weird spots. And hopefully we'll see a little bit more Liam. I'm a little bit confused with the it's the first round pick. It's very ideal for those 1v1 fights, and it's very ideal to be able to control the fights early game and mid game. But when it comes to the end, it seems like they always find themselves in these bad positions, getting caught out and ending up down in the points.
You know, if I had to make a prediction about why that is, Liam in the early game without his ultimate is extremely vulnerable going into a lot of these fights. So I think a lot of these players are finding themselves getting eliminated early and having to play from the back foot and not being able to pressure into the realm of Yang to not only get yourself those legendary weapons, that guaranteed purple armor, and carrying that momentum where you're able to go, cool, Liam's really good in 1v1s. That's your opportunity to take a clean 1v1 without the risk of third party. So missing that really hurts you as a player if you're playing Liam, and now you have to play from behind the entirety of the game. It could be the reason why we're seeing Liam not perform as well as some of these players think he's able to, but time is going to tell whether he sticks around as the priority pick in the meta, or some of these players start to shift towards the direction of some of these other heroes. So we take a look at the drops here. We are heading in to Hollow Roth, and it looks like things are going to be on the northeastern side of the map here with a very tight spread of all 16 players dropping down here. Nobody anywhere on the southern or western side of the map whatsoever going into game number 2 here, Seb.
And it's a little bit weird to see that, but we are pretty clumped together towards those gold zones. So these players are going to be wanting to get the best loot possible off the drop. We are seeing a couple of the players going to try and see if they can solve the puzzle at Salvation Podium and come away with some guaranteed gold loot, which is the only way to get the gold loot before these Realm of Yang start to drop. And now Fun Plus Phoenix verse Fist Blades in hand. Spider is going to be on the back foot with those dual blades in hand. Going to try to make something happen with the charged attack from the RMB. It's going to go for a focus scale rush here. Spider with a crazy parry, able to pick up those Fist Blades. Going to bring them back around, switching to the pull sword for the scale rush. There is going to switch back into those Fist Blades as Verse now on the back foot, trying to run for his life here. We're going to see the jumping LMB into the scale rush, into the 1-2, into the uppercut. Spider coming away with that first kill of the game, showing us that he is still the demon that we have seen from him in these early season. We're going to see Bauda's action coming through with the uppercut combo here. Goes into a bit of a meter dump now back around. Action is going to be able to steal that armor swap from KLA's T225, bringing it back around. Now T225 in a bit of a tough spot here. We're going to try and go for the meter dump. We're going to see the trigger coming out. Now T225 is going to invest that F ability here. Action able to get a bow shot, but T225 gets the armor swap. We're going to see the blue armor coming back on for Action. Now he's backing off, wants to get a pop before re-engaging into this fight. 82% on the ultimate, 80% for T225 as well. Has been a pretty evenly spread fight going around so far. Action does have the weapon advantage, but KLA's T225 seems to be landing more hits and more focus attacks as Bauda. Action now on the back foot here is going to get hit, comboed. F ability is going to get released as T225 is going to get knocked back from the parry form here. Action now investing the Kylan ult is going to see a lot of damage coming out here. T225 able to tap dodge nicely away, switching to the pull sword for these scale rushes. And now the Liam ult is going to be invested here, trying to see if he can catch him. Is going to come away with it, doesn't get the elimination, but the scale rush follow-up. KLA's T225 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge here for T225. Like I said, I think for Liam to really see a lot of success here, he needs to do well into the early game and head into the Realm of Yang. So if T225 can find his way to that first set of Realm of Yangs here to find that upgrade, keep that momentum, and find those isolated 1v1 fights he wants, it could be a very good game for him and Liam to shine here as we head over. The Akko is going to find the F here. Zhu Zhang on to Wolves Wang Liang. Wang Liang with a huge weapon advantage as well as the armor advantage here. Zhu Zhang just trying to break away, does not want to take this fight at all, but Zhu Zhang does have ult charge full in the back pocket here. Wang Liang only at that 76% here. Zhu Zhang looking for a better set of armor here, will find it, but unfortunately in trying to get his hands on it, he's going to find both of his armor and his HP shredded almost to nothing. He does find the swap into the blue set of armor here, but Wang Liang going to keep the pressure up, going to break back around here. He knows Zhu Zhang's going to have the opportunity to take a full reset here, so he's going to look to do the same as we head over to GG Shaw and BBE's Fat Milk. Fat Milk on the run here, armor shredded all. 521 Zakame also coming through, looking for the potential elimination as X1's Wu Fang shows up as well. And 4 players going toe-to-toe here at the very beginning of the game. Fat Milk still trying to break away and look for the reset, but all 3 of these players trying to keep the pressure on, knowing that Fat Milk on the lower side of the HP, and I do believe doesn't have his ultimate just yet either. So these 4 players just looking to keep the pressure up. There we go. We're going to see it. Fat Milk starts to take a lot of damage. The ult will come up. He's going to use that dash to break away here. And now the real hunt is on. Akame and everyone continues the fight here, as we do say Wu Feng break away here. He's either waiting for the right opportunity or maybe looking to take a musket shot to clear it up. But it's going to be 5-2-1 Akame who finds the elimination here. GG Shaw, though, unfortunately invested the ultimate here, has got to look to make the most of it. Will come through, pick up a couple of resources off the body there that Akame didn't take. The ult going to be reinvested there. Akame is able to avoid it the first time, but not the second. The ult going to be invested on the side of 5-2-1 Akame. Now Shaw needs to play this so perfectly here. There's the ult, the rejuggle there off of Akame. Akame just needs to find one more hit. There's the ult coming through from the side of Wu Feng. Wu Feng now coming in, but it's still Akame who picks up the elimination. So Akame going to be at 2 eliminations. Akame on the white armor, 2 eliminations, looking to turn things on to Wu Feng. Wu Feng with the dual blades will find a little bit, but gets a massive parry, and now Akame looks to clean it up after that parry. Wu Feng, no F available. F gonna come back up online right now. Will find an armor swap topside. He must have known that armor was there. Akame keeps the pressure up. It looks like he's gonna try to close this out. Wu Feng, though, wants to find the elimination himself. It's fan v fan at the moment. Wu Feng trying to find one more hit in. There it is, a huge hit coming in from Akame. One shot on either side, but Akame finds an armor swap on the backside, and now things shift heavily into his favor. The Wisp to cover the door. Wu Feng doesn't go for the reset, though. Looks to come out, keep the pressure up, and it pays off as he picks up the elimination.
Oh my goodness, the persistence on X1's Wu Feng to be able to come away with the elimination. Most players would try to go for the reset, but he catches them off guard, comes away with the elimination. Beautiful play coming in from X1's Wu Feng there, as we're going to see WBG Spider eating a few of the berries to be able to give himself a bit of an attack bonus, as he is going to try and come away with the Realm of Yang. Oh my goodness, Wolves is getting in a little bit of trouble here. Wang Liang now going to try and pull himself away from this fight. Does not want to get eliminated from this game just yet, especially with the gold dagger in hand. Is not going to want to have to give that up this early, giving some of these other players a huge advantage. Frostivus is going to hit the bell, going to be able to see where his opponents are hiding. Going to try and come away with the scale rush. Chu Zhang going to be the main chaser on this fight, as Wang Liang is going to end up running straight into Frostivus here. But a dagger in Plumed Castle, there's no way these guys are going to catch Wang Liang with the dagger in Plume Castle. I spoke a little bit too soon, ladies and gentlemen, as Wang Liang has been caught with the dagger in Plume Castle, trying to run away as fast as possible. The movement from him is going to actually give him enough chance to be able to get away. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you never give up. With one hit remaining, you could have gone eliminated, but Wang Liang is going to be able to make it out with a full reset, as WBG Spider, sitting a little bit lonely in this Realm of Yang here, could be getting himself a little bit of a freebie. It looks like these players might just be trying to contest the Yang portals before entering. And it looks like he might get this for free. He's only got 15 seconds for a competitor to join him, as he's waiting all on his lonesome. It looks like nobody is a fan of the Yang today, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very surprising thing to see, especially for the first Yang. Oh, there we go. Arano, a little bit late to the party. Cutting it close, don't you think? Is going to be our first competitor.
Arano trying to hold out here, I think, looking for potentially a free Yang for himself as well. Unfortunately, he's not going to find it. What he's going to find is WBG Spider. That said, Arano with both the weapon and armor lead here. WBG Spider, both of them trading bow shots here. They both find one. Spider trying to make the most of these early fist blades here. Will find some huge damage there onto Arano, but Arano finding some big damage back onto Spider as well. Arano going to go ahead and invest that F2 there. Spider goes for the grapple, and Arano's going to use the F to break away from it. The F going to be invested on the side of Spider. Arano trying to come in, but Spider finds control of the neutral. Spider, a huge set coming in off of those fist blades, doing a lot of damage. Now the aerial parry there onto Arano with the follow-up jumping LMB back to back, and Spider cleans it up. He looks for the opportune moment to find that parry, and he finds it as we head over to Battle Ejection versus Fun plus Phoenix's verse inside our other Realm of Yang. Verse on a little bit of a back foot here, as Action was able to find a little bit of a reset, and Action gonna keep keep the pressure up, not allowing Verse to do the same. The F going to be invested there on the side of Verse. He's got the Wisp available if he wants to throw it out. Action going to invest his F now, keep the pressure up. The ult going to come out immediately by Verse here. Now we're going to see the re-Wisp with the follow-up Wisp and another one. Verse just looking for the right opportunity. Yet another Wisp, the fist blade into the wall before the ult time comes out. He doesn't quite find the full damage here. He just needs one more hit to come in, but Action still has the ultimate, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to find one. Doesn't look like he's going to find another. No, he does. Oh! He needs one more to clean it up. The Wisp comes through. It doesn't connect. Pistol shots go wide. Verse doesn't take a hit. He does. Both of them go to 1 HP in a dream, but Verse clips him with the pistol shot and comes out on top.
Oh my goodness, Verse sold, and then Action sold, and then oh my goodness, it's a garage sale in here, ladies and gentlemen. Fun plus Phoenix's Verse coming through with an absolutely phenomenal victory near the end, able to salvage that absolute crazy Wisp combo there, able to hit him time and time again. Arano here, able to steal a little bit of weaponry from Wolves. Wang Liang coming through with a crazy parry on the top of the building, not able to get the punish damage, but able to come away with a gold weapon, which would be reward enough for him, as right now it is going to be a huge boost. He does have only 2 minutes and 45 seconds to find himself an elimination, and it looks like he is hungry for this kill onto Wang Liang. And now Wang Liang on the back foot with the loss of his gold dagger does not look like he wants to engage into this fight, but Hirano is not giving up. The ring around the rosy will begin, ladies and gentlemen. Tower watch is real. We're getting back into these fights. Fun plus Phoenix's Verse and WBG Spider going at it. Absolutely crazy. Outside of the Yang, these players both have the Vermilion's Bird Might buff. So if they go out, no consequences for them other than they will need to get themselves to a soul altar to respawn. As the F comes out from Verse, the scale rush is coming out from Spider. Gold staff in hand, able to just deal so much damage. Gonna try and go for the parry. Spider getting parry baited out here. We're going to see Fun plus Phoenix first, and then popping the ultimate here. Spider holding blue, trying to see if anybody is going to bite with the early parry. Is not going to have anybody come close, as he's now taking a lot of damage. Forced to invest the ultimate here. Is going to get a parry bait. Now Zone Wufang is going to get hit with the Dragon's Rush into the Nesh's Might. And Spider, oh my goodness, coming away with an absolutely beautiful kill.
Yeah, absolutely crazy there for Spider to find that as the ult comes out as well. Now as we head over to Fun plus Phoenix's Verse, the no ult zone going to be popped here. Yeah, I don't think he expected to actually get caught out there because the no ult zone pops, but that attack still has to finish all the way through, even if the ult cancels out, and Verse will get caught out here by that charged R&B off of the dual halberd. It's going to be sent back to Soul Halberd, and now it's Spider versus Baldas. Action and Action just absolutely rocking Spider. JDG's Chu Zhang coming in from the side as well there with the musket shot. Spider no place to go and is gonna see his game come to an end. He stayed over a little too much. His welcome was worn out. He had lost that Vermilion and he is headed back to the lobby. What a way to see WBG Spider head back to the lobby with 3 eliminations under his belt right as that Vermilion runs out. Arano also gonna be picking up an elimination here onto Wolves. Wang Liang finally. Oh my goodness, the field shrinks as we go down to 9 players heading into Zone 3.
Fixing that Yang depletion as well, as we just saw from that last elimination. Wang Liang is going to be able to lose his life to give somebody an extension on theirs. Absolute madness coming out from these players as we race to see who is going to die from the Yang depletion. We've got the Yang on the second realm of Yang opening up in just a second here, as it looks like we have one going in. Fun plus Phoenix Verse still holding this outside here. Wufang not wanting to engage too quickly, and it looks like Chu Zhang and Arano are going to be heading off for our first realm of Yang, and TG25 with Fun plus Phoenix going into that second realm as JDG's Chu Zhang takes to the skies. Gold spear in hand is going to be able to come away with a little bit of damage from that initial grapple up here, as we're going to see the F1 getting invested. Chu Zhang now on the back foot, forced to pop that Akos ult here, is going to have to try and repossession, but the hottie, oh my goodness, the tap dodges coming out from Arano. Absolute insane movement here. F ability gonna come out, but Chuzhang able to catch him with the first Tiger Leap here. Now the Haughty ult coming out. Arano gonna take to the sky. Chuzhang gonna try and go for a leap to be able to pounce on him and bring him down. They're just baiting each other out here, just waiting for someone to make the move. Arano comes out victorious. The Tiger Bounce isn't gonna work. Arano dealing so much damage with the fire coming through from the Haughty ultimate. We are gonna see the last one come through in the last second, and Arano going to be victorious on the Haughty in that second Realm of Yang.
Yeah, this is an extremely difficult matchup for Akos. Haughty, probably the one hero you don't want to see heading into the Realm of Yang if you're playing Akos, because that Haughty charged left click actually always prioritizes over top of that Akos ultimate. So as long as you don't get hit before you release that Haughty F, you are just always going to win that matchup. The timing is so tight for the Akos to be able to actually land it before Haughty releases that charge left click. Arano, super happy about that turn event. It's going to come out and do a little bit of shopping. Finds his hands on a 2-0. Is going to go ahead and heal up and get that full buff coming in from it as well. They're going to look to change that dagger into a fan as well, I do believe, as we head over to take a look at JDG's Chuzhang. Now, with that Yang depletion, a little bit longer timer here on that second Realm of Yang, of course. So he's got 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Instantly going to change that spear into a staff. He's not happy about how things played out inside that Realm of Yang, and it's time for a little bit of a change here as we head over to Kaylee's T225. T225 found that early elimination, but unfortunately, he did not find his way into a single Realm of Yang except for later on there. And unfortunately, this is what I talked about. I think really if you're going to find success with Liam here, you need to find those early games eliminations and really scale up in that mid game as hard as you possibly can. Unfortunately, we continue to see the Liams not able to make that happen, not able to find their way into the Realm of Yang. T225 going head to head here with JDG's Chuzhang. The Yang depletion here needing to be cleansed from both of them. T225 trying to come in with the fist blades. Chuzhang though with that legendary staff trying to make something happen. The pistol shots keeping the pressure up here on Chuzhang. Chuzhang on the backside trying to utilize some movement here off of the fan to keep his game alive as we see the grapples continue to come through from T225. Chuzhang's got to find a good way in. Speaking of finding a good way in, T225 with a massive scale rush will get some damage here off onto Chuzhang. Unfortunately for T225, it is only chip damage time and time again. Now Balda's action comes in to join the party. T225 forced to burn the ultimate. He is still the lower target here, so action looking to turn on to him. T225 able to find at least one pot here. It's going to look for the second one. He's topside. He's holding the scale rush. There it is. Chuzhang comes around the corner. T225 immediately turns onto him. The ult going to be dropped onto Chuzhang as well. Chuzhang investing the F here. Still has plenty of time to find that Yang depletion away if he makes it happen. So he does not want to too aggressively pressure in here. He wants to use that extra time if he's got Funpless Phoenix's verse going to show up as well, and T225 with no ultimate is going to be the target selected by everybody here because he is extremely vulnerable right now, and Desperate Verse coming in finding some huge damage here off these legendary fist blades. There's no place for T225 to go. He's able to find an armor swap though, gets the scale rush away. T225 keeps the dream alive here as everybody keeps going, but he doesn't have an opportunity to look for the reset. EWG's Arano coming in with the legendary fan, going to invest the ultimate here. He finds another armor swap. He's still keeping it moving. Pistol bow shots coming in left and right, as well as the Haughty with the chase. No, the fire tick, there's nothing T225 can do. EWG's Arano cleans up the elimination.
Arano's game turnaround from 5 minutes ago to now has been absolutely insane. 30 seconds left on Yang depletion, picks up a crazy elimination onto Wang Liang with blue armor and blue weapons. Takes the gold weapons and the gold armor from Wang Liang and is able to turn this game into a win in the realm and coming away with another elimination, putting himself on the board as the kill leader in this game at 4 eliminations, sitting in a very good position, 30 seconds away from losing the game to Yang depletion, coming around and making an absolute crazy turnaround victory as JDG's Chuzhang, still with 1 minute and 20 seconds left, is going to try and do what Arano did in the first Yang. We're going to see Chuzhang now getting dangerously low on that shield, still has full health remaining, out of armor, out of health, out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, Chuzhang forcing himself to pull away, needs to pop that ultimate if he wants to do anything to survive here, as all of these players just coming in Very, very dangerous. Gonna try and get the pounce off, but is gonna get tap dodge here. Beautiful way to get out of this from Baoda's action. Xu Zhang here now gonna try and go for the heal pot, is gonna be able to get it, tries to go for the pounce, misses the pounce, almost out of ultimate here. Akame coming in, trying to take the kill, gonna be able to get the scale rush here. Xu Zhang, Frostivus there trying to come in with a Matari dash to see if he can steal away the kill, but Baoda's action, the one that reigns victorious over the elimination of Xu Zhang. Xu Zhang gonna go out into this game with 0 eliminations as Baoda's action picks up his 3rd, and I admire the play, Frostivus. I love the F trying to dash into that to come away with the elimination. Would have been an amazing kill to see happen, but Frostivus still on the board with no eliminations so far in game number 2.
Yeah, what a crazy turn of events here. That second Realm of Yang has been absolutely wild here for these players. We have 7 players left remaining alive. Zone 4 is going to be collapsing onto Zone 5 here in the next 30 seconds. As you can see, that first late game Bane's Breath coming down. And a lot of these players looking to reposition away, because at the start of Zone 5, we're going to see that last big Bane's Breath come through, and these players do not want to find themselves stuck underneath. And again, we are down to 7 players left remaining alive here. Alliance's Frost of his top side. Fun plus Phoenix's verse is going to come and dethrone that area. We do have Baoda's action. BBE's Fat Milk, against all odds, actually still alive as you take a look back at the replay here between KLA's T225 and Fun plus Phoenix's verse inside that Realm of Yang. And clearly verse already with a huge advantage here, finds a massive parry. T225 forced to invest that F, has the old charge as well, but verse just finds the huge opener there with those fist blades. T225 extremely low. He's looking for the pistol shots here. Wisp available as well. Goes for the Wisp on the top side here. Looks for the rescale rush. Waits for it. Will come back down. T225 off the top rope. But again, Verse, it just finds the way into that fight. As we see here, EWG's Arano going to pick up a legendary set of armor here as he takes that Spirit Well. Again, 7 players left remaining alive. Arano, though, having a really good game here with 4 eliminations to his name right now. Legendary Pole Sword, legendary armor, playing on Hottie here as well, setting himself up for success heading into the late game here. BBE's Fat Milk getting locked down, taking a ton of damage here. To be forced to use that teleport pretty early on here. Still has the ult in the back pocket, is looking for the reset. Will find the reset that he is looking for. As we take a look at the overall scoreboard, it is EWG's Arano in the lead with 4 eliminations. Fat Milk continuing to take a lot of damage here. Arano going to set him up here as he now strips the armor away. Fat Milk forced to use that F to get away. The grapples coming in left, right, and center. The sharks can smell the blood in the water. Fat Milk down to half health here, forced to invest the ultimate just to break away, as both these players with the legendary pole swords continue to chase down and do a ton of damage. Arano gonna get another clip here. Fat Milk able to break away, get a little bit of healing there. Now down to no ult charges left, no F available, and playing with the Bane's Breath here. Fat Milk in a quite a tough situation. The entire lobby looking at him. Grapples coming in left, right, and center. Fat Milk trying to play on the edge of the Bane's Breath, not gonna find anything, and it's gonna be Fun plus Phoenix's verse who catches him out in the end here with those legendary fist blades and picks up the elimination as we go to 6 players left remaining in the lobby.
Absolute crazy play coming up from Verse there, able to sneak in that last little bit of damage. Arano not too happy about the outcome of that, was so close to coming away with the elimination. Just one more scale rush and it would have been his, putting him up to 5, but Verse gets to 4, tying himself for the MVP right now. EWG's Arano now in a dangerous situation. Action trying to come for the crown here as Arano trying to back things away. The Cloud Weaver is going to come in to play here. The blue fist blades in hand, but that Jade is going to be so worth it. Arano getting himself that free golden armor from the Spirit Well, as he had a gold armor going into it, captures the Spirit Well, getting himself a second golden armor that nobody was able to touch. Baoda's action here now scaling to the bottom, does have that Cloud Weaver Jade in hand. Purple weapons in the backup locker just in case he needs them, but the Cloud Weaver Jade is going to do so much. And what a beautiful animation, let me just say. The NARAKA animators got this red skin right. It looks phenomenal. As we're jumping into this, Arano back at full golden armor, just ready to take on anybody that comes his way. There's some golden jades there that people are still not allowed to touch. And it looks like somebody did end up picking up the original gold armor that he was wearing. So Wu Fang going to be now on the gold armor. A lot of these players with golds Rest of the players with purple, nobody on blue armor. Lucky for them, and very good for them, as we are going to see gold nunchucks in the back pocket, but wanting to play with the pole sword, giving himself a little bit more freedom. Let's say the nunchucks putting him in a very small box of how he can play into this end game, wanting to do a little bit more damage with the pole sword. Could be a very good idea if he's able to execute it properly.
Yeah, pole sword exceptionally well, especially if you're able to get your hand on the blistering edge. You know, blistering edge being one of those soul jades of destiny we talked about. That fire tick is so huge when you come down to the final moments of a game like this. If you're able to catch 2 or 3 players out with that blistering edge as the zone fully collapses, that fire tick on top of the zone tick, you just guarantee that you're going to pick up at least 1 to 2 eliminations that way. So you're going to see probably when we get to that final moment, at least one of these players with these oh my goodness, my brain here. With that Soul Jade is going to be coming through, looking to lock down and connect onto the lobby. The question is, will they be able to? I don't know if Arano's got it. Arano just has a legendary one, so he may not have the Soul Jade in the back pocket, but the damage coming off of a legendary pole sword is just so high that you have to play that weapon if you're going to find yourself a legendary one. And Arano, a very skilled pole sword player in general, right? He knows how to find the damage. We saw that earlier when he was giving a chase to the likes of JDG's Chu Zhang. He was just able to clutch out so much damage during that chase. We are top 6. Zone 6 collapsing on to Zone 7. The fight going to break out very shortly here. Arano going to be forced to invest the F here, trying to move over towards Verse. Arano just trying to keep the game alive here. Not going to likely find an opportunity for a good reset here. He's going to try to find one. There's the pressure going to come in. He's going to take some extra damage as he gets juggled between the staff into the little bit of Cloud Weaver on the side there. Arano now without armor and just a little bit of HP ticked away, but more being ticked away. Is forced into the edge of the zone to avoid some of these players and continues to take more damage there. He's trying to stay airborne here, but he's not quite able to make it happen. Arano could find himself being the one eliminated first here. He might need to pop that ultimate soon, but there's 27 seconds until Zone 7 collapses here. Arano gets sent into the zone. We are going to see that Soul Jade pop to give him a little bit of health, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to go airborne and he's going to get shot down. That's 5-2-1. Akami comes in with the anti-air artillery and sends him home.
Oh my goodness, the anti-air from Akame, absolute. I believe there was some scatter shot on that bow, if I'm not mistaken, or it could have been a pistol shot. Didn't quite catch what exactly happened, as we're going to see Baoda's action with the Cloud Weaver coming through to see if he's going to be able to put a bit of damage in, holding this zone very well. But all it takes is one person to drop in and jump parry him, and he is going to be sent for a ride here, as it looks like Froster is going to take to the skies with the Matari F, going to use that flutter thrust to hold that position. We're going to see the Cavalry Bloom coming out from him, as well as that Jade of Destiny is going to make a huge appearance again, ladies and gentlemen. Action now is going to try and pop that ultimate, but is in a bit of a jam here as all the Liam start popping the ults, as Zone Wufang is going to go down. Frostivus able to pick up the elimination here, and it looks like the Kai Lin coming out victorious, as Frostivus picking up the second, and Fun Pleasant Phoenix's Verse coming through at the very end, the last couple of eliminations, and I believe the MVP with about 5 or 6 eliminations coming through, absolutely decimating the end of the lobby there. And Temmie is going to be our MVP.
Look, this is something I talk about all the time. We saw Temmie MVP on day 1 as well. Temmie is going to be one of those heroes that no matter how the meta gets changed up, how the power scaling goes, I think is always going to have his place in the meta, just because of how versatile his tool set is, how he's able to lock off a piece of the map, especially in those final moments there. In a final circle like that, if you cross through his ultimate there and then you die to zone tick, he just picks up the elimination for free. So he's able to just lock people down, pump some damage out, let the zone do the work for him, pick up some extra eliminations. But I mean, Verse was off to a tear all game, even before we get to the ending circle. And again, I think Temmie, just one of those heroes you will always see finding a footing here in the meta.
And you know, it's Sandy Boy gonna always sand. You know, like there's nothing you can really say. The Temmie's always going to be a viable pick. Temmie's always going to be someone that's like, okay, why are you picking Temmie? Because he works every single time. You could change the meta completely upside down on its head. We could be seeing Z-Ping come back, 16 Z-Ping lobbies. You put one Temmie in there, there's a good chance he's going to MVP, especially at the level that these players are doing it. We saw that almost infinite loop that happened in the, I believe it was the round with Yang, where we saw the Temmie Wisp come out again and again and again, just catching him. Did end up coming away with the win, but we do have a little bit of a question for you guys first before we continue. So we are going to get to that in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. To win some Summer Split random gifts, which players used Kylan Zhang in game number 2? Was it GG Shaw? Was it KLA's G225? Was it WBG Spider? Or was it JDG's Chu Zhang? And this one is a little bit of a trickier one. This is the game 2 question. So, you know, we're getting into the big boy questions. Game 1, we gave you a freebie. Game 2, you're going to have to work for this, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I hope you were paying attention so you can lock this in. But Seb, don't you ever dare wish 16 Z-Ping meta on me ever again. How dare you, sir?
I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Not. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
We never ever whisper 16 Z-Ping meta into existence ever, Seb. We never look back. Thank you for Z-Ping meta, the days of your past, and may they stay past forever, because this is a much more interesting meta. I love seeing how many heroes we get going into every one of these games. The lobbies are never boring when we have such a diverse cast of heroes coming into the meta and making an appearance here. And like you said, it can come up to anybody. If you take a look, man, these guys have decided again that our boy Liam is an absolute must-have if you're first pick in the lobby. We have yet to see Liam perform today whatsoever. Temmie is the hero pick we typically see very last, bottom selection in the lobby, and here he is with another MVP. 2 MVPs in 2 separate days. As we head in, we're going to take a look at the scoreboard and see how that did play out for Verse. Verse with 5 eliminations coming in with a first place finish means he crucially gets that kill multiplier, so those 5 kills are going to net him 6 points, 3 ranking points for a game score of 9. Verse absolutely popping off here in game number 2. X1's Wufang also picking up 4 eliminations, as well as EWG's Arano. These 3 players coming through and locking it down. 5 points for both Wufang and Arano, but Baodon 5-1 also locking it in. Those 3 eliminations and their 4th and 5th place finish is going to net them a game score of 4.5.
And not a bad start for some of these players. Wufang putting up a 2nd place is great to see. You know, we haven't seen too much of Wufang coming out in the first game, but getting back up into the scoreboard is something crucial that he needs, being one of the newer players in the NBPL. Spider showed us what he was capable of and then fell off the face of the map due to some very unfortunate third-partying circumstances halfway through the game. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more coming out, but I need a Spider MVP. It's not an NBPL by week 1 without a Spider MVP. Like, it hasn't happened yet. We need to see it happen. I think that is something that we really need to see before the day is over. We need the Spider MVP, and you know, we need my boy Frostivus to get in it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm hoping we see that happen.
We would love to see both of them come through. It's been a very rough start to the season for both of these players, and they're players we typically expect to do very well. Speaking of a rough start to today, T225, who, you know, picked up 31.1 points on his day 1, off to a very rough start as well, with only 1.5 points secured on the board. Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse off to a much better start though than his day 1, 12.5 points on the board already. He's 6 points away from breaking his overall points for day number 1, and we're only 2 games in as we take a look. JDG's Chu Zhang, 5.9 points on board for the day, as well as EWG's Arano here with an 8.5, moving him up into the top 6, as well as Baoda's Action, who's picked up 13 points during his first 2 games, bringing him to a total score of 33 and 5th place. Lots of room for these players to continue to climb the standings here, and time will tell who's going to come out on top at the end of the day, Seb.
It looks like a lot of these players have taken in the off season a lot of time to practice that masterclass of DRG's Fung, as the movement and the schmoving and ankle breaking has become insanely better than it has been last season. From all of these players, we're seeing, especially with the movement upgrades that you get from the fist blades and the dagger and fan movement that we're seeing coming into this game. Absolutely beautiful movement that we've seen so far. WBG Spider picking up a beautiful kill there, and as we see come in, Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse was able to pick up a few kills in that area before going down, as WBG Spider now also getting eliminated by Bada's Action. The double 1.0 charge is a signature move that we've seen Action pull many times. He'll throw the 1.0 and then he'll throw a second 1.0. It's a focus attack that most people would parry, but nobody expects it at this level of play, and it throws people off so much that he hits it almost every time.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Speaking of which, we're going to come in and take a look at our MVP here for game number 2 on the Temmie. Of course, we're talking about Fun Plus Phoenix's verse, 17,000 damage, 5 eliminations, and 2 parries. Almost 12,000 damage coming in from the fist blades. He's got Overcomer, Sky Pillar, and Advanced Heal, as well as the jabbing. Very interesting to see him with the Sky Pillar and jabbing, but not on the staff there. That jabbing coming through can do so much damage. It absolutely is one of the Soul Jades of Destinies we talk about. It comes out so fast and it does so much damage in a single attack. It's very able to kind of counteract some of these other heroes who are able to jump and move around a lot, so you're only able to hit them with chip damage. When it comes to that jabbing, you are super easily able to just pump out so much damage so fast. It's very difficult to deal with sometimes. So in the end there though, versus just making it happen off the back of Temmie there. Again, a hero that I think we're always going to see find value here in the NBPL. And like you talked about, the absolute infinite juggle of the sandwich there. If you can catch one while you've got the ult up, you can catch every single follow-up wisp inside the Realm of Yang, and he just gets so much damage there from the follow-up that there's nothing his opponent could do inside the Realm of Yang as he comes out on top. But man, what a game number 2, my friend. Of course, we've been to Praedoria, we've now been to Hollowroth, which means it's time to get in the boat and paddle on back to Morris Isle, the OG map where everything began. Seb, I'm excited because I always love to see some good Morris Isle games.
Yeah, I mean, it's the original map. It's the ground that was laid for these players to first start this competition. So coming back to the original map is always something that we love to see, and something that we're going to come back to is you guys in a second while we take a very short break, and we'll be right back with game number 3 and some more NARAKA action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I'm joined alongside my main man, Runekeeper, the OG. The first time I was ever casting the Nbpl, this man was by my side, and he's stuck here by my annoying self ever since. It's hard to believe that when I first started casting the Nbpl, I was 16 years old. I'm now an actual person, an adult, and Rune has watched me progress from nervous little child to where I'm at now, and it's been absolutely crazy. Just like we've seen the crazy progression of all of these players in the Nbpl and how much they've evolved and grown alongside us as casters.
It's hilarious. I've been here for a long time. I've been here since way back at the very beginning of NARAKA, during every single one of the closed betas, all the way back to 2019. Like, what? That's insane. It has been such a long time, and I feel like the time has just absolutely flown by, right? We have had so many incredible events, and they continue to happen. We're having one right now, speaking of which, so we get ready to head into game number 3 here for our solos day 3. And then, of course, that'll be it for solos until we head into the bi-weekly final later this weekend. Man, we're already almost done with the first bi-weekly, Seb. It's crazy. Time absolutely flies coming through here as we take a look. WBG Spider-Man. I'm feeling for him this season, man. I don't know what it is coming into this first season here, but Spider usually comes in on a tear, and he has been coming in on a whimper for our first bi-weekly. So hopefully he's not letting the mental get to him too much, and he'll be able to bounce back and make something happen as we head into our second bi-weekly. Or maybe we make something happen today. Maybe the break between games 2 and 3 here was exactly what he needed, so he could reset his mental, come in and absolutely pop off. He actually had some really good shining moments here in game number 2. He had a exceptionally clean victory inside the Realm of Yang. He had the follow-up elimination against the other Temi player there with the spear. He's able to hit the Nezha's Might into the Dragon's Rush and just absolutely clean clock with it. But unfortunately for him, that was the only 2 eliminations we saw him pick up all game. And he immediately, right after that, gets sent back to the lobby. So hopefully he can find his footing here in game number 3, and we can see him pop off, Seb.
And we always love it when the players pop off. Going into our first round of selections, Liam happen again. We're going to see Hottie come out from Wu Fang. Chu Zhang yet to pick. He's got himself a few more seconds. It's going to be the double Hottie pick, so these heroes are now going to be banned. No one else available to play them, and this new hero pick is perfect. Having only 2, we went to having lobbies of 16 players all playing the same hero, and now we're seeing only 2 of the same hero being able to be played. Absolutely amazing. We love to see how this goes out. The Temi pick coming out from Frostivus, hopefully we'll be able to make something happen on the Temi. The Kai Lin pick coming in from WBG Spider. This could be the game, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll see it happening. Matari coming out a couple of times here. Akame and T225 are going to be running that Matari pick. Matari now with the rework being one of my personal favorites and my now new main, as the abuse of the F ability in NA. Let me tell you, it is something that you just have to take advantage of. That being said, with the meta of these pro players, they are way better at dodging it than people in your normal average ranked games are. So they have found workarounds, and Liam seems to be the answer to all of the Matari problems that could be coming their way. As we're going to be getting into game number 3 back on the OG map, Morris Isle, and we will be having 4, 5, and 6, rinsing and repeating the map order, but we will be changing the environments and the weather and time of day. As we're getting ready to jump into game number 3, I'm going to pass it along to Runekeeper. Talk to us. What do you think is going to be going on? Who do you think is going to come out victorious? Let's get some predictions from you, Rune.
You know me, Seb. I don't like to predict. I don't like to throw the potential caster curse out there. That said, it'd be very, very interesting to see these Liams actually be able to find some momentum in this game. This is something we've talked about all day today. Of course, the fact that Liam, even though he seems to be the first round pick here, has not been able to find those MVPs that you would expect to find from a hero that's constantly the first round pick, constantly the first hero banned out. Unfortunately for these players, that's just not been the case. Action here, by the way, on his first and only second pick, as he's already played Justina for one game. He's looking to bounce back and have another good performance like he had in game number 1, as we head on over to Morris Isle, a much more familiar map for many of these players, a much more comfortable map for many of these players. We're going to see quite a bit of players looking to loot up and head to Celestra as long as that particular area is available on the map. And sure enough, you're going to see all of these players, nobody landing in Celestra, but landing around Celestra, because they're going to want to head there, because Celestra provides so many opportunities for scale rushing off of walls, so many opportunities to hide behind different obstacles so that you can sort of break the ankles of other players if a fight turns sideways and doesn't go your way.
And yeah, the Celestra fights, the movement, like I was talking about before, the DRG Felon masterclass of being able to move around with just a dagger and a dream is going to come very much into play, as we are seeing a couple of these players spawning down towards the southern side of the map near the Shadow Jade mine and the Gamma and Sigma mines. As there are the gold zones down there, they are going to be trying to loot up and scale as fast as possible. We are seeing a few players spawning near the money area. It looks like Spider already with the pull sword in hand, missing that first scale rush, getting a little bit of terrain grief here, decides to just take the stairs instead, is going to find himself a blue dagger as well, picking up a decent amount of loot. The scale is real, but Wolves Wang Liang with the purple armor already is going to try and come into this fight. Huge parry coming out already. Spider able to use that F ability parry form to find himself an armor swap as the charge is going to come through, baiting out the parry from Wang Liang, giving Spider just enough chance to get away. Wolves Wang Liang going to switch over to those fist blades that he was able to steal, gets another huge parry onto Spider. Spider here now on the pull sword is going to have to go into that stone form to be able to block the damage attacks from Wang Liang, trying to get those jumped LNBs. That's 4 or 5 in a row here. It's Wang Liang trying to still keep chase, but now we are going to see a couple of the players. Wu Fang now joining into the mix, is going to try and get out of there as fast as possible. Very, very low HP. Wolves Wang Liang missing the target by just a bit, is going to go for the reset, trying to follow on to Fat Milk and WBG Spider, and it looks like a huge parry is going to come through, but Wolves Wang Liang able to use that F ability to keep themselves with that weapon here, as Fat Milk is going to be able to dodge the scale rush here, and Wang Liang still unable to find any footing, trying to find this kill as fast as possible, isn't able to get a hold of it, as all of these players doing such a good job at weaving and ducking. The Celestra map is the best for it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Spider's still here trying to find some loot, but a lot of players around as we move over to check things out between JDG's Chu Zhang and Balda's Action. Action gets the parry, doesn't immediately go for the riposte though, decides to back away, pick up the weapon, and then try to go for the blue charge, but is not able to find the follow-up, as we now find yet another parry. This time, no qualms going straight in for the riposte here, but the F going to be invested on the side of JDG's Chu Zhang here. Now we're going to see the Temi was coming through as well. Action still extremely low here. The ultimate going to be coming out on the side of Balda's Action. Will find the freeze onto Chu Zhang, going to get some huge damage. The F going to be coming in on the side of the Hottie, as well as GG Shah here on the Temi trying to come in. Action with another huge parry though, with the follow-up riposte immediately followed up by yet another F by GG Shah. He still has a freeze here. Unfortunately, there we go. He doesn't find the first one. He finds the second one, but Chu Zhang comes in and griefs him, keeping him from being able to find the elimination, as well as finds the elimination onto him. And now Chu Zhang, set up for success here, has got an easy kill onto GG Shah, and JDG's Chu Zhang goes from 1 to 2.
Oh my goodness, Chu Zhang coming in with an absolute amazing play right off the bat here, able to pick up not 1 but 2 eliminations on this very first initiating fight. We're going to see GG Shah is going to take himself to a soul altar along with Balda's Action, as they're going to try and rescale back into this game to try and make some headway for the mid game. Midway for the head game. That does not sound very right, ladies and gentlemen, as Kayla's T225 trying to find himself an enemy to fight, but it looks like Shadow Jade has been completely deserted other than himself. X1's Wu Fang now trying to get himself back into this game. He has found himself a purple pair of fist blades, so this could be something that would be very vital to him in the future. If he's able to find himself a little bit of an armor scale, he should be in a very good position to take fights coming into this mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. As we cut over to WBG's Spider here, Spider still not quite able to find his footing yet today. Is alive though, heading in to our first set of Realm Yang, going to be coming forward soon as we move over to JD Zhu Shang and BBE's Fat Milk here, forced to utilize that ultimate, will start to find some traction here. He's able to land a hit onto Chu Zhang, will find an armor swap as well. He needs to make the most of his ultimate while he's got it. Will find the second hit of the ultimate, will find a third as well. The dash is coming in and out. Chu Zhang's going to find his armor stripped away very quickly. The third, fourth hit not going to make their ways through. Chu Zhang though now going to pop the ultimate as Fat Milk extremely on the backside. The last ult charge going to be coming out from the side of Fat Milk. Chu Zhang trying to find that charge left click here from the V2, trying to get that fire tick damage onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk doing an excellent job though of using the train here in Celestra. Will find a hit finally though. Chu Zhang, unfortunately, that one hit not going to be enough to win him the fight. Will give him control of the fight though, as he has a lot more HP remaining than JDG's Chu Zhang. So Chu Zhang still trying it to keep the pressure on, doesn't want to give Fat Milk the opportunity to find a reset.
Oh, no.
Will catch a miss grapple though, and that's going to be all Fat Milk needs to get to the other side of Celestra here and find one pot. Looks to find a second as well. Going to get that armor fully ticked back up, and Chu Zhang, having invested his ultimate, everything he has, misses the opportunity to pick up the elimination onto BBE's Fat Milk.
The one missed grapple and you're done. That is how punishing the terrain is in Celestra. If you are a movement demon like 99% of the players in the NBPL are, you are not going to be able to catch up to somebody as they are running away from you if you miss even just one movement. As we're going to see WBG Spider looking to take this Realm of Yang. Fun plus Phoenix verse trying to contest the portal here, as we are seeing Fun plus Phoenix trying to make something happen here, as WBG Spider coming through with the fist blades, blue fist blades in hand for the both of them here, as we are going to see the Matariev coming out into the combo, into the jump. Oh my goodness, he sends him soaring. I believe that was 3 jumping LMBs onto WBG Spider, forcing him to get a reset here. One musket shot is going to land onto Spider, taking his health down even lower. Burst now in control of the Yang Pass, is going to replenish his musket. Hits one shot off. Oh my goodness. Fun plus Phoenix verse playing a shooter game as we are speaking right now. Able to come through with some very beautiful musket shots. Trying to make something happen. The scale rush coming through. Fun plus Phoenix now on the back foot. Spider able to take him down the road in the exact same way Verse did it to him, offering him a taste of his own medicine. The ultimate is going to come out as he's not worried about losing it into the Realm of Yang, as he will get the ultimate replenished as soon as he enters in here. Is going to use that to scale rush to the skies. He just has to wait out Spider for 5 more seconds here. Oh my goodness, but he's going to be able to come through. The terrain is going to grief for a second, cancels the ult, and is able to use that last dash coming out of the ultimate to get himself into the Realm of Yang safely. That was almost fatal for him. He was saved by a buttery rock, ladies and gentlemen.
Saved by the bell, if you will, as we head into a Realm of Yang. It's going to be Fun plus Phoenix's Verse here versus Kaylee's T225. Musket shot's going to land on the side here from Verse, as we're going to see multiple mid-air clashes between the two players. Verse still trying to find those musket shots. Now Liam coming in here doing some huge damage off of that Matari with the teleport. I apologize. Now both Mataris trading ultimates online here, coming through. Huge damage going for the grapple uppercut into here with the longsword. Tries to go again, but actually going to get griefed by the wall. T225 though still heavily on the back foot. The parry coming through. Verse just absolutely no diffing T225 here inside the Realm of Yang. Even when he drops the re-juggle combo off of it, he instantaneously finds control again as we head over to JDG's Chu Zhang here versus Alliance's Frostivus. Frostivus trying to find the wisp, not going to find it. Forced to go ahead and pop the ultimate here. Chu Zhang going to take the opportunity to find the reset. He does get one pot off. Frostivus gets one as well. Chu Zhang going to find another one. Frostivus going to find another as well, but this is a good turn of events here for Chu Zhang, as Chu Zhang able to get the full reset here. Frostivus with no ult in the tank, but Frostivus takes control of neutral though. A huge parry turns things on its head. Here's Chu Zhang, finds his way back in, but Chu Zhang with the ult still available. A charged RMB coming in there off of the dual halberd is going to do a little bit of damage there to Chu Zhang. The wisp trying to come through. Chu Zhang though now in the ultimate here, going to find every opportunity to reset. Frostivus though hitting those scale rushes actually will will demech Chu Zhang for a second. Chu Zhang now on the back foot will have the opportunity to go airborne yet again, and Frostivus continues to play this very well. Frostivus, the player, of course, who originally pioneered Hottie inside the NBPL, knows the matchup extremely well. Chu Zhang with a little bit of the scale rush off the backside to come back in, but Frostivus finds control yet again. The R&B off of the dual halberds. Will Frostivus turn this around? 14 seconds left remaining in the Romarang. Chu Zhang will find the jumping LB, will find the charge to R&B as well. The whisk goes through. Chu Zhang finds the follow-up and is able to clutch it out. What a fight!
We thought Frostivus had it. These Yang fights are just getting so deceiving. Chu Zhang on the brink of death there is able to turn the fight around into his favor with one charged attack hitting, and Frostivus is not landing. As we're going to see, the Temmies are going to start duking it out here as Frostivus able to come away with a huge parry into the double charge from the Halberds. We're going to see the Fistblades now coming out as GG Shaw going to bring out the purple spear here into the 1-2. The Wind Wisp coming out from Frostivus now as GG Shaw answered with that before. Frostivus now on the back foot, getting hit over and over again with the combo from the spear. GG Shaw, all he has to do is do the Temi ult of his own. This could be good for him here, as we are going to see him able to collect some Wind Wisps from Frostivus's ult, giving himself a little bit of an even playing field here. Frostivus trying to go for the parry. The double parry comes out here, and now Shaw getting hit with the double charge from Frostivus. Shaw now forcing himself to back off here. It looks like Frostivus is going to go for the heal as well. Able to pass through the Wind Wisp. The one thing a Temi fears is another Temi here, as GG Shaw trying to go through with the charge. The Clank is going to come out. The dashing around Frostivus able to get Prio, is going to try and go for the uppercut, but does miss as the F is going to get invested from GG Shaw. The scale rush from nowhere. Oh my goodness. Frostivus able to come through into the Clank from the jumping LMB. Shaw trying to come around with a charge attack of his own, but the Clanks are just taking so much damage. But the parry! Shaw turning it around! Oh my goodness, Frostivus was all energy, and Shaw turns the fight around with one small double click of the mouse.
Shaw played that so well in the end there. You know, when you start playing clank chicken, as I like to call it, parry is realistically the only option. It's just who's going to find it first. And in that particular instance, it comes up at GG Shaw. As we head over to JDG's Chu Zhang in a similar situation here, trying to keep the game alive here. He does have, of course, that Vermilion Bird's Might here, but he doesn't want to waste this opportunity to pick up some eliminations. Trying to come in here off of the ultimate, is able to land some of that fire tick on to Wolves Wang Liang here. Wang Liang trying to keep the pressure up onto X1's Wu Fang and keep the hunt alive. Chu Zhang now able to get the full heal there off of the ult and keep things going. Wu Fang now forced into his ultimate as well, just trying to stay alive. Will find some damage out across the board here, and it's Wolves Wang Liang who's forced into an armor swap just to stay alive. Chu Zhang on the bot side here, able to find some huge damage there off the R&B from the legendary fan, and now Wu Fang just going to completely back away as the target selection turns onto Wang Liang, and Wang Liang will be sent back to the soul altar here. Luckily, he does have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so he is not going to be sent back to the lobby just yet. Fat Milk in a very similar situation now with his ultimate popped here, just trying to go ahead and find as much of a reset as he can before these players find him. He is able to get the full reset, but without ultimate, he could find himself very vulnerable. The bounty on his head as well. Baldaw's action on the outside, deciding he wants to go ahead and get away from this head on in, prioritize taking the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, action backing out of this fight is definitely a good idea for him here. Having so many players in such a condensed area, there's a lot of ways that you're able to move in and out of this zone. But when there's so many players, you're going to try and scale rush into a spot where it's like, okay, they won't be able to reach me here. I'm able to schmove around. But all of a sudden, you've got another player just waiting for you to drop down. As we saw earlier, the two players playing in the water, waiting for them to try and jump down the secret hole of the building that was on top of them there. There's this little hole in the floor that lots of these players love to move through. We had the two players waiting in the wings for somebody to try and scale rush out of there with just a little bit of health and get caught by Chu Zhang's fan focus attack. Here's we're seeing the mirror matchup coming out here. The Fistblades versus the Fistblades. Spider is going to be fighting off against Wang Liang as the Fistblade dashes start to come through. Looks like Spider is going to be able to get Prio, but the F ability is going to get invested for the Liam. Liam ult going to get invested as well. Spider now is going to get hit over and over again by the Fistblades. We're going to see the F getting invested now. Spider now investing his ult. The Liam ultimate is also out. We're going to see 1, 2 hits connect. He's got 3 left in his hand. You're going to see him get stunned and silenced, but nothing happening from that. Wolves Wang Liang doing an excellent job of holding on to that ultimate charge until he very much needs it. Able to get one more, goes for the heal pot and brings it back around. Able to deal just enough damage to take him out. Oh my goodness. Wolves Wang Liang doing an absolute perfect job at timing the Liam ults like a pro here, as we're going to take a look as well. EOG's Arano facing off against Bauda's action. Liam versus Justina here. You're going to see trying to go for the parry. Arano is going to be able to come away with the parry. Almost eliminated here. Action has to make one last stand, but all he has to do is pop the ult and come away with the victory.
Yeah, huge here for EWG's Arano. Arano having a really good day here in our day 3 of solos. Both these Realm of Yang fights, very, very interesting. You know, WBG Spider doing his best to try to come out on top there, but Wang Liang plays perfectly around Liam's ult there inside of that Realm of Yang. He's able to utilize the ult, throw it on the ground, and play around it as a zoning tool because it keeps Spider from aggressively being able to use Kylan's ult to chase down onto him. He's able to just stay inside of it, and if Spider decides to actually go for the rush, he can just pop the ultimate to defend himself there. So he plays that out. He spaces the usage of his ultimate absolutely perfect to keep the game alive, and because of that, he does come out on top inside the Realm of Yang. Because we're going to take a look here. Balda's action, who's been off to a tear today, not doing so hot in game number 3. Forced out here with the Yang depletion, is going to have to come out and find himself a Soul Bloom if he wants to keep game number 3 alive. He has 4 minutes and 22 seconds to find it again. That second set of Yang, that Yang depletion with a longer timer now, so you have a little bit more time. You can afford to play things a little bit safer than you did previously, and that's why we see so many of these players taking that second Realm of Yang compared to earlier seasons. WBG Spider are going to take a lot of early damage here. Balda's action, though, also going to take a ton of damage here. He's got time left, but he doesn't have armor left to help him out. Arano needs to get in here. He needs to be able to find that Soul Bloom off about us action if he wants to keep the game alive. Action just trying to break away as fast as possible here. Spider, though, wants the elimination. He hasn't picked one up yet this game, and he needs it if he wants to stay alive as well. Action down below, trying to come in, looks for the freeze, but Spider doing an excellent job. Goes for the ultimate. Arano will pick up the elimination. Spider not going to be able to... No, Spider does get the bloom. He's able to keep it alive, ladies and gentlemen, and that's exactly what he needed to do there. He doesn't find the elimination, but he does find the Soul Bloom, and he keeps the game going. Spider super happy about that turn of events. Arano more than happy to just take the elimination here. He doesn't need to force the fight here onto WBG Spider. Spider, though, bounty on head, trying to break away, needs to be careful. He was able to cleanse the Yang depletion, but he is without ultimate, so he's going to come over here as Tower Watch begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Tower Watch, as we like to also call it, ring around the tower, because everyone just starts scale rushing, running around the tower, and nobody's fighting. Everyone just hits a scale rush or 2 and gets a reset. This is a part of the game that is very crucial, because it helps players, allow them to just start to calm down. And if a player does get picked out in the Tower Watch, we usually see the entire lobby start to focus on them, but the tower is something that has very mystical powers. It allows you to get away very fast from your players, going around and around this square rectangle of just, it is a tower, and people are able to just maneuver around it so well that these players have found a lot of safety playing in and around those towers. There's so many different levels to it. You're able to hide in all of the nooks and crannies, and it looks like we are going to start to move away from this tower here as Wolves Wang Liang, just ready for this kill on WBG Spider, is not going to give up. Sees the Spider is only on the purple armor, wants to come away with some sort of elimination. The F is going to get invested from Spider. He gets hit with, oh my goodness, EWG's Arano coming in with a blistering edge. Spider now in a lot of trouble, getting sharked out by the entire lobby, and Wolves Wang Liang gonna pick Spider off, and Spider goes out of this game without a single elimination. Wang Liang picking up his 3rd of the game, and it looks like the Liams are finally coming to do what they've sought out to do. 3 eliminations apiece for both Liams, Arano and Wang Liang, coming through and putting on a very good show for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing an excellent job of making things happen this game. Wang Liang, though, just really on fire this season in general. Very, very different player from what we're used to seeing. I would say almost a return to form for his very first season in the NBPL. When we first saw Wang Liang come in during the very first NBPL season, he was easily one of the top contenders for these players to deal with. He absolutely dominated lobbies as Takeda and with the nunchucks, and now really starting to see that game sense sort of come back for him, where he's able to come in. He's not so worried about just like proving that he's the top player by outright winning a 1v1. If he sees an opportunity to snake a kill away, he's more than happy to make that happen, because he knows how important it is to put those points on the board. So good to see a return to form for him, and I love to see it, especially because we're seeing it while he has shifted over to my favorite team, Team Wolves.
Yeah, early Wang Liang, when in those first lobbies, he was coming away with like 6-7 kills early game, ending the games with 10-11 eliminations, just absolutely dominating. And then we saw the entrance of Spider into the NBPL, which sort of, he ended up sitting in the shadow of Spider for so long, was coming up short every single time, and is now brought himself back to where he used to be, restoring all of his former glory, bringing himself back into the conversation of one of the top contenders for this game, especially now with this current meta, putting up so many eliminations, proving to us that Liam is that coveted hero that everybody wants to pick here. BBE's Fat Milk now going for a reset. All of these players sending their range shots over to Fat Milk, as they did deal a lot of damage, but not enough. Oh my goodness, Arano here with the Dragon-like on the Halberds, being able to control so much space. It looks like he is going to be the one able to come away with the gold weapons and the gold armor. And for 5 minutes, he's going to have a gold armor swap. So he's going to try and maybe get some action going here. Having a gold armor that nobody's able to touch is something that's huge, especially if you already have a gold armor in hand. This is going to give him the ability to come and take a fight here. And now he goes on to Chu Zhang, trying to go for the parry here. Is a little bit late. Is going to try and bring that Sky Pillar around onto Chu Zhang, but Chu Zhang is going to be able to get out of there pretty fast. The cannon shots are coming pretty quickly from, it looks to be Wolves' Wang Liang, sending the pressure on as well. Back into this action, Wang Liang's ready to go. We're going to see the F ability getting invested from Wang Liang pretty quick here, as it looks like Chu Zhang, becoming the target of the lobby, has been forced to pop the Hottie ult very early here. Arano still giving heavy chase, as well as JDG's Chu Zhang now on the back foot. Is going to go for that full reset, as we are going to see this Bane coming, and this is just terrible timing for Chu Zhang. No ult, F up, but in a very dangerous situation. Arano still giving heavy chase onto Chu Zhang, backing himself into a little bit of a corner here, has burned his F ability, and is now going to try and surf the Bane to get away from these players, seeing if anybody will dare to follow him into the depths of the Bane's Breath. And it looks like he's done a very good job of just nearly avoiding all of these Banes. It looks like he has made all of these other players back off. Oh my goodness. The Banes just hurt my heart every single time, ladies and gentlemen. It's just very scary. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Chu Zhang weaving and ducking. Arano barely making it out of there alive. And now Arano is going to get hit, so he's going to force him to back off. And Chu Zhang is able to...
You know, this is something I just discussed at the beginning of the last season when we saw these late games Bane's Breath make their way into Immortal War. I know a lot of players not big fans of these Bane's Breaths coming through. They feel like it's all risk, no reward whatsoever. But these are situations that I talked about, right? Where Chu Zhang here, if it wasn't for this Bane's Breath, is just eliminated from this lobby, right? The pressure gets put onto him. There's nothing he can do. But because he is able to find that Bane's Breath, he's able to not only take the risk to go through the Bane's Breath, he's able to use his movement tech to avoid those Banes coming down. Chu Zhang has almost got his ultimate back online. He's been able to turn the attention of the lobby completely off of him and find a full reset and keep his game alive. If it were not for the late game Bane's Breath, we wouldn't see that coming through. It's rare to see it actually come through and happen, but when you're players of this caliber, of this skill, you can make that happen for yourself if you find yourself in an inopportune moment and a Bane coming down like that. So Chu Zhang plays it extremely well. GG Sha here, unfortunately getting knocked to the zone, is now on the back foot here. Kami gonna come through. He's in the zone. There's no place for him to go. The scale rush, he was one tick away from the zone, taking his life away there. The scale rush just fast enough, but not fast enough to keep his game alive, and Chu Zhang finds a 6 elimination because of it. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, again, this Bane's Breath bringing Chu Zhang completely back into the game here. EWG's Arano trying to come through here. Fun Plus Phoenix's verse, the one on the back foot now, already invested the ultimate, forced to go into the zone with the ultimate, but he's able to find a little bit of a respite as he comes back in on the backside of the tree. If he can keep attention away from himself, he might be okay here, as we are going to see Wolves coming in with that legendary staff jade there, throwing Verse towards the edge. The Verse, unfortunately, again, on quite a heavy back foot here. That ult going to be gone very, very soon. Pistol shots ringing out left and right. Verse just trying to break away. Tries to go to the backside of the tree again, but is going to find somebody else there. Is looking for any opportunity to take a reset. Bow shots coming down. Verse, though, will find the full reset. Unfortunately, still has no ult charge available to himself, as that ultimate's going to come to an end right now. So Verse going to have to play this very, very carefully if he wants to keep that game alive. JDG's Chu Zhang here, who bought himself a second chance off the back of the Bane, just holding the zone here with that pole sword and the blistering edge. Everybody posturing up as zone 6 collapses down onto zone 7.
And this is the crucial moment of the game where whoever's going to be able to pick up the most kills in this final zone is going to be the one to come out victorious. Chu Zhang is the kill leader right now, but Arano and Wang Liang very close behind. And it's rare that we see the Liams both still alive in this endgame. So it's going to be interesting to see how their ult is going to be able to affect this ending circle. If they are going to be able to make it to the end and not have to pop it early, it is going to be a very interesting final circle as well. We do have a Kylan still in the game, 2 Mataris and 2 Hotties still alive. This is going to be a very interesting ult circle indeed, as it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, now becoming the target of the lobby, is getting very, very low in HP. Wolves, Wang Liang able to find the tail end of the Merciless Havoc onto Verse here. He's now getting dangerously low, forced to use the F ability to take to the sky. And EWG's Arano coming in and snaking the kill from underneath. Wolves is Wang Liang, putting him onto 4 kills, putting him just 1 elimination behind JDG's Chu Zhang. BBE's Fat Milk now up on top. The Kylan of the lobby, only 1 elimination for him so far. He is going to need to play this very smart, but he could have the potential to push everybody out of the zone with his ultimate and come away victorious. Akame now getting focused on by Wolves Wang Liang, and that is one of those Jades of Destinies, ladies and gentlemen. No way! Arano with the bow shot, 2nd elimination stolen, and Wang Liang upset is going to throw that Merciless his way. The Jade of Destiny putting in so much work for everybody else right now. He's able to deal so much damage, but the finishing blow has been dealt by Arano time and time again. Zone Wufang, everybody taking to the skies. X1 now up on top. We still have the 2 Hottie ults available. Fat Milk here now forced to pop the Kylan ult, is going to try and play onto that bottom side, taking out Wolves' Wang Liang out of his positioning here. Arano is going to have to pop that Hottie ult here, as we are going to see Wolves Wang Liang popping the Hottie ult as well. Arano trying to make something happen back into the circle. Everybody's losing health so fast here. JDG's Chu Zhang trying to stay alive as fast as possible. Fat Milk picks up a kill. Wufang picks up the kill. Wang Liang picks up a kill. Fat Milk picks up the kill. Oh my goodness, JDG's Chu Zhang coming out as our last survivor in this game, and I believe he will be the MVP of our game.
Yeah, the kill multiplier going to be just enough on top of the 1 additional point from coming out in first place there to bring him on top for another MVP for the season here for JDG's Chu Zhang. Exceptionally well played here on the Hottie. Chu Zhang just able to clutch it out here in the very end, just able to make it happen. But EWG's Arano as well, though, by the way, those huge bow shots, being able to pick up multiple extra eliminations off the work that Wolves Wang Liang puts in with that staff coming through there, and it just continues to find elimination after elimination. Well played. You can see Arano there. He's not happy about the turn of events. He really wanted to make things happen. He worked so hard for it there in those final moments, but it is JDG's Chu Zhang who comes out on top in the end.
The three people in chat who selected Hottie on the channel points votes are going to be very, very rich in just a second here, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely insane game. JDG's Chu Zhang, we're all seeing everybody losing so much HP, and then all of a sudden, Chu Zhang is still at like 75% of his HP, still remaining in the game, and he was able to hold it out until everybody else got eliminated. Good on Fat Milk, actually. Honorable mention, I have to say, for being able to pick up 2 eliminations near the end and getting himself surviving that long into the game. He didn't have the greatest early game, but was able to pull it together in the end and come away with, I believe, a 2nd or 3rd place finish, which is going to give him a little bit of higher standings. As we know, Fat Milk hasn't been doing the greatest in these past couple of games. So it's a good, nicest thing to see. Unfortunately, we didn't see Spider coming out. We didn't see Frostivus coming out. Very unfortunate to see that happening, but JDG's Chu Zhang, the Hottie, is going to come away with the MVP in game number 3.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to talk about that late game's Bane's Breath yet again, right? Again, a lot of players really believing that there's no upside whatsoever for any players for those Banes coming through. They think it's just all risk. There's no reward for any of the players for playing around them. It kind of forces fights away during those moments. But the thing is when you have a moment where you pick up a player and get them low, you know the Bane's Breath is coming into that stage of the game, right? You have a decision to make as a player is, do I have enough time to go ahead and pick up this elimination before the Bane comes through, or do I need to back off the elimination so that I can reposition in anticipation for the Bane coming through? Many players opt to go for the former, right? They look to try to pick up that elimination as fast as possible. What do we see happen? We see Chu Zhang in a really hairy situation. He was forced to use his ultimate. He's got no armor left. He's down to just half of his HP as the lobby trying to dog him down. So because that Bane comes through, he takes the risk to be able to surf the Bane, gets away from the players who are forced to back away from the threat of it, gets the reset, and because of that, here you can see Chu Zhang comes out on top in this game. 5 eliminations with a 1st place finish. He gets that kill multiplier. Crucially, he gets those 3 ranking points for a game score of 9. An absolute blistering score for him. EWG Zarano, though, does pick up another elimination in the very end there for a game score of 6.5. Very strong game from Arano. He was able to snake away so many kills in those final moments. He goes from 2 eliminations to 5 in the final zone. Absolutely huge for him. He's got to be happy about his performance. Wolves, Wang Liang, 4 eliminations as well, picking up a game score of 5. Wang Liang has not only been bringing the aggression back, he's had a return to form where he's just playing exceptionally well, but he's also been bringing that consistency. He's constantly putting points on the board every single game. I love to see it.
Yeah, and we've been preaching this since the first NBPL. Consistency is key. Consistency is key. Consistency is key. You guys get it. You guys have been watching for as long as we've been casting. Consistency is the way that you're going to win games. You could be getting 2nd place every single time, but the MVP is going to switch almost every single game. So having a consistent amount of points is exactly what you're going to want to do. And Arano is doing just that. JD Fun Plus Phoenix's verse, my mistake, ladies and gentlemen, is also putting up a consistent amount of points. KLAC225, someone who hasn't been putting up a consistent number of points, is only on 2.5 for the day so far. Wolves is Wang Liang on 12. Spider only 5.5 points on the day. Let's hope he can turn it around in these next 3 games, or he's going to be in a lot of trouble trying to contend for that bi-weekly final.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about consistency. You got to talk about OUG's Mike. His day 1 performance is 40.7. he picks up not only 2 MVPs, but every single game he's top 3. That's the consistency you need to really be at the top of your game. That's why OUG's Mike is such a good player. As we take a look here, JDG's Chu Zhang off to a tear. He's got 14.9 points for the day for a total of 47.5. He is only 0.2 points away from dethroning Zhang Yuan for that second place seat heading into the bi-weekly final. We're going to take a look here at some replays brought to you by Thunderbolt. JDG's Chu Zhang coming through here in an earlier elimination here onto Gigi Sha. This was after he also stole the elimination, I do believe, from Verse, and was able to get 2 eliminations right there. Then on to Fat Milk here early on inside Celestra. Fat Milk just not able to contend with this Hong Sword at all. Cutting back into the realm of Yang as JDG's Verse here catches a huge juggle here off of the longsword for the carousel. And even though he drops the carousel, he goes overall here with KLA's TG5, finds the parry, and just cleans up an easy fight here. Gigi Sha with the massive parry there onto Frostivus. Notice he doesn't go for the riposte. He knows that the overhead there off of the spear is a 1-hit. So the F from the side of Frostivus not going to be able to save him if he goes for that. So he cancels out of the follow-up riposte from the parry, goes for that overhead to get the maximum amount of damage to guarantee the elimination. And here we go, JDG Chu Zhang just using that ult to stay airborne for as long as possible. So he's taken so little damage, comes down in the end here, and because of that, he's just able to go all the way, make those 5 eliminations he had already picked up during the early and mid game, count for as much as possible. And that's why JDG's Chu Zhang is going to be walking away your MVP for game number 3.
I think that's the thing that mattered the most is he already had 5 eliminations going into that final circle. So he didn't need to pick up those kills. It would have been nice if he could have picked them up. But the fact that he was able to hold the kills and he was able to focus more on his HP bar than how the other players were playing, trying to take each other out instead of going for the survivability. That's how he was able to come away with the first place finish and the MVP in game number 3. This is his 3rd MVP of the split already. This is by week 1 and he's already got 3 MVPs. 20,000, almost 21,000 damage. That blistering edge for a lot of it, hopefully, and the alchemy coming through as well. An interesting Jade to see. We don't usually see too much of the alchemy coming out in the pro play, but it is always nice to see when it does.
You know, on a map like Morris Isle, there's so many fruits available in certain areas. If you start in one of those areas and you can find an early alchemy, it's very much worth picking up. Alchemy is one of the very few soul jades whose stat bonus does not apply to the cap, right? So all of the other defensive soul jades that you're picking up have a certain cap. Alchemy adds to your overall even above that cap, right? So if you just have a bunch of defensive soul jades and you're at cap already, everything else from alchemy is a bonus stack on top of that, which is absolutely huge. So again, if you can find it early game, you're on Morris Isle and you're in one of those areas that happen to have a ton of fruit. So I'm thinking about that area just north of Shipwreck, as well as the area just north of Shadow Jade Mine, as well as you're heading into the cross towards the northern side of the map. There's a ton of little fruits. It's very easy to grab all of them as you're moving, so you don't really have to change your movement paths all that much. You just have to kind of zig instead of zag so that you head towards those bushes. You can grab 4 fruits up like that. Hitting that cap of 16 can very quickly happen if you're in one of those 2 spaces. But speaking of things happening quickly, we're gonna throw things over to an interview before we come back and lock in for game number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview, and this is Yeager. And now I'm standing here with Wang Liang. I'd like him to say hello to our audience. 来吧，王亮，先和我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是成都 Wolves 的王良。
欢迎王良来到我们的英彩啊，也看到其实自己的这个名称是换了一下。Okay, so first I would like to know, so for this new season, also you just changed the club, so anything changes for this new season? 然后首先要问一下，因为在王良转会了之后啊，其实我相信生活上面啊各方面也会有一些新的调整。怎么样？转会了之后有没有生活上面给你带来一些什么变化？
我现在是自己在外面住嘛，一个人，然后每天上班也是不用去基地那样，然后就现在要自律一点，可能就没有像以前那样俱乐部的规定很严嘛，然后现在其实整体效果感觉还不错，就放松下来。
这个自律一点具体是体现在哪里呢？
就没有人管，但是你也要按时上下班去训练嘛。
就是按时上下班，是不是身体上面有什么一些自律？
身体上面也有在健身吗？在锻炼？
也开始健身了。Okay, so for this new season, because I changed the club and now I'm not staying much time with my teammate anymore, and I just live by myself because I rent apartment. And for now, I think the most changes for me is the I need to manage myself now because I don't have the manager now stay with me together. So I have to manage my training time, and also I have to go to the gym every day for myself and for the healthy. 也看得出，这新赛季也是有个新的开始。OK， 那接下来也到了我们的有奖问答环节，来看一下今天的题目是什么。So we can move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. 好的，我们要来回到我们关于游戏内的一些问题了。来，我们先看一下题目。So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. And after our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot. So please don't leave our screen room. Okay, so let's see today's question. How many scores did CD Wolves Wang Liang get in Game 3? 这道题目呢是关于刚才这把比赛大梁到底拿下了多少分数。那我们公布答案之前，先来聊一下刚才这把比赛。So maybe a little bit question before the answer is that because we know that in the final circle for the latest game, you really have advantage, but So finally, what happened? 那我这边要先问一下，就刚才这把比赛，其实我们看到在决赛圈，王良当时是有优势的。在这个情况底下，当时到底发生了什么事情呢？
当时是有很多人去选择制空了嘛，然后其实本身我的决赛圈应该也是要制空，但是我看地上一个人都没有，然后我又有5星欺骗阵嘛，然后就想在地下控一下图，然后有个张行他就开大砍我嘛，是我没有想到的，因为我本来以为他应该是要制空或者开大去砍天上的哈迪，但是他选择砍我。
也是打出了非常高的伤害，那波确实打得非常的快。So to be honest, in the last circle, and I would like to choose to just stay on the floor. And at this time, a lot of opponent they are choosing the grappling hook on the sky. And at last, a Killing John just used his ultimate, and it's really surprised me because I think he maybe will use his ultimate using to kill the Hardy, but he just killed me. Okay, and I think all players prepare, and let's start counting. 那我觉得大梁这边应该准备就绪了，接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, lucky guy will be whispered, and please figure out the answer. 那这边也要请大梁给我们公布一下，刚才这道题的答案是
B.
Yeah, the correct answer is B. Okay, at last we know the new season, and also it's the last day for the regular solo game, and we are going to have the bi-weekly. And I would like to know, because the new season we have a lot of new player, new friend, and also some old friend just connect again now in the game, and who you think really surprise you a lot? 那我这边要问一下，其实对于我们这个今天也是单排常规赛这一周的最后一天了，马上就要迎来一个周决。那对于这个新赛季，这些新朋友和老朋友重练当中，有没有谁给你留下了巨大的深刻印象呢？
其实跟我交手留下的印象我并没有太多，但是我感觉就是整体来说，作为新朋友嘛，周子耀就是发挥得非常亮眼。
Okay, so for me, I think Verse is give me a big impression now as the new friend for me, really surprised me a lot. Okay, thank you for Wang Liang for today's interview. 再次感谢王亮来到我们赛后采访，也希望接下来3把比赛可以保持自己的一个手感，打出一个很好的成绩。Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're 3 games deep here in our day 3 of solos for the Summer Split 2024 NBPL. I'm your host, Newcastle, the RuneKeeper. Joining me is my boy Seb as we get ready to head back in to game number 4. We've gone full circle, ladies and gentlemen. We won Praedoria, Holoroth, Morzile, and we're going to be heading back to Praedoria here for game number 4. And I'm excited to see how things play out.
I am super excited. Praedoria has a whole bunch of quirks that we haven't really seen too much that have been added into this game. And I'm hoping we'll get to see some of the cool features of the map become more prevalent in the pro scene as the map becomes more played in the Pro League, because we haven't seen very much of it. This is our, this is my first look at the Pro League playing in Praedoria. So, hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more. The red longsword coming out, the Vulpine Essence coming out, and the I can't wait to see the Vermilion Zone at the start of the game pop off with the pro players. That would be a very fun one to witness.
Vulpine Essence, we actually got to see quite a bit of it day 1. Both maps, Zhang Yuan not only went and got the Vulpine Essence, but he took the Realm of Yang immediately afterwards, and he actually wins both of those Realm of Yangs because of that Vulpine Essence. I do heavily believe he actually uses those Realms of Yang if he doesn't have it. There's literally the second one he goes in against OUG's Mike, and he drops to almost nothing while Mike's basically still at full health. So really interesting to see how that Soul Jade's been playing out here. But speaking of things playing out, make sure you don't play yourself. Make sure you got your Twitch account linked with your NARAKA BLADEPOINT account so that you're getting those drops. You're already here. You're already watching the action. You might as well get some free goodies while you're at it. And make sure you don't miss the bi-weekly finals, because those are going to be special drops you can only get during the finals. Of course, our first bi-weekly finals is going to be coming up this Saturday and Sunday. So make sure you set your clocks. Make sure you get up. Make sure you leave a lurk on twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT so you don't miss out on all of those goodies. But again, back to talking about the Vulpine Essence, and you're talking about the Immortal Sword, that red longsword you can potentially get. We actually haven't seen the red longsword come through in solos yet, and I don't know quite why that is. Maybe it's just a little too difficult to meet the conditions to go in and get it in the NBPL, right? It's very different going in and playing a ranked game or whatever. Everybody's kind of dogpiling on the front side of the shrine there. It's very easy to pick up the number of kills that you need, but picking up kills in the NBPL, it's not very easy. You see, we walk away with 5 kills total. So having to meet that threshold of kills to unlock, to go in and get that, red longsword might be a little too much for these players here in the NBPL, just because of how high the skill ceiling is for these players. So maybe a lot of them not opting to go at it, whereas the Vulpine, you can just go in. You just need to find all of the pieces to go ahead and lock that in for yourself. It's not a requirement of having to get those kills. Speaking of which, we are getting ready to head into game number 4 here, so we will see if we see either the red longsword or Vulpine coming out this time around. I was kind of surprised we didn't see it during game 1 during the day, so maybe we'll see it happen here in our game number 4.
Yeah, it'd be amazing to see one of these things. And the zones, the special area zones that happen at the start of the game I was talking about earlier, I can't wait to see how these players are going to use that in the pro play. I don't know if we have seen it before. I have yet to see how that will factor in. They do only have the 1 game to do it, and if it does spawn, I'm really hoping we just see a dog pile, like a classic ranked game dog pile of players onto those areas. Maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't, but we're going to be getting into these hero picks very shortly as we're taking a look at Alliance's Frostivus. We need to see a little bit more from Frost today, ladies and gentlemen. He is not bringing as much as he could. Usually we see him picking up a lot more kills than what he's been putting up today, but he's been getting the short end of the stick, losing in the Yangs, trying to cleanse the Yang depletion, and that's where he falls short. He gets caught out in very bad situations and is unable to get the Soul Bloom to continue his life, and he usually is unable to come away with any eliminations past that point.
You know, I still feel like Frostivus is bringing a good game today. Every time we actually see him get eliminated from lobby, the fight is extremely close, right? It's the only time we've seen him be rinsed today. He did lose one Realm of Yang where he gets absolutely rinsed, but every other fight we've really seen him take, it's been extremely close, right? In that final moment there, in our last game, right, where it's Temmie v Temmie, in the end there, he's kind of banking on his F, I believe, to save him when he gets parried there, but the other Temmie recognizes the situation and realizes if he goes for the riposte, that he actually just doesn't get to clutch out the kill there because he has the F available. So he does the smart thing, right? He cancels and goes for the overhead with the spear. You don't typically see a lot of players playing spear in the NBPL. It's kind of considered one of the worst solo weapons, and the only time we really see it coming out was when somebody's picked up a legendary one and hasn't had an opportunity to convert it into a staff yet. So it just kind of worked out where Frostivus in that particular situation, unfortunately, the other Temmie had exactly what he needed, but both of them being at a sliver of HP, that fight goes either direction realistically. In the end there, he doesn't come out on top, but he's done an excellent job in terms of not just like being walked through, right? He makes his opponents earn it. Unfortunately, they are earning it today, so it's not been a good day for Alliance's Frostivus. As we take a look here, no surprises to see both Liam picks being locked in there during our first round of hero selection. Our second round, we're going to see Hadi being locked in, as well as a Kylan, and it's going to leave Hadi and Kylan available here going in the third round pick here. We will see Hadi getting picked a second time, which is going to put him up on the ban list there. GG Shaw hovering the Matari selection here, thinking about locking Matari in. We will see if he does. This is a favorite pick for GG Shaw, so there it is. Didn't have a single doubt in the world as we head into a round 4 hero selection here. Kylan still available, so both T225 and Akame going to be locking in that Kylan pick, and Kylan going to be thrown up on the ban list as well as we head into our round 5 selection. WBG Spider and of course Fun Plus Phoenix's verse here. We're gonna see he hovered Tarka for just a second, got a little surprise there, but it's gonna be Justina and Matari, it looks like, being locked in by both Verse and Spider, and that's gonna put Matari up on the ban list as we head into our last round of picks, and it's gonna be Alliance's Frostivus and BBE's Fat Milk rounding out the roster here for game number 4. Who are we going to see coming in? Frostivus contemplating his decision here, what he wants to play. He has not had very good games, so he needs to make something happen, and he will be locking in the Justina pick here. If you're unaware, Justina being Frostivus' favorite hero, as well as the main he played for many years, getting locked in. So very happy to see him locking in that Justina pick. Not super great into the meta currently, but still good enough to be piloted and make some things happen here. And if you're Frostivus, it's a comfort pick. You've had a bad day. This could be a game where we see him bounce back. He's going to come in on his comfort pick. Unfortunately, he's forced to play a little from behind because he is in that last round of hero selection, but it gives him an opportunity to at least put some points up on the board.
Yeah, and having Frostivus on the Justina, it's a recipe for disaster for the rest of these players. Hopefully he'll be able to make his plays. He does have the insane accuracy when coming in with the freezes. We're going to see what ultimate he is going to be using, because with the V1 being so powerful, there are less and less people who are turning to the V2 for that guaranteed freeze, being now that Shayol has been almost completely rotated out of the meta. There's no real need for the V2 anymore without the Shayol coming in. So the V1 is probably what he's going to be playing on, giving him a third dash opportunity to be able to come through and do a lot of extra damage. We are going to see him playing. Where is Frostivus? He is going to be on the V2. F2 of V2. I spoke a little too soon there, as JDG's verse is going to be picking up the V1. We have seen Frostivus traditionally playing on the V2. Standard picks for everybody else. It looks like nobody's going to be playing anything too out of the ordinary, but we are seeing a Shayol come into play here. Fat Milk F1 V2 Mio. Lots of the times we have seen these players opting for the F2 on Shayol, but being that he is the only Shayol playing in the lobby, the F1 is going to be more versatile for him to break combos.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say the meta's kind of drastically shifted with how many charges a lot of these popular ults like Kylan and Liam have now. It's kind of a death sentence to play without a combo breaker. We did see one Shiol earlier last week as well. They did play the F2 and they almost immediately found themselves regretting it as they were eliminated from the lobby first, I do believe. So I completely agree with the decision to go ahead and play that F1 to have the combo breaker so that you have the ability to get away, so you're not playing from behind. Even though the F2 is, you know, a combo setup or even potentially a combo extender, I get it. The F1 into this current meta just makes so much more sense. As we do kick things off here, we are in game 4 of 6. We are back on Praedoria. Bailey's T225 off to a little bit of a rough start here on the white armor. Not a lot of heals here. The cannon going to come through to do quite a bit of damage to him. He will get at least that one small HP heal off, but he doesn't have another one in the back pocket. What he does have, however, is the R&B here off of the staff, going to do a ton of damage here to Alliance's Frostivus. Turn the attention here on to Frostivus as he goes extremely low. Frostivus, though, going to catch some huge hits there off of the Fist Blade. Spider trying to come in to secure the elimination and going to give T225 a little bit of an opportunity to break away, but Spider now trying to turn it on him. He's going to be forced to invest the F. Frostivus will get one pot off, but Spider will find the bow shot there on to Frostivus, negating some of the healing that he does here. Frostivus just a little tick of armor, a little tick of HP. T225 still no health pots in the back pocket here. Spider going to come through, tries to secure it up. T225 looks to find the elimination, waits for Frostivus to come out, but Spider will be the one who picks up the elimination here onto Alliance's Frostivus. And now T225 playing on the back foot here. He does have the ultimate available to him. Spider already in that Matari ultimate. We're going to see T225 go ahead and invest that ultimate, trying to come through. He finds one hit, does not find the second one, looks for the follow-up. Now we see Spider onto the teleport back to T225. Finds another hit there off of the ultimate. He just needs one more. Spider, though, will find the teleport, will get the damage. He will get tap dodged away, but he comes back in with the tap dodge of his own, cleans it up for 2, and WVG Spider is awake, ladies and gentlemen.
That is the Spider that we've been missing all game. The kill on Frostivus, the 1 HP and a dream persistence. GG Shaw now going for the grapple bump extension into the 1.0 RMB. Bado's action is going to come away with the ultimate here, though he does need to get away as fast as possible. GG Shaw pressing very, very aggressively into this fight as action now is going to try and go for the full reset, is going to be able to come away with the reset. Now backing off still, doesn't want to engage on the fight too quickly. D-ults is going to be out of ultimate here, canceling it a little bit early to give himself just a little bit more rage. Shaw trying to come for the scale rush, action sending it the other way, breaking the ankles of GG Shaw, and it looks like they are going to lose each other a little bit. Shaw taking to the upper area to try and see if he can cut him off on the other side of the building. Now action going back down into the bottom. We are going to see the katana come back out from GG Shaw. Flipping now over Wu Fang and Xu Zhang going at it. Fist Blades versus Fist Blades. The rarity advantage is going to be going to Wu Fang here, but the damage gets brought out onto him just as fast as he was able to try and deal it himself here. Xu Zhang trying to make something happen with the bow shots in between. Tries to go for the parry. Is going to be unable to connect here. F8 coming in very fast for him. Liam versus Liam. Both ults are going to get popped here. Tap dodge away. Xu Zhang is able to use that to his advantage. He gets caught in the ultimate. And we are going to see now Wu Fang coming around, turning the combo completely on its head. Xu Zhang going to try and use the ultimate to get away. Now completely out of ult, running right into WBG Spider. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Spider using that Matari have to try and catch up. Xu Zhang is going to get eliminated. WBG Spider picking up the elimination. X1 Wu Fang now the next target. Spider is back in it, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness, WBG Spider, 3 eliminations off to a tear. We've seen Spider in this position before earlier this week. He just needs to take it to the late game now. He is playing Matari. He's going to have that opportunity. He needs to find some scaling, though, as he is behind in terms of armor and weapon selection. So hopefully he can find his way into the realm of Yang. And speaking of being behind in everything, Baoda's action right now, trying to get away here, trying to get the ult off, will get the ult off, will not get away, though, as KLA's T225 picks up the elimination on to Baoda's action. He plays Ring Around the Rosie for forever with GG Shaw here, trying to get that ultimate back online. He does manage to get it back online, but it's too little too late as KLA's T225 shows up. GG Shaw is also still waiting in the wings, and Shaw really mad about this. He put in all of the work to pick up that elimination onto Action, but it's KLA's T225 who finds that elimination, and now T225 completely in control of this fight. Shaw, no F ability in the tank, no ult in the tank. T225 full HP, almost full armor here, still has ultimate, has good nunchucks, will come in, clutch out the elimination, and go to 2. T225 just profits off of all the work that GG Shaw puts in, and Shaw gonna have to head back to the Soul Altar and start to loot up yet again as we head over to Wolves Wang Liang versus Alliance's Frostivus.
Wolves Wang Liang here trying to make something happen with the purple fist blades in hand. Does have the armor advantage here, but Frostivus keen on trying to come away with this elimination. We do see he has the Vulpine Essence, so we are going to see him go for this Yang pass, as they are going to be duking it out to see who will enter the Yang first here. It looks like Frostivus ready to try and make something happen with these fist blades. Does want to come away victorious here. The F getting invested by Wolves Wang Liang, bringing out the fan in this fight. Doesn't want to take the mirror matchup, or could not want to get his fist blades parried out from underneath him. Brings the fist blades back out here. It looks like he might need a little bit of that extra movement and damage, but now Frostivus just catching him on the backside again and again. Wang Liang forced to bring that ultimate out. Frostivus is going to bring the ult out of his own here. Does have the freeze available, but Wang Liang able to deal so much damage. Brings it back around. Frostivus in trouble now. Oh my goodness. This could be it for Frost. He is going to get the freeze. Wang Liang has the Vulpine Essence, and Frostivus goes down. Oh my goodness. We thought it was over. The Vulpine saves him. Oh, Frostivus, you're just getting the short end of the stick today, buddy.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's just no way to know, and Frostivus thinks he's got it. He's like, cool, I've got this fight. He's able to land the freeze, and then the Vulpine comes through, and that's all she wrote. Wolves Wang Liang into the Realm of Yang, going to be going head-to-head against EWG's Arano this time. Both of them going to go airborne here. Wolves with quite the gear advantage here, both the armor and in terms of weapon as well. Purple versus blues here, though the early pistol shot's going to just do a little bit of tickle damage here to Wolves as he comes in and finds a huge opener there onto Arano. Arano with no armor, going to find a little bit of control into the neutral there, get some of that armor off of Wang Liang, but Wang Liang still in a really good position here with these purple fist blades. Comes back around to find some more damage on Arano. Arano, though, going to find the uppercut into the re-grapple combo with the follow-up there off of the hang sword into the pistol shots. Now Arano feeling the heat's going to go ahead and pop that ultimate there, wants to keep the pressure up here onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang going to pop that ultimate as well, going to look for that opportunity to make something happen. Needs to be careful with the way Arano comes in, and Arano just cleans it up. He fakes going for the full charge, cancels back out, and goes for the double left click and cleans up the elimination on Wolves Wang Liang as we head into our other Realm of Yang. WBG Spider, like I said, needs to find that scale up this game, so he heads into the Realm of Yang as he's going head to head here with our boy X1's Wu Fang, and Wu Fang is just getting juggled. Spider is online, ladies and gentlemen. 4 eliminations, picks up a victory inside the Realm of Yang. Going to be picking up the Vermilion Bird's Bite. Will get that legendary weapon. Another set of purple armor. Going to get the full scale up as he heads out and looks for some more eliminations. We cut back to KLA's T225 here, going head to head with Baldaw's Action. T225 with the ult online. Will catch 1, will catch 2 onto Baldaw's Action. Not quite able to demech him. Will that time goes for the real. Cleans up the elimination, and KLA T225 finds his 3rd elimination as he sends Baldaw's Action packing back to the lobby.
Guess who's back? Back again. Spider and T225 are back in this game, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. They're putting on the show that we've wanted them to put on since game number 1. Game number 4, they're going to be able to try and make their points back from the first half of these games. Spider finally on the board, winning a Realm of Yang. He's got the Vermilions. He's going to play aggressive here. Flipping over now. Wu Fang, one of the players who does have that Yang depletion here, is going to be Stone Form playing around here. Switches to the dual halberds from FPX Verse. Going to try and go for a second 1.0 here. Tries to go for the overhold another time. And now Verse, gold greatsword in hand. This is an interesting one. We don't usually see very much greatsword into these games. He does have that Vermilion's Birdmite available. Wu Fang is going to be able to get the grapple bump into the confirmed 1.0 here. You're going to see the armor swap coming out. Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, though, does have the ultimate available. We are going to see the Liam ult doing so much. The armor swap coming in from Verse now as well. 2 blue armors in the exact same spot. Very interesting to see here. Verse 1 HP and a Dream here without his armor, and Verse is going to go down to T2 5, but Wu Fang is going to be able to cure the Yang depletion with the Soul Bloom and get himself out of there just as fast as he got himself in here. Now Spider fighting against Wang Liang here, goes into the switch dazzle. Oh my goodness. Whoa, WBG Spider styling on Wang Liang here. 1 HP and a Dream in the scale rush to confirm the elimination. Spider, oh my goodness, the switch dazzle in pro play is crazy.
I love Switch Dazzle as a Soul Jade, man. And the thing is sometimes all you need is to catch your opponent off guard one time, and that's one of the nice things about how many different Soul Jades there are. They really do change up some of the combos that come out. So something like Switch Dazzle, that's kind of universally considered a bad Jade, you know, you don't expect to see in pro play whatsoever. So Spider's just completely able to catch him off guard there. As we head over, it's going to be Chu Zhang versus GG Sha here, as well as BBE's Fat Milk. Maybe somebody might actually pick up the red legendary longsword here in this game, as we see Chu Zhang trying to keep the chase going. Fat Milk, though, wanting nothing to do with this. He is just trying to get out of here. He will catch an uppercut LMB there off of the dagger to knock Chu Zhang away. Chu Zhang gonna back off to take the reset. GG Sha, 521's Akame also showing up. WBG Spider nearby as well, looking to set up for the realm of Yang. JDG's Chu Zhang inside, trading blows here with GG Sha. Both of them on the fist blade. Sha with the white fist blades, though, just trying to use them for the movement to match GG Chu Zhang's. Chu Zhang gonna find a huge opener into the fight there onto GG Sha, though. Sha immediately gonna invest the teleport to try to break away here. Chu Zhang gonna keep moving onto the backside and look for the opportunity to find yet another reset here. Looking for an armor swap, not quite gonna find one. He does only have 4 shield pots here, so he does not want to expend shield pots if he doesn't have to, but unfortunately he's not going to find the loot that he's looking for, so he will be forced to burn those crucial resources so he can top up and keep his game alive. As we head over to Chu Zhang, will find a huge scale rush, this time onto 521's Akame, looking to find that same combo into Akame that he found onto GG Sha. Not quite going to find the full combo. It's a little terrain griefed here as we see ult starting to come through here from Akame, who's finding himself quite desperate. Akame going to catch one onto Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang into the white armor swap here. Yet another ult coming through. Chu Zhang going to play around the ultimate here, just trying to keep the game alive. Akame going to go down. It's WBG Spider who shows up yet again. Spider at 6 eliminations before zone 3.
Spider doing absolutely amazing this game here. Chu Zhang going to come away with a huge parry. Fat Milk getting a parry off is going to have to pop that Shayo ult. This is going to be an interesting one here with the amount of ranged attacks coming in. It's going to be pretty crazy here. Fat Milk able to send that first proc off, but now is going to get parried. Fat Milk is going to come away with the elimination on a Chu Zhang. I don't even know what happened there. Oh my goodness. Fat Milk is going to end up backing out really quickly. We're going to see KLA versus Fun Plus Phoenix in the first realm of Yang as Fat Milk takes his kill and gets out of there as fast as he possibly can. Going to go for a little bit of a replenish reset as we're seeing WBG Spider in the realm of Yang fighting against EWG's Arano. Gold Longsword versus Gold Longsword. We don't see very much Longsword coming through in the NBPL solos, so it's going to be a fun. This is basically a mirror matchup other than the heroes. We've got the same amount of armor. They've got the same weapons coming through here. We're going to see the switch to the fist blades for Arano as we first get into this. The LMB is going to catch here. Fist blades now coming out. Both players with very similar kits going on right now. As we're going to see the dodges coming through. Spider is going to be able to connect with his charge. We are going to see it come out again into the dodge. Now all Spider needs to do, pop his ultimate and take Arano out. With this teleport, we are going to see him go for a bit of a reset here. Spider not going to engage too quickly. He's going to try and just go for a scale rush up first. Now backing off, we're going to see Arano now coming onto the offensive, saving his ult. Is going to now go into catching him. Oh my goodness, he does catch him out with the F ability. Still hasn't popped ult. Is going to try and get Prio. It looks like Arano is going to be able to go for the uppercut combo into the carousel, into the grapple bump extension, and Spider... Oh my goodness, all he needed to do was ult. He had him on the ropes. He could have caught him out when he first went to reset. He let Arano reset. He let him get back to full health, and now he's got gold fist blades and gold armor. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely sad to see Spider drop down there. But again, he does have that extended timer, right? He's got 5 minutes to cleanse this Yang depletion. He's on the outside. He's already popping a bell, looking to find the elimination that he's looking for here. You know, it's an interesting position being in Matari there into the Hottie. The Hottie, believe it or not, actually can just take priority. If he releases when you teleport behind him, he takes prio over that attack there. So Spider really trying to hold on to that ultimate, didn't want to force his way into the Hottie and that Hottie have good timing and catch him out with that fire tick damage. Unfortunately for Spider, he does overhold on it, does not capitalize on the momentum that he finds himself heading back out from the realm of Yang with that Yang depletion. So now he's got to find an elimination. He's got to find a soul bloom to make his game stay alive here, and he certainly wants to keep this one alive. With 6 eliminations, he could have a huge game if he can find that first place finish, and he needs an MVP if he wants to stay in it to qualify for the bi-weekly final. Okay, ladies, T25 here going to take bow shot after bow shot from Spider in the back here, who's going to find the charged LMB off of that dagger as well. T25 decides he doesn't want anything to do with what's going on, but Spider says, nope, I need the elimination. I don't care if you want it or not. We're going to keep it going. Tries to go around the corner there. T25, though, with the overhold there, goes in to the meter jump from the nunchucks. Not going to find it, though. Spider goes for the teleport, comes back in yet again with the ultimate there, looking for it. T25 so low. He's looking to find the scale rush, tries to find anything there, tries to go in for the teleport, but Kylan with the ult will take prio over top of it. He's going to get some heal for himself. T25 goes so low. He's not able to get the kill, but can he get the soul bloom? He does, ladies and gentlemen. WBG Spider keeps his game alive.
Oh my goodness, the F dash in to get the bloom and the dash out. Precision work there, almost surgical, if you will, as we're going to take a look at Arano now in ultimate form, is going to try and dodge away from GG Shaw. Ultimate down now, Shaw on 1 HP. We are going to see him getting chased by Verse and the rest of the lobby here, as now he's running into a bunch of other players, and it looks like, oh my goodness, WBG Spider giving in onto the chase here. We're going to see who's going to come away with this elimination. It looks like Arano might be able to come away with the kill, which he does. Shaw a little bit frustrated there, as you can see. Arano picking up his 3rd elimination of the game. Now, Verse trying to make a play onto Arano. Everybody's got gold armor, I believe, except for, would it be Fat Milk and Wufang. Spider also only on the purple armor. We're seeing a lot of golds coming in from these players. With the Spirit Well to drop, there are going to be some more gold armors available for these players to try and take. Fat Milk on the other side of the building here. There's so many people in Imperium right now. It is going to be a very, very interesting end circle. I want to see a Terracotta Warrior hide right now. He's Arano. Go inside one of the Warriors. Do it. It'd be fun to see somebody just hiding out there until the end circle. We're not going to see that. These are pro players. They are going to be going for the win. Fung isn't here, so we don't get to have fun. Joking, of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we are continuing. 8 minutes and 53 seconds left. Circle 3 closing onto Circle 4 fully closed as we are speaking. FunPlus Phoenix Verse has a very, very stacked kit here. 2 gold weapons, 2 eliminations, a gold armor in hand. Oh, is he going to do it?
It looks like he's checking, though, as we are going to come back to a replay between T25 and FunPlus Phoenix's Verse inside the realm of the Yang here. T25 trying to set up these ults here to lock down those hits. Verse able to avoid them by using the F, and then the follow-up just stepping to the side of it. The scale rush there off of that legendary pulsar doing a lot of damage to T25. T25 just trying to close it out there with the range weapons. Verse, though, going to try to get a pot. He's able to get 1 off here as T25 tries to push in. Now, Verse able to just, in the end, take that final tick, takes control of it, comes out on top inside a realm of Yang. 5 players left remaining alive here as we are zone 4. We'll be collapsing on zone 5 in the next 43 seconds. We're going to see that first late game Bane's Breath coming through. Many of these players trying to break away. Fat Milk losing a little bit of his armor here, though, still holding on to the ult, just wants to break away as much as possible. Going to head towards the Bane's Breath in case he needs to utilize that space like we saw JDG's Chu Zhang do in the prior game. He will find the reset he's looking for, breaks the ankles of the players chasing for him. They do not know where he is, and he is going to step away. FunPlus Phoenix's Verse, though, will come back around to find him. He is going to look for the chase here, catches the grapple, gets a little bit of chip damage off him. Spider going to come through, though, looks to lock down onto Verse here, looking for an opportunity to come in here with this legendary longsword and make something happen. Fat Milk going to go topside, get away over the wall as well. Spider keeping it going. Fat Milk here, kind of the target of the lobby here. He's not really super vulnerable as it is, but being the only Sheol makes it extremely easy to keep track of who is who here. So Fat Milk trying to break away, gonna be forced to use the F1 as well, now on a 25-second cooldown, trying to make it happen. Verse with a huge parry with the follow-up riposte into the zone, and it's gonna be zone. Oh my goodness, X1's Wu Fang comes in with the charged R&B there off of the dual halberds, cleans up that elimination for himself. Verse not happy about it, but Wu Fang super happy to at least be on the board.
Wu Fang doing a good job of coming away with that elimination. The third-party kills are one of the most crucial elements of the NBPL, and Verse obviously not happy, but he's got to keep his head in the game. Otherwise, Arano is going to be coming away with his 4th kill of the game, as we are going to see Verse coming through with the Dreadful Whale. Looks like a Jade of Destiny has entered itself into the game here, as we're going to see him try and go for it again. It goes for the other side. We're going to see Verse sending out the Dreadful Whale again, bringing himself able to hold a very decent position here, as we're going to see the spikes as well coming into play. Nobody taking too much damage from them. Be a little bit of a hilarious endeavor if that were to happen here. We're going to see the Cloud Weaver coming in as well, as Verse switching over to that gray armor swap from the gold. This is an unfortunate situation to be in here. Unable to get the pots, but he is able to use the Cloud Weaver to his advantage. Arano is going to end up getting hit by the Bane's Breath, and now Justina Freeze coming in from Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, taking so much of his HP away. Arano is going to get frozen again into the double charge. Spider almost coming away with the elimination, tries to get the dash into the air. We are not going to see Arano get eliminated just yet, but Spider still giving an incredible chase. Arano taking so much damage, able to get away pretty quickly here. Has to de-ult, but is going to get a gold armor swap here from the... Oh my goodness, he's going to be able to get it from the Spirit Well coming through. And now Arano turning the fight around onto Spider. Spider now losing almost all of his HP here on his armor. Arano turning this fight around now, full aggression onto the Cloud Weaver. Spider taking a lot of damage here. He is going to have to force himself to get out of here really fast. This is not a good place for Spider to be. The positioning in the late game is definitely not where he wants to be. He's able to kite out most of the attacks here, finds himself a great armor swap, but this is not the position that he wants to be in. He wants to take these 6 kills to the very end, needs to heal himself up. He's taking some burn damage, he's taking storm damage. This is not looking good, ladies and gentlemen. Spider still 15 seconds on his F cooldown here. He did just use it. Is he gonna get the pot? Is he gonna get the pot? He gets the pot. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Did they leave him? They're not. Goodness.
I think he broke ankles. I think they don't know where he is. Arano spotted him, though, here with the cannon shot going to come through. Spider trying not to waste the pots he's got in the back pocket, looking to come back and potentially swap into an armor, but it looks like somebody else has picked up his legendary armor and gotten it healed here. So Spider just trying to keep things going with the single tick of white armor that he's got here. The chase continues on, though. They know Spider in a vulnerable state without his ultimate right now. On the backside, finds a little bit of a respite here, but the zone will collapse in. We will see some range shots coming in. The cannon shot's going to do quite a bit of damage to Spider here. And now Spider yet again on the run here. No ult available. Going to be forced to go ahead and pop the F here, using the LMB to go airborne there and avoid the grapple follow-up onto him. But Spider is not long for the world. There it is. EWG's Arano cleans it up, then finds a huge parry onto Funfulous Phoenix's Verse as well. He gets to knock him away. Going to invest the F to try to come around and catch him off guard there. Not able to land the cannon shots he was looking for, but Verse still on the back foot here, trying to get that legendary armor up. Now Arano kind of protecting the body here. Doesn't want to let anybody else come in and pick up these legendary weapons that he was able to parry away. Will use that cannon to his advantage. The pressure being created here by X1's Wu Fen, and there we go. We're going to see the hook form come through, and Verse is going to eat all of it, ladies and gentlemen, into the Cloud Weaver from EWG's Arano, and things are not looking good for Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse here. The ult going to come through. He gets the freeze. The Cloud Weaver re-follow up, and there it is. EWG's Arano will find another elimination. He needs one more. If he can take this away here, he will take the MVP away from WDG Spider. Arano wants it. He's hungry for it. X1's Wu Feng, though, trying to make it happen, but Arano is just on fire today, ladies and gentlemen. Wu Feng takes so much damage. He's trying to come through. The ult is online. There it is. And we're going to see the hottie go for the ult to avoid the ult there from Wu Feng. Looks to come in, and he's just playing with him. Look at it. He's doing the tap dodge dance here on it. Looks for the opportunity, comes in, will find the fully charged LMB there. The fire tick doing so much damage, and EWG's Arana will pick up a 6 elimination, takes the first place finish, and will be walking away your MVP for game number 4.
Spider starts doing well, but Arano shut the door in his face, coming away with the last 3 eliminations of the game. He takes out Spider, he takes out Verse, and he takes out Wu Feng. EWG's Arano, the dark horse of the season, starting things off so far with an absolute beautiful performance. I remember when Arano was always in the bottom of the leaderboards. EWG's Arano did not show very much promise in these earlier seasons, but is now saying that he is ready to come play at the big kids table. Ladies and gentlemen, EWG's Arano is our MVP of game number 4.
Like, even though Arano comes out on top here, Spider's got to feel good about this. He has not had a big game all season, and I know it's the very beginning of the season, but, you know, when we've talked about Spider in the past, Spider is very much a mental player. When he has bad games, he is one of those players that lets it get to him. It's very hard for him to bounce back in the end, but it is WBG Spider who finds a good game here. You can see the look of happiness on his face when we cut back to him with the camera as well. He is feeling good about this game, so hopefully he carries that momentum heading into game number 5, and we get to see the WBG Spider we all know and love, because that has not been on display this season yet. So it's good to see him make a return to form, and he pops off this game. He doesn't find the MVP, but still a huge game for Spider.
Oh, it was definitely a huge game. We saw a lot of really crazy plays coming out from him, especially in the realm of Yang. It did unfortunately lose that second one, but it was still a phenomenal fight coming out. Just a little bit of a hold on the ult that was taking a little bit too long. He was able to come around there, but EWG's Arano showing up to play. Absolutely phenomenal. We're going to flip to you guys for a question really quickly, and we'll get right back to talking about game number 4 and the stunning performance of Arano. Quick question for you guys though, get some summer split random gifts if you answer right. Which hero did WBG Spider use in game number 4? Was it A, Takeda, B, Karumi, C, Matari, or D, Liam Yu? Guys, it's B. Come on. We've seen him. He's a Karumi main. You guys know this. Come on.
Long gone are the days of Karumi solos in pro play. All the way back when Yodo dominated the solo meta for a minute, and the only time we saw Karumi in pro play when she was able to use her umbrella to break through the dreaded F3 of Yodohime. What days those were, Seb. I find myself being quite nostalgic for some of the crazy picks we used to see in the old days. I loved it though. We had a player, I do believe it was the king of Yodohime himself, who actually pioneered playing the Karumi and using the umbrella to knock other Yodohimes outside of their own F3 and then clutch up eliminations on him. But it's been a hot minute since we've seen that happen.
Those 16 Yodo circles where there were 8 Yodohimes left alive, people were going for the box and there were 5 F3s on the Morris Blessing. And then the end circle ults where there's just 7 demon swords just going around all at the same time. Whoever ults last wins, because they could just outlast everybody with the damage reduction. Was absolutely insane. It was such a great time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing much of that anymore, but the meta has changed for the better. The Liams are coming out on top. The Justinas are coming out on top. And the Mataris have been showing a lot of promise in this NBPL season. And for your answer to the question, Matari was the one that Spider's been playing. We must have done the... Everyone has picked their answer by now. You guys already know this. Answer to the question. You guys got it. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you will be the ones to win the Summer Split random gifts as we go into game number 5. Rune, what was your highlight of game number 4?
I mean, just getting to see Spider come back online, right? That's the Spider we're used to seeing, right? If we talk about Spider, Spider is like a brilliant flame that burns out really fast, right? He is a player that if he has a good start to the day, will typically have an extremely good day. But he is a very mental player. When he has a bad game, he lets it get to him. Speaking of having a good game, though, Spider has an excellent game here, 6 eliminations, finds himself in that 4th place finish for a game score of 7.5, which is respectable. And Arano here, EWG, 6 eliminations, gets that 1st place finish, will be the first player to break 10 points here. It hits the double digits with the game score of 10.2 for game number 4.
Absolute phenomenal 10.2. I believe that's the highest amount of points that somebody has gotten in a game, in a single game today, is yes. Arano with the 10.2. Spider coming with the 7.5 is absolutely huge as well. Hopefully he will be able to keep consistent and put those numbers back up in these next couple of games, and hopefully Frostivus is able to turn that 4 into something a little bit bigger to bring him into the top 12 to qualify for the NBPL finals.
Oh my goodness, yeah, we're taking a look at the overall standings on the scoreboard here. Fat Milk moving his way back up out of 18th place into that 17th place slot there with 15.5, 7 points on the board for the day. Unfortunately, Frostivus not finding any points in his last game here. Taking a look at Battle's action with a total of 16 points on the board for the day already, with 2 games still left to play. Having an absolutely great day for himself, setting himself up to have 2 20-point days back to back here for a really consistent score. Wolves, Wang Liang, also 14 points on the board, having a very good day. Fun plus Phoenix's Verst, 18.5 for the day. EWG's Arano now up to a 25.2, already beating out his day 1 with 2 games left to play. And JDG's Chu Zhang moving into that 2nd place position over Zhang Yuan here, having 17.4 points for the day for a total game score of 50. If he can have a repeat performance, we could see him potentially overtake OUG's Mike here if he continues to build points the way he did during day number 1.
Yeah, and Arano 0.6 points behind Chu Zhang, so it's going to be a close call between the 2 of those players. Hopefully we can see a few more of Spider coming through into this, as well as Spider. We are going to see him taking out KLA's T225 with 1 HP and a Dream with the follow-up after the LMB coming through, dealing so much damage, able to take it away. KLA's T225 demolishing GG Shaw, and then Wolves here, the Vulpine Essence secret back pocket move here as Frostivus thinks he's won, and then the full HP, he goes, oh wait, I am screwed here, as we see Arano taking the win in the Realm of Yang versus Wolves Wang Liang as well. In the 2nd Realm of Yang, he came away victorious against WBG Spider with an absolutely beautiful carousel move into the grapple bump, into the 1-2. Phenomenal move as Wu Fang was able to come away with a couple of eliminations here. Arano was able to come away with the last 3 eliminations to seal the deal on his game and get the most scoring point game as we've seen so far today.
Yeah, this game 4, very, very good game. WBG Spider did what he did best in this particular game, right? When he typically pops off, he kind of forces the rest of the lobby to play at his pace. We were down to 5 players left alive when Zone 3 was collapsing onto Zone 4. You know, and that's what WBG Spider does. When he has big games like this, he absolutely full sends it, force the lobby to play at Mach 2. Speaking of playing at Mach 2, though, EWG's Arano here are going to be taking his 2nd MVP of the season. 21,000 damage, 6 eliminations, and 2 parries. 12,000 of that damage coming in from melee weapons, and a whopping 7,500 from the Fist Blades. He's got Mortal Defiance, Soul Slash, Varge's Grip, and Cloud Weaver. Absolutely setting himself up for success. He also has that Rupture Gale Orb, which is why we see that cannon putting in so much work in the end.
Yeah, the cannon burn as well. I mean, giving that fire tick damage is just such a crucial element of his game. Being able to deal damage over time, like we've said time and time again, it is one of the most powerful things that you are going to be able to do. As EWG's Arano takes the victory in game number 4. We're going to be jumping onto Holoroth for game number 5, and this is going to be an interesting one, ladies and gentlemen. Holoroth is going to give us a brand new map coming through. I mean, not brand new, but we're going to see a different map than Predoria coming through for game number 2 on Holoroth. Then we will be finishing on Morris Isle for game number 6 of the day. And like you said, we started with Fireflies, so we're going to end with Fireflies. Game number 6 is sure to be a crazy one, but before that, we got to get into game number 5. This game is going to be crazy. I can't remember exactly who is going to be first hero picks, but the 2 Liams in this game, hopefully they will be able to run the numbers up.
Look, Seb, I know you're looking for that Liam MVP. We see it time and time again. And again, I think when we head into the bi-weekly next week, I think we might see Liam shift out of that must-have positioning. You know, when you come into the week, you kind of have to set a solid strategy for yourself with these hero picks, knowing how these phase picks work and stuff. It's kind of very important, especially because you can only play the same hero twice. You can kind of walk yourself into a trap if you don't keep to the plan that you keep for yourself at the beginning of the week. But I think we've seen now that Liam, even though he was that most valued pick and maintains that most valued pick right now, really hasn't been bringing the value to these players that they've been expecting out of the hero. So I would expect a shift heading into our second bi-weekly in terms of solos, maybe even a shift when we get to finals as well. Maybe some players will have a strategy on lockdown now that they've had a week of games to kind of put it together for themselves, but time will tell if that is the case or not. I'm excited though. Heading in, I think we can expect a little more of the same from the hero picks in this particular game. If we're going to see anything crazy, we're going to see it in game number 6, of course, that being a Firefly map and it being so late in the day that the hero selection is going to be a little bit drier for some of these players going forward, especially for these players who have already locked in their same hero pick twice. I do believe EWG Zerano already being one of those players, WBG Spider, Alliance's Frostivus as well. So a lot of these players need to be careful heading into that game number 6 with those hero picks. But we are going to go ahead and kick things off with game number 5 here, our second map of Holoroth for the day here in our solos day number 3. And we're going to get a look at those picks here very shortly.
And taking a look at the picks, it's probably going to be the same standard that we have been seeing, like you said. I want to see an outlier pick. We don't have Panda Man to come in today and make our picks. We haven't seen very much. A pick that is off meta, like completely off the meta. We've seen Shayol, it's kind of off meta nowadays, but we don't see the Tarka pick anymore, which is something that I do miss about the NBPL that we haven't gotten to see yet this season. Hopefully we'll see it. I doubt it, but you know, it's going to be pretty standard hero picks, and it is sure to be a great game. The Holoroth map, it's going to be a very interesting for the terrain. So we're going to be seeing how these players are going to be running into this as soon as we get ready for the hero picks. And to be picking first is Frostivus and Fat Milk. Frostivus and Fat Milk are going to be having that first pick on the Liam. So hopefully Frostivus will be able to pick up some more points.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see how the hero selection goes as we continue to get later in the game here. And like you said, Frostivus and Fat Milk on that first pick for hero selection. Fat Milk to be locking in the Liam selection. Frostivus contemplating here. No, he will be taking the Liam. No real surprise in that there, though. I thought for a second Frostivus might have decided to take another pick here, but we're going to head on in. It's going to be Versa and Spider locking in the double hottie pick. Again, no surprises here. Again, these players know what the phase selects are going to be coming into the day, and they likely have a plan locked down. Akame going to be taking that Matari pick. KLA's 2225, though, looking to lock in the Temi pick in round 3. Typically, we don't see him until round 5 or 6 of hero selection. But again, Temmie, one of those heroes I feel like you can always find a value on. And I think what T225 needs right now is most certainly a value round. We're going to see action here from Baoda locking in the Matari pick with the triple Matari. Matari going to find their way onto the ban list here. Arano with the Akos pick and a Kai Lin pick finally coming in, not till 5th round. And it's going to be for Wolves Wang Liang that leaves Kai Lin available for the round 6 selection. JDG's Chu Zhang already going to lock that in tight. And now it's up to X1's Wu Fang who they're going to play. And looks like he's having a little trouble deciding, but he will lock in the Kai Lin since it is available.
And the Kai Lin is the easy pick there. Locking in a hero that you're going to have more than 2 of in the game is a pick that is definitely a no-brainer. Being able to cause more confusion, having 3 of your heroes in game when there's typically only 2 of the more favored heroes, 3 Kai Lins in this game is going to give Wu Fang a leg up on the competition to be able, when he is trying to weave and duck and dodge through these players, he'll be able to break ankles a lot easier when fighting around the other Kai Lins. And hopefully he can use it to his advantage to capitalize and pick up some extra kills as we are about to join into game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Hollow Roth, let's go. We are going to be ready to see it. Let's take a look at what abilities everybody is going to be running here. It looks like pretty standard. Arano on the Akos is going to be F1 V2, F1 V2 for the Kai Lins. The Hotties F2 V2, pretty standard. F1 V1 for the Liams and F2 V2 for the Mataris.
As we take a look here, both Wu Fang, Wolves, Wang Liang, and 521 Zakame going to be on their second or their only available double hero pick. So Wolves, his second time on Kai Lin, Wu Fang, second time on Kai Lin, and Akame, his second time on Matari going into game number 5 here. Gigi Sha as well going to be playing his second time on Matari, and they can only play a hero once throughout the day. That means every other hero has got to be a unique pick. They've got to play at least 5 heroes throughout the 6 games of the day. As we take a look here, we're going to see JDG Xu Zhang and Wolves Wang Liang looking to contest podium here, looking to pick up that early golden armor or early golden weapon for themselves. A couple of the players heading on out all the way to the east side, as well as some players heading all the way out to City of Tang here on the western side of the map. Looks like EWG's Arano gonna try to take most of Tang to himself, and 521 Zakame starting just north of there, looking to maybe pressure into City of Tang after taking some loot without being contested.
And the Salvation Podium Pillar is going to be a crucial element to be able to get that legendary item before anybody else in the game is going to be able to get anything of that rarity. We're going to be taking a look across the sides of the map. KLA's T225 is going to be pretty much isolated except for Frostivus, who is going to be located very close by. EWG's Arano already high on the aggressive, does have that ultimate available here. We are going to see the Tiger Leap come out, hitting and connecting onto Wu Fang here. We're going to see the pounces come out. Wu Fang doing a great job of tap dodging, able to get Prio here, but the F1 is going to come out invested into a Tiger Pounce. Wu Fang is going to get eliminated here, completely decimated by EWG Zarano on the Akos right off the bat here, picking up his first kill of the game, setting the pace that he has been all day. WBG Spider on the back foot here as a Fun Plus Phoenix now going to go for the overhold here, but Spider able to come away with the parry there. Pretty interesting mechanic that we are going to see going on. WBG Spider still giving chase onto JDG's verse. Gets an armor swap into a blue here. We're going to see Spider trying to go for the overhold. Tries to go for the parry. Verse isn't going to be able to hit the parry. Now we're going to see Spider hitting the parry onto Fat Milk, turning the riposte around onto Verse. We're going to see Spider bringing out the ultimate now to try and secure the kill onto JDG's Verse. And it looks like, Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, as he is going to get chased down. The burn tick is going to happen. The 2 charge now onto Verse is going to try and come away. Fat Milk trying to steal this kill out from underneath him, and it looks like he might be able to, as Spider is going to get let out of the ult. Spider picking up the kill with a lone uppercut, but now Fat Milk on the front foot of this fight. Spider does need to get out of there. One hit from the pole sword and he will be eliminated. Tries to go for an armor swap. He's going to be unable to get something, but he gets a huge parry off onto Fat Milk, turning this fight around. Does have that F available, but the ultimate is going to come out. Spider doing a great job of tap dodging to stay away here, and now he's going to take the portal into the Yushan ruins, but he is in the storm. Going to be taking zone tick. Doesn't have a lot of health to play around with here. Does need to find himself a way out.
Pots.
Oh my goodness, no pots. This is going to be it for Spider here. Oh my goodness, he could go down really fast. Doesn't make it back in, but doesn't let the kill happen to Fat Milk.
Yeah, Fat Milk on the same position as Spider was, now trying to take a pot, though. He at least has the resources, but FunPlus Phoenix's verse doesn't look like he's going to let him get away with it. No ult to his name, no F ability either, so Verse here just needs to clean it up. Will find that fire tick on to Fat Milk. Fat Milk just trying to stay alive here, but the zone tick going to be too much for him, as FunPlus Phoenix's verse will come out on top there and will pick up the elimination, hanging on over to GG Shaw here, and literally cleaning up the end of that fight there. You're going to take that teleport on over to Wolves. Wang Liang, and that's Wang Liang eliminated twice already before zone 1 even starts to collapse onto zone 2 here, and that's going to be Wang Liang heading back to the lobby. EWG's Arano nearby with 1 elimination, but purple armor and those purple fist blades a huge advantage here over GG. Shaw will swap to the musket and find a couple shots there on to Shaw, but only a little bit of tick damage. Tries to find the F, not quite going to find it. Shaw though will find the jumping parry there, will take the weapon advantage that we see here for EWG's Arano, taking those purple fist blades and turning things around here onto EWG's Arano. Arano trying to back away here, looking to go ahead and take a reset. Still holding on to the ultimate in the back pocket here. Now Shaw going to come in with a quick scale rush there for a little bit of damage. Arano will find a little bit as well, but Shaw returns the favor. Arano now into the uppercut combo there off of the dual halberds here. Quite a bit of damage onto Shaw. Shaw almost no armor, but Shaw returns the favor, and Arano and Shaw just trading blows back and forth here. Yet again, going back into the grapple bump there, off of it with the scale into the pistol shot before he hits the ground and picks up the elimination. EWG Arano looked like things had been flipped on his head. He's going to come back in. He's going to pick up those purple fist blades, pick up the elimination. He goes to 2, and Arano looks to do it again, Seb.
Phenomenal kill from Arano, 2 eliminations, and being on the lone ACOS, doing that is a very big difficulty for him, or for anybody in this game. And now he's picked up his 2nd elimination going into this. He's got purple armor, purple fist blades. He is going to be an absolute menace coming into this game. Oh, gonna take a Realm of Yang, hopefully, and he is gonna try and pick up as many kills as possible, going for another MVP. We are taking a look at the map. We're seeing a couple of players, Fat Milk and WBG Spider, closer to that north side of the map. We're seeing Baoda's X-Shin got Plumed Castle all to himself, as Frostivus looks like to be closing on to the Plumed Castle Realm of Yang. Looks like he's decided to take a trip back down to the crowded realm down at the bottom. Arano, FunPlus Phoenix's verse, X1's Wu Fang, and now Frostivus have all joined the party close to this realm portal. We are going to see them fighting for the Yang Pass. We might even see somebody go down before the Yang even drops. Gray fist blades in hand for Verse right now. Just going to use them for a little bit of movement to avoid these cannon shots from Wu Fang. Wu Fang doing a great job of holding his position, sending out some damage. Great tap dodges of the cannon shots here, as we are going to see some fist blade attacks starting to come out now. Verse going to go for the Yang Pass, is going to end up holding his ground here. We're seeing the Yang starting to open up here as the fist blades are coming out. Wu Fang relentless in his pursuit of FunPlus Phoenix's verse. Great movement here by Verse to avoid all of these attacks here. Going to try for the scale rush. Isn't going to connect. Goes for the parry a little bit early on the parry here. Is going to end up getting punished by that. The F ability comes out, but to no avail. Wu Fang here now on the back foot of the fight is going to take a pot to back off here. It's going to take a second for him to get back into this fight. Verse was able to find himself an armor swap here. Has 20 more seconds to wait out. Does have his ultimate and F ability available, so he is going to just be able to kite this out until the Realm of Yang spawns in.
Yeah, Verse not worried about this whatsoever. He's still holding on to ult as well. He could easily use that to go airborne and to fly right on down to the portal. Wu Fang really trying to hold the space here, but he's not been able to find an upper hand. He will find some hits into the fight though, but with only a couple seconds left remaining, Verse just needs to touch the portal. There it is. Unfortunately, Wu Fang won't get to head into the Realm of Yang, and it looks like it's going to be BBE's Fat Milk versus Fun plus Phoenix's verse inside the realm of Yang, and we're going to cut to that here shortly. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Verse still on the white fist blades, but is going to swap to the blue nunchucks here as we go around. Neither player going to go airborne off to the start here, as both of them look to find a way into this fight, looking for a scale rush. We will find a scale rush into a clank here, but still no big damage from either side. Verse will find the first entry into the fight here on to Fat Milk, looking to back away, does not want to walk into that fan. LMB is able to find yet another big hit in and looks for another one.
Oh
he goes
my
for one,
goodness.
he goes for two, he goes for three, he gets all three, and immediately comes out on top as we head to WBG Spider versus Alliance's Frostivus inside the realm of Yang, and it looks like Frosty in control of the fight right now. Spider forced to burn the Hottie ultimate. Frostivus still holding on to ultimate here as Spider looks to find a way into the fight here. Comes back in, will find the charge to LMB there off of the ultimate. Will find a second one, a little bit of fire tick damage, but now Frostivus with the ult going to be invested off the side here. Will throw it out, looks to find a way into the fight. He needs to make something happen. Spider here, the ult going to end early now as Frostivus looks to come in. Spider trying to keep it alive for himself here, still with a huge advantage here. Frostivus has got to play this extremely well to come out on top. He's going to find a huge entry into the fight here, but Spider just needs one control of the neutral here. We're going to see Frostivus back away here. No, he keeps the pressure up, even though Spider just needs one. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. He throws him back yet again. Spider just needs it. There it is. A single tick off of Frostivus. WBG Spider comes out on top inside your realm of Yang.
Oh my goodness, the fight going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Frostivus unable to pop ult in time, loses so much HP on the back foot as soon as the ult gets popped. Was not enough to be able to come away victorious in the realm of Yang. He is going to have to take himself to a soul altar and then find himself a bloom to cure that Yang depletion. As we're flipping now, X1 Wufang fighting against 521 Akame here. We're going to see him try and go with the purple dual blades here, trying to make something happen. Tries to go for the parry on to the dagger. Dagger, very, very difficult for him to be able to get that parry timing on. Looks like Akame doing a very good job of kiting out right now. We are seeing them clank across from each other, trying to see if he can get Prio. Akame using that dagger to be able to just kite away from all of the attacks. The cavalry bloom does come out from Wufang here, tries to go for the parry. We are going to see the ultimate now coming out. Wufang doing a great job of using his F ability to get away, and it looks like Wufang is just going to back off as Fat Milk goes down to EWG's Arano in the kill feed. Fat Milk eliminated with 0 kills on the board so far. Fun plus Phoenix's verse now getting chased by EWG's Arano. Gonna take some berries mid-fight here, as we are gonna see him scaling up and down the buttery rocks. Verse does have that Vermilion's Birdmite, so he is not too upset if he does lose this fight, but it would be very upsetting for him if he does go out now. No ultimate available. It looks like he already invested it. The armor swap is going to come out. The jumping LMB from Arano is going to connect here as he tries to go for the parry again. We're going to see the ultimate coming out from Arano now. We are going to see the Tiger Pounce coming through, connects onto Verse, trying to get the leap across. A great job of tap dodging here. The F1 is going to come out, tries to get the leaps again and again, is going to miss the second Tiger Pounce here as he brings it around. All he needs is one more jumping LMB. Verse trying to make something happen, tries to throw the focus attack out, but Arano with so much HP. Verse bringing it back around, 1 HP in a dream, but a parry from Arano is going to end Verse's reign. He does have the Vermilion's Birdmite, so he will be coming back, but no, Frostivus in the same situation that we saw him in the Yang. WBG Spider on top, the F ability coming out, and there we go. Frostivus eliminated from game. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Frostivus eliminated from game number 5 as Bowda's action also goes down.
Yeah, EWG's Arano and WBG Spider currently leading the lobby. Arano with 4, Spider with 3. And Arano, just the consistency from him today, absolutely insane. He has not had a bad game as we cut over to Wufang, picking up the elimination on T225. T225 with the Vermilion, though, going to be heading back to the Soul Altar. Game is not over for him. JDG's Chu Zhang needing to pick up that Soul Bloom, but not able to find it. There's 1 minute and 48 seconds to make it happen, and he burned his ult for it, so he's going to find himself in a pretty tough situation here. Wufang backing away, doesn't want to give Chu Zhang a single opportunity to pressure into this fight. He burns the bell as well, so Chu Zhang has no idea which direction he's headed into. We're going to see Chu Zhang move towards the other side, towards GG Sha, Fun plus Phoenix's Verse, and EWG Zarano, and this is not where you want to be. Chu Zhang comes in. He knows he's going to have to make something happen here around the entrance to Yang if he's going to keep the game alive. 1 minute and 16 seconds left on the Yang depletion. He looks towards Arano, but Arano is just going to head away here. GG Shaw and Verse going to be trying to trade blows over the realm of Yang. Chu Zhang needs something, anything. He's got 60 seconds left remaining on the clock. He's going to get clipped with the scale rush there from the pole sword. Going to take away half of his armor here, and he's still looking for that opportunity. Legendary fist blades. He can make the damage happen if he can land anything. 50 seconds left remaining there on the Yang depletion. Shaw Verse just trading blows here. Shaw going to come up and parry Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang just getting hit left, right, and center here. Not able to make anything happen here. Verse continuing to trade blows here. Chu Zhang at half health. Another huge hit from the pole sword. Chu Zhang, 30 seconds left remaining, but a ton of damage dealt to him. The odds do not look good that Chu Zhang is going to be able to make anything happen here, ladies and gentlemen. Blood's in the water. He lands a parry. He gets the riposte there. Huge damage on the GG shot. Chu Zhang trying to keep the game alive. Will find the white armor swap, but he's only got 15 seconds. What can the man do? He's got to make something happen. He's got to make a play. He's not going to find it as he gets caught out by yet another grapple. 8 seconds left remaining. The question is just who's going to pick up the elimination at this point, and it's going to be 5-2-1 Zakame who finds the scale rush kill onto our boy JDG's Chu Zhang.
Beautiful scale rush coming in, but it looks like GG Shaw is going to be the one to reap the rewards, as he did pick up those golden fist blades that are going to be a highly coveted weapon, especially as they are continuing on into the game. WBG Spider getting into a bit of a range battle with Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse here, as they both took a bunch of range damage here. It's going to be Hung Sword versus Pole Sword in this fight. Huge parry coming out. Spider doing an absolutely amazing job at coming away with the parry there. Super nice jump parry. Spider now is going to be able to get the LMB prio into the combo, into the grapple bump, and into the game over. See you later, Verse. Spider coming away with a textbook Hung Sword combo there, as we're going to see Arano coming through, trying to make something happen with the purple fist blades. KLA T225 with the blue fist blades in hand, gets the scale rush into the jumping LMB. Arano now trying to make something happen, is going to try and go for the scale rush up into, gets scale rushed by KLA T225. We're going to see him come through the scale rushing, trying to make something happen here. Both fighting their hardest, exactly mirroring each other's moves. And now all he needs to do is come away with something. The two off-hero picks here, Akos versus Temi. You're going to see the scale rush coming through, trying to make the pounce happen here. See, he does still have both of his pounces. Arano just going to go for the reset here. Instead of trying to enter into the storm, he is enter into the sand. Well, he is going to just try and go for some pounces on the outside, seeing if he can do anything. He does get the grab, but there's only 38 seconds left. They're both full HP. Ults both down for the both of them. We are going to see him get the prio here, gets the uppercut into the focus, into the jumping LMB, into the next jumping LMB. We're going to see him trying to go for the focus. Whoever comes away victorious here, huge parry potential available, but Arano getting prio again. Oh my goodness, TG25 getting absolutely decimated by EWG's Arano, who is just dominating the class today. Wu Fang here on the Yang. What looks like to be Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse could be on Yang depletion here, as Wu Fang trying to make something happen. Parry coming out. The F ability is going to be invested. Verse going to be able to come away with a huge parry into the 1.0. We are going to see the F come out from Wu Fang now. The 1-2 from the dual blades, golden dual blades in hand, is going to be very dangerous for Wu Fang. Wu Fang now on the bottom side, going to try and go for a charged attack. We are going to see the scale rush coming in above here as Wu Fang tries to go for the reset. Verse into the 1-2, tries to go for the charge. We are going to see the overhead connect. F ability launched by JDG's Verse. The overhead again into the jumping LMB, into the jumping LMB. Verse now forced to ultimate here. We are going to see Wu Fang hitting the ultimate as well. Gets a little bit stuck on the terrain. Is going to try and find Verse, but it looks like he's lost him.
Yeah, super unfortunate for X1's Wu Fang here. He goes outside, he gets a little caught on the window, doesn't find the time to find the follow-up to try to demech Verse, so he's just going to have to opt for the full reset and take this back to neutral here. And a very unfortunate turn of events for Wu Fang. He had the potential to come out on top here, but Verse has got to keep the pressure going on this fight, so Wu Fang will find another opportunity to try to make it happen. Verse going to find his way in there, but Wu Fang going to come back around with the charge to LMB. He misses and lets it go for too long. Verse will find the parry, but Wu Fang going to use the F to break away there. Verse in the lead here with these legendary dual blades, looking to make something happen. Will find the overhead R&B versus forced to use the F to break away there or be extremely punished off that R&B from the staff. Now Wu Fang trying to break away here, looking to find the R&B yet again, doesn't quite find it, goes for the jumping parry, but Verse just goes for the overhold, doesn't quite find it, but will find a couple of hits into the neutral. Wu Fang finally able to find the charged R&B there off of the staff to get a little bit of damage here, finds the advantage into the fight here, looks for a couple more hits here, is just looking to play it slow here, will find another one. Verse will have to go into the F2 yet again, but Wu Fang finds the follow-up chase and will find the elimination. It's going to be his third elimination in this game. Wu Fang trying to fight for his way, crawl his way into the top 12 so he qualifies for the bi-weekly finals as we head on over to SS1 versus KLA's T225. T225 just trying to break away here. Will come down to do a little bit of shopping, finds the full reset for himself as well. Will go airborne off of the list. Juji Shah completely broken away here. Wants nothing to do with that fight as he looks for the full reset. WBG Spider down below as well. Arano and Spider still leading the lobby. Arano with 5 eliminations and WBG Spider holding off on 4. Spider going to come in up top. Arano as well with the staff looking at to make something happen on to Gigi Shah. Kame coming it down from below. The bow shot going to come in and catch T2225. The Wisp going to go airborne. They're not going to catch a Kame on the edge though, a little too far to the right as T225 just looks to break away here. No Wisp, no ultimate. Needs to be careful about how he takes it. 6 players left remaining as Zone 3 completely collapses onto Zone 4. We're going to see your first late games Bane Breath get ready to come drop down on the map. So many of the players being weary about what fights they are going to take, and we're going to see GG Shah finally find his way back into the circle there after finding a full reset on the outside edge of the zone. T225 surprisingly keeping the pressure up here, given that the Bane getting ready to come in, as well as the fact that he doesn't have his ultimate here, able to find some huge damage onto 521's Akame, moving into the bot side here, looking to keep the eyes off him. Akame, no shield here, forced into the ultimate. T225 just playing the long game here, wants to let that ultimate burn out before he's forced to take that fight. Let the rest of the lobby do the work for him. WBG Spider coming topside. Akame going to be found by EWG's Arano. Arano onto an absolute tear this time around. Akame going to be forced to invest the ultimate there to get away. No charge left, no F available either. And Akame now the one being chased down up by the lobby. He's so vulnerable with no ultimate, no escape from the F either. We're going to see that F come back off cooldown in just a second here. There does Akame, 1 F available, going to be forced to invest it immediately just to try to break away. Look for the opportunity. No stamina, needs to get a pot off now before players come around. Will find a single pot, looks to find a second one. Not going to get the full recovery he was hoping for though, is T225, who let the rest of the lobby put in the work and comes back around and knows that Akame is going to be vulnerable, wants to keep the pressure going. The F comes back off of cooldown. Akame will find another dash away here, but T225 is going to keep the chase alive, as well as GG Shah, who shows up looking to apply pressure here to Akame. Akame on the outside of the spiral tower here, just trying to utilize the scale rushes to keep the pressure off of him, but GG Shah at T225 are going to maintain that pressure. T225 goes airborne, looking to come down. It's Shah though that he's going to find. He's going to find a huge bit of damage onto GG Shah, and it looks like Akame has been able to break the ankles of T225 as T225 now thinks it is GG Shah who is the Akame Matari that we saw earlier, and T225 keeps the pressure going, does not care. Gonna have that ultimate back online very shortly. We'll find a hottie, and T225 is just out here throwing hands. He doesn't even care who he's taking blows with anymore.
And there we go. WBG Spider picking up his 5th elimination in the game. 1 pull sword shot with 1 second left on the timer is always going to give you an elimination, as EWG's Arano trying to keep his lead for eliminations now, finding GG Shah, getting him extremely low here, as we are going to see the F ability getting tossed out from the ultimate here, getting Prio 1, 2, 3. He's going to be able to come away with the eliminations here. Now Spider is going to try and go for that scale rush, decides to take it in another direction here. Now going against Wu Fang. Wu Fang trying to run away, but Arano still giving extreme chase. He still has a 2 full minutes left on his White Tiger's prowess. This is going to give him a super huge advantage into these fights, healing a lot of HP, giving him a special buff as he goes into this combat here, as he's going to try and take out Wu Fang before the Circle 5 closes onto Circle 6. Seeing giving up relentless chase, gold armor, gold fist blades in hand. He's stacked and set, ready to go. Wu Fang trying to run away as fast as possible here. might have to pop the ult quickly. We are going to see the gold dual blades come into play here as Akame trying to make something happen as well. Coming in onto the third party, we're going to see Wu Fang now. No health or no armor available right now as he's going to try and go for the overhold charge onto Akame. Akame now dangerously low. Huge parry coming out. Arano is going to be the one who's going to get parried. Now Akame into ultimate form is going to dash away. Arano is going to just take the L right now and decide to heal up and go for the reset. He doesn't want to overheat now, but I guess he's decided it's still part of his time to shine. Akame now up on top with the gold fist blades that he parried away from Arano now. The scale rush into the 1-2. Into the 3, he's got 1 dash left, no F available now. Akame on his last legs. Arano chasing as fast as possible, wants this elimination bad. The whole lobby sees it, the whole lobby knows it. Spider wanting to come in as well. Akame trying to get away as fast as possible, and it's Spider who comes away with the elimination, tying himself back up for 6 with Arano. The battle of the kings right now is Arano and Spider. The overhead coming through. Spider investing the F1 to be able to get away from him here. Brings out the golden nunchucks into the dragon roar. This is going to be interesting to see how Arano is going to play around that. Oh my goodness, the scale rush hitting Wu Fang. I don't think that was planned here. Turns around a fully charged LMB on it to Arano, forcing him to back off and plot up. But with the 3 players remaining in Circle 5 closing onto Circle 6, this is getting extremely interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, absolutely. EWG's Arano here. Not happy about Spider picking that elimination, but it has been a back and forth. Arano will find an elimination, and then it will be Spider who finds one, and then back again to Arano, and now it is Arano versus Spider versus Wu Fang. Spider, unfortunately, unable to get any resources here as he was not the one who popped the Spirit Well. I do believe it might have been Arano who was able to secure that yet again for himself in the final zone for the 3rd game in a row. Arano setting himself up for success. Both him and Spider having an explosive game at 6 and 6 eliminations apiece. X1's Wu Fang coming in onto Spider there with the Cav Bloom, trying to make something happen for himself here. One of those Soul Jades we continue to talk about. Spider with another Soul Jade as well. Of course, the Dragons were being an absolutely massive advantage for these players, able to constantly build meter there for the nunchucks and increase the range of them as well as being able to constantly go into that golden focus to buy yourself as much space as possible here. WBG Spider trying to come in there onto the Wu Fang. Will be forced to pop the F2, and it's Arano waiting in the wings to find the follow-up there. Doesn't quite get the F off onto Spider, though. Spider forced to burst away here. No health. He's going to turn around with the Dragon's Roar, but Wu Fang takes advantage of Spider turning his back to him. Will be able to clutch some damage in there. Both of these players going rogue, and EWG's Arano continues to be in an incredible place. These 2 players have no armor left of their names. Arano has not used anything in the tank. He's got an entire legendary armor in the back pocket sitting at the top of the hill as well. Spider trying to find a reset here, and Arano just forcing these 2 players together again and again. He's going to find the charge RMB, forces Spider into the ultimate as well. This is not where Spider wants to be, and he's going to keep the pressure up onto Wu Fang as well. Wu Fang only able to get a single pot here. Now Spider knows the only chance he has to find an elimination is onto Wu Fang. Wu Fang goes low, but he's able to turn around and find the reset. Spider looking to find some damage there. Is going to go airborne here. Just wants to get as airborne as possible, trying to force the fight between EWG's Arano and Wu Fang to go there. But it's Arano who's going to go airborne. Arano knows that the win condition is to keep these 2 going head to head with each other, and he's more than happy to make that happen. Spider going to eat some damage off the RMB there, forced to use the F2 to break away as well. So no F, no ultimate available. Will eat the F from Arano as he gets sent flying into the zone. Arano trying to play gatekeeper. Spider tries to turn it back onto him, and Arano going to burn the ultimate so he doesn't get sent into the zone. Spider going to dodge every single Tiger Leap, but he doesn't dodge the re-ult off of it. We're going to see Arano get some healing off of that one as well. Spider now just trying to make it happen, doesn't get away from the Golden Tiger Leap this time around. Spider goes for the airborne combo, is forced to use the F to break away yet again, and Wu Fang wants to capitalize on the kill, and it's going to allow Arano to take a full reset yet again. Spider forced into a corner here as Wu Fang continues to keep the pressure up. Arano continuing to pit these two players against one another. Spider using everything he has, trying to use these rocks to his advantage. Catches a parry onto Wu Fang, comes in, but then Arano shows back in with the R&B off of the step. Spider cannot catch a break, but now Wu Fang going to be the one Arano's going after, but Wu Fang turns onto Spider yet again. It only allows him to get the one pot, the advanced heal, putting in work for WBG Spider. Arano shoves him into the zone. Arano finds the elimination. He goes to 7. Arano versus Wu Fang here in the end, but Arano with the no ult. Wu Fang taking a ton of damage though from the zone. Can he outlast him? And it looks like he will. Arano dies to the zone though. Wu Fang doesn't pick up the elimination, and we're gonna see yet again EWG's Arano finds another MVP.
That was the most entertaining end circle I have seen all day. The 1v1v1, sending each other back and forth. Spider being able to get those pots off at the end was so huge, almost able to come away with the victory. Usually when someone will take to the skies, they forget about him and go to the one on the floor. Arano going up and grappling onto Spider, knocking him down, was probably the biggest game-changing play of the game. Not allowing Spider to keep his space up on the top, having the only way for Arano to win, to have them both fighting on the floor. Textbook performance, knocking Spider into the storm to be able to take away his life. And then at the end, all he needs to do is kite it out. He was half a second away from getting that first place finish, but he still comes away with the MVP. EWG's Arano, back to back, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness, what a game. Dude, Arano is just on something else today. If he has another game like this going into game number 6, he will dethrone Mike for that first place position heading into the grand finals for our first bi-weekly. What an explosive game. But again, Spider having another really good game, and I really want to talk about Spider here in the end in this final zone. Even though Arano plays this perfectly, constantly forcing Wu Fang into the fight with Spider, and there's not much Spider can do about it. Spider tries to pull out every trick in the book. I don't know if you saw, there's literally a moment where he finds a cranny between 3 different rocks, and he just goes, cool, if I can crouch this out, if they throw horizontals here, I actually get a heal and get a reset off because of the way these rocks are protecting me on all sides. I mean, he just absolutely trying to use everything to his advantage in the end here. And speaking, trying to use everything to the advantage, make sure you get yourself some of these lucky summer split boxes, because we got another question for you guys here, and if you can answer it right, you stand a chance to get yourself some goodies. And here we go. How many players chose Kylan Zhang in game number 5? Is it A1, B2, C3, or D4? We talked about this at the very beginning of the game, and I'll give you a hint for this one. We didn't see Kylan until picks 5 and 6. If that helps you decide how many Kylins we got to see in this particular game, make sure you lock your answers in for a chance to walk away with some of those goodies. But man, what a game 5 this was, Seb.
Oh, it was an absolutely phenomenal game. Arano on an absolute tear. I just thought, when we see players like Arano who have come from bottom of the barrel leaderboard, bottom of the leaderboard every single time, getting eliminated early, to pulling off the stuff that we thought only Mike and Spider were able to do, it's like a proud dad moment as a caster. If that makes sense. I know I'm nowhere near old enough to be a dad yet, but I just feel like, wow, like we've seen him come such a long way. It's such a cool moment to see. And now that he's dominating the competition, I'm really rooting for Arano to be one of our top contenders for the Nbpl split finals this bi-week 1. And I can't believe that it's already almost coming to a close. We've got a few players on the bubble going into game 6 that are going to have to fight for their lives to get into that top 12. We'll take a look at the scoreboard standings in just a second, but it is going to be really close and all come down to this last game like every other bye week we've had.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And you know, this is exactly what we talked about Spider with, right? He's a mental player. So he has a good game going into game number 4, right? Then we head into game 5. He is able to carry that momentum over. Make no mistake, this is in no way a bad game for WBG Spider. You know, comes in, clutches out with a 7.5, but EWG's Arano with 7 kills. Coming in with a second place finish for 2 ranking points, walking away with a game score of 9. Absolutely huge. Of course, X1's Wu Fang having a good game as well. 3 eliminations, but he does get that first place finish, which means he gets that kill multiplier, and he very crucially gets those 3 ranking points. So he's going to walk away with a respectable 6.6.
Yeah, and Wu Fang coming in does give him a chance to get into that top 12 for the finals, because he is on the very edge of the leaderboard. If you're taking a look at the standings right now, he has now actually made it into the top 12. We now only have Shaw, Frostivus, and Fat Milk, and Akame. These 4 players do have one last game to make it into the top 12.
Yeah, this is going to be very tight for these players going into game 6. Like you said, it's all going to come down to game number 6 here for so many of these players. If you take a look, Wu Fang here, though, crucially able to climb into that top 12. It's going to be tight for him, as well as Wolves Wang Liang, who was off to a really big tear at the start of the day, has significantly slowed down. Baoda's action in a similar situation, but still 16.5, a respectable day. WBG Spider finally heating up here. He's on a 20.5, a 20-point day, a very respectable day, and he still has another game to go here. As we take a look, EWG Zorano nipping at the heels of OUG's Mike. He only needs 3 points to overtake Mike here, heading into the bi-weekly final to be in that first place position. Absolutely insane coming out from Arano at a 24.2 for his first day, and is already ranked up a massively respectable 34.2 for the day, with still 1 game left to play. JDG's Chu Zhang also holding on to that 3rd place position, putting up a total of 18.9 points for the day.
I believe in Arano. I believe he'll be able to pass Mike. All he has to do is get a 3-point game, and he's got it on Mike. So unless Arano has the absolute howler of a game that nobody would expect to come from him, we will see Arano passing Mike into game number 6. Taking a look at some of the highlights from Arano's absolute insane slaughter on an ACOS pick. Nonetheless, we've got to give him props for playing and winning on ACOS.
Look, I mean, I think if Rano's proved anything today, he can win on absolutely anybody. Speaking of which, here, these replays brought to you by Thunderbolt. We're to see him doing exactly that here on ACOS. Coming out time and time again here on top of verse here, GG Shaw before that. Cutting back to WBG Spider here, who picks up that elimination on to Frostivus, the back-to-back, as it was a rematch where Frostivus lost inside of the Realm of Yang there with the Yang depletion. Forced to fight Spider on the outside, as well as we cut back to Arano inside the Realm of Yang, now going head-to-head here with KLA's T225. And again, Wu Fang here picking up that elimination here on to verse that sends him back to the lobby just before we head into the end of the game. And then over to EWG's Arano, cleaning up that elimination onto GG Shaw. And then, of course, Wu Fang on the outside here, just buying enough time. Unfortunately, he doesn't get any damage off onto EWG Zorano, so he misses out on yet another potential point there in the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MVP for, I believe, the 4th time and the back-to-back MVP is going to be EWG's Arano. 3rd time MVP, 7 kills, 2,500 damage, with the Armor Pierce, Slow Shot and Sunwing, Damage Reduction Jade, Ripple Step and Phantom Step, and the Advanced Heal that we all have come to know and love. Going to be an absolutely crazy game, especially on the ACOS, the off-meta pick coming in and playing absolutely crazy. Arano can do it all, ladies and gentlemen. This is his season to shine, and I can't wait to see him perform just as well throughout the entire rest of the NBPL season.
Yeah, absolutely. You love to see a player like EWG Zorano, like you said, who in previous seasons have always been in the bottom of the leaderboard, finding his way, coming in and not just climbing the leaderboard, but absolutely dominating the leaderboard right now. Today, he has been a different beast, and it is not into a lobby of weak players at all. You have players like WBG Spider here, JDG's Chu Zhang, and he is just making it happen for himself today, and he's making it look easy, if I'm being quite frank.
He is making it look very easy. This is looking like season 2 Spider. It's an absolutely crazy phenomenon that has been going on right now with EWG Zerano, and I'm so excited to see more. I'm so excited to see what will be going on for the rest of the day. We've got one game left. I believe we are going to take a break in a second, but we are taking a look. Overall, I've had a great day back casting NARAKA with you, Rune. It has been a fun 5 games. We are about to get into game number 6 after this. Wow, like I'm at a loss for words. I missed it so much, being back in the chair, hanging out. What are you? I know you don't like to make predictions, but I love to make you make predictions. So
Look,
what are we
what
gonna
I'm
be
excited for game 6 is we're going back to a Firefly map. We're going back to Morris Isle. This is the comfort map for so many players who've been in the league for so long. This was the original map. It's been around the longest. And we are also going to get to see potentially some wild hero picks coming through. If you noticed, in the previous game, 4 players were forced into taking their only chance to play a hero twice. But speaking of taking a chance to do something twice, we're going to take a chance to take a short break before we come back and lock in for game 6 and talk about those predictions.
Ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a surprise, quick back to us. Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Split of 2024. We are going to be getting into game number 6 very shortly here. It is going to be right underway. But like I said, I have to force Rune to make some predictions because I want to see some caster curse going on here. We love a little bit of chaos.
Oh my goodness.
And I want it's not the Nbpl without the caster curse. So like let's get it started.
You know what?
Who's winning game 6?
I'm gonna give you Chat's prediction because Chat's been popping off over here talking about Alliance's Frostabus. He needs an 11.2 game score to qualify for our season's first bi-weekly final. That means he needs 8 eliminations and a first place finish. And I'm gonna call it right now, our boy Frosty about to bounce back. He's gonna have a huge pop off game and he's gonna qualify for your bi-weekly finals. How's that for a prediction, Seb?
I love the prediction. That is an absolute perfect prediction of what I want to happen as well. So hopefully we'll be seeing that. Frostabus, you can't let us down. We're caster uplifting you. We're caster blessing you. This is not the caster curse to you. So we will hopefully be able to come away with Frostavis on this 11.2 game. He's got 8 kills and a first place finish under his belt. I believe he's in the middle of the pack for hero selections. I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he's in the middle of the pack. So hopefully he's able to get the middle of the pack, get a hero that he's at least pretty comfortable playing, and come and dominate this game.
Yeah, I mean, we would love to see it. He's definitely capable of doing it. He is an extremely strong player. He does really well, you know, and unfortunately we've seen him have some moments today where it just didn't go his way, right? Like, he absolutely locked down and won a fight outside of a Realm of Yang where he was desperately trying to force his way into the Realm of Yang and pick up the elimination, and it just so unfortunately happened to be the only time we've seen Vulpin all day, and it ends up costing him because he's not expecting it to come through. If it wasn't for that, he actually wins that fight, heads into the Realm of Yang, potentially sets himself up for success for the rest of that game, you know. So he's done really, really well in terms of the fights. Every single fight he's taken has been extremely close today, so it's super unfortunate to see him not finding the success he's been hoping to find. As we take a look here, we are heading into game number 6. We're gonna head into your hero selection to kick things off here. At the top, I do believe it's going to be Baldaz Action with that first pick potential going forward here. There it is. It's going to be Baldaz Action, GG Shaw. No surprises here to see both of them locking in Liam, and we're going to see Liam head up to the ban list as we head into the phase 2 selection, and then immediately Hottie going to be locked in as well and be banned out as we take a look, as it's going to be Spider who's going to be locking in Temmie versus going to be locking in that Kylan pick as we head over to Frostavis and our boy Fat Milk, who will also both be locking in those Kylan picks for you as we head on into our 5th round of selection. Matari for JDG's Chu Zhang, and X1's Wu Fang also going to be locking in the Matari. We're going to see Matari banned out as we head into our 6th and final hero selection phase.
Tessa.
Yeah, Tessa coming through. We have seen some Tessas earlier on in the week, so nice to see some Tessa coming through. A little bit of flavor to be added here, and EWG's Arano going to be locking in that Justina pick for his final game of the day. The question is, he did it on Akos. I don't see why he can't do it on Justina. Can he rock out another MVP? Can he get the points on the board that he needs to overtake the man, the myth, the legend, OUG's Mike?
And we'll see if it's gonna happen. On Justina might be a little bit more difficult, but we do see that he has been able to do it time and time again with whatever hero he is presented with. Akos, Hadi, Temmie, anyone. So hopefully we'll be able to see him pop off again. But, you know, we really want to see this caster buff come through for our boy Frostavis. Game number 6 is about to get underway. We're going to take a look at our forecast really quickly. Before that, we are going to check out which version of the abilities these players are going to be using on their hero picks. And we are going to be seeing the strategies that they are going to be playing, giving us a little bit of insight into how this game is going to start.
Yes, sir. I'm super excited. This game's going to be a lot of fun. Again, we are heading back to Morse Isle. We do have Fireflies available on the map as well. Of course, Frostavis is going to be locking in his 2nd pick here on Kylan, and hopefully we're going to give him that caster buff he needs to make it happen. But no real surprises in terms of abilities here. Pretty standard stuff across the board for all of our heroes being locked in. You know, on the Justina, even the pretty typical F2 V1 coming through, Hottie with the F2 V2, and of course all of our Matari is going to be rocking the F2 V2s. Just pretty much what you expect to see. We will make mention here of the Tessa being played by Wang Liang with the F1 V1, the only Tessa we have seen all day today. So will Wang Liang be able to continue his reign of terror, if you will, the consistency he's brought all day while playing Tessa, who's been a hero nobody has picked outside of once or twice during day number 1?
Taking a look at our forecast, we are going to be seeing a lot of these players spawning in the gold zone surrounding the eastern side of the map. And we've got one player spawning just above Celestra, close to that money area by the Zest Winery. We are going to be seeing most of the players clustered in and around the gold zones surrounding Celestra, with nobody playing to that western side of the map, with EWG Serrano holding his own up in the north. As we're getting ready, game number 6 underway. Frostabus, here we go. You got this. I want to see 3 kills right off the bat in this initial muck, and then we're going to see into the mid game. He's going to win first Yang, he's going to win second Yang, and then he's going to get a couple kills for the first place finish in that final circle to come away and take the victory. That's how it's going to go. That's my prediction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the make or break game.
Absolutely. BBE's Fat Milk on the outside here with 5-2 Wanakame. Both of them looking to go ahead and get some loot under their belt. I do believe Akame with the bounty on to BBE's Fat Milk, trying to find some pistol shots into the fight here. Fat Milk going to come in and take a couple of initial hits there from those nunchucks on Akame, trying to break away. Now Fat Milk knows he needs to find some better resources if he's going to keep himself alive here. He does have those blue fist blades here, which is absolutely huge. He also finds himself an armor swap into a fresh set of white armor. Akame just burning pistol shot after pistol shot here, trying to make something happen on to Fat Milk. Wolves Wang Liang looking to come in as well now, as we see the blows continuing to be traded here. Pistol shot for pistol shot between these two. Nobody wanting to risk taking that close range just yet. Akame going to come downside here where that guaranteed legendary loot pile is. He's going to find himself a decent upgrade there into a purple dagger, I do believe. Off the back foot is going to be pretty good for him engaging this fight. Fat Milk going to take the opportunity to break away here. He doesn't want to stick around for too long, and he knows he needs to get some looting done, but we are off to quite the slow start here for game number 6, considering that this is a Firefly heavy map. As we're going to move over now to Fun Plus Phoenix's versus Kaylee's T225, and there we go. Bowdaw's action going to take a ton of damage. It's going to be T225 who finds the elimination there off the fist blades, and now him and Verse going to trade blows going head to head. But T225 with a little bit of advantage here, he was able to get that Soul Bloom, which means he already has that ult online versus Verse. Verse, though, only 25% away from getting their ultimate up online, but they are finding themselves very quickly on the back foot. T225 only needs to find one hit here to make it happen. The clank is going to be enough, and T225 picks up the elimination without having to burn his ultimate. As we head back over to 5-2-1's Akame, Fat Milk, and I do believe, I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure who the third player is off the top of my head here. Fat Milk trying to come through, and it was Wolves Wang Liang. Fat Milk is the one who picks up the elimination, and Akame on the run here. Now on the white armor, Fat Milk finding himself a huge advantage. Akame forced into the armor swap just to break away, forced to use the ultimate just to survive, as we see Fat Milk finally finding his footing here a little bit at the start of game number 6.
Flipping around to Celestra, we already see EWG's Arano getting active, popping the F to be able to avoid the ability from JDG's Chuzhang, sending out that thrust to try and gain Prio. EWG's Arano not going to let that happen. Going to bring the Scale Rush in, trying to get LMB Prio up on to Chuzhang with the Hung Sword. And they are doing both an amazing job at weaving, ducking, and dodging. That is what we like to see from them here. As we're going to take a look to the other side of the map. So X1's Wufang taking a lot of damage. WBG Spider now going to go in for a crazy Scale Rush here. Going to try and get an overhead combo off here. WBG Spider with a huge parry, but Kaylee's C225 going to come away with the elimination. 5-1's Akame coming in for the third-party Spider now, trying to get out of this mess here as Kaylee's T225 giving chase, but the dagger movement just absolutely breaking ankles here as Kaylee's T225 trying to meet him on the other side around. We are going to see WBG Spider forced to pop that F ability to be able to break out of here. We are going to see him popping the wisps, able to capture Kaylee's T225 and give himself just enough time to escape. Akame and T225 still hot on the tail, but we are going close to a tower. This could give him a lot of opportunity to be able to get out of there. And it looks like Spider already has an advanced Heal Jade equipped. This is going to be very difficult for them to be able to get out of this situation. Spider able to heal up as much as possible as Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse fighting off against Bao does Action here. I believe they both don't have an extra life. Fun Plus Phoenix Verse gonna try and make something happen, but he gets eliminated. 12th to go. the first person fully eliminated into the game, and Wolves is going to go down. Frostabus picking up his first elimination of the game, taking out Wang Liang, and it looks like Spider's going to take out KLA's T225, but now we've got Akame coming in. Akame also is one of the players who's on the bubble who needs to make something huge happen. Fat Milk completely eliminated as well. We're already at 8 players left in the lobby. Akame, somebody who does need to get a lot of eliminations and a great place finish to be able to qualify for the finals. He is only 7.5 points away from, or 6.5 points away, sorry, from becoming 12th place on the leaderboard, as KLA's T225 has now become his new target here. Akame trying to make something happen. No eliminations on the board. Double dodge back away from T225 as he's going to go for the pot and heal instead of the aggressive chase. Looks like he's going to start to go for the Realm of Yang to try and get things ready to this next stage.
Yeah, Kame's got a lot of work to do if he wants to make things happen here. He's going to need to pick up multiple eliminations, and unfortunately he hasn't found one yet. So heading to the Realm of Yang could be good for him, but Frostabus is going to show up and challenge it, and Frostabus is in an even more dire situation, so you can bet money he's not going to give this up. He needs to take this Realm of Yang, and he needs to win it, and Akame knows that he doesn't want to fight this. He's going to back off as we head over. We take a look. It's going to be Bao Dao's Action and GG Sha fighting over the Realm of Yang. Action here with the ticket to go in, but Sha catching the back-to-back stage 1 R&B there off of the dual Hal. He's going to send Action flying away. Sha going to take control of the ticket. Does not care if he burns the ultimate because he's going to get it back when he heads into the Realm of Yang. Knew he had it when he forced Action that far out on the outside, so throws the ultimate to guarantee the clutch up there. So he's going to be taking it. Action wants to come in here, but with 15 seconds on the clock, it's going to be a tall order for him to try to clean things up out from underneath Sha. Sha will, 1 charge left on the ultimate. It's not going to throw it out. Will throw it out now. Is going to teleport in. Walks to the edge here. Tries to bait Bao Dao away from the portal, but here it is. Sha just going to step right on inside. He's going to take that Realm of Yang. It's going to be Alliance versus EWG's Rano, and inside here it's going to be GG Sha versus WBG Spider as we get ready to kick things off. Both players here with purple weapons and blue armor. It's going to be Liam versus Spider. Spider going airborne here. Sha looking to find some bow shots to get things off. Will find a parry to start things off. Again, rips all of the armor immediately off of WBG Spider. Spider returns the favor with a parry, but Sha with the F ability just to go ahead and clutch back. The F invested from Spider. Spider using the wisp to try to get a pot off. Unfortunately, it's forced to cancel it by Sha. Now Spider on the backside looking for the scale rush. Sha still with the ultimate. Will throw it out. Gonna use it to cover for himself here. Spider gonna have the opportunity to find the reset. Goes for the wisp, looks for the re-wisp, trying to use that wall to his advantage here. Sha still a little bit of ultimate left. The ult gonna be ended on the side of Spider. Sha with the ult available right there. Spider taking so much damage there from the R&B on the dual Hallies here. Still has a wisp in the back pocket though. Looks like he's gonna get at least 1 pot off. Yes, there it is. That advance heal gonna do a lot of work here for WBG Spider as he's able to tap dodge away, but now into the re-grapple uppercut there on the R&B from the dual Halberd. Sha finding so much value out of the R&B, coming in from those dual Hallies for the 3rd time. Needs 1 more. The wisp comes in. Sha's gonna get caught out now with the grapple in though. Spider 1 HP and a dreamy. The man never gives up. All Sha needs is a clank to clutch it out, and there it is. GG Sha's gonna come out on top.
Frostabus did go down in the Realm of Yang, so he is going to have a lot of ground to make up coming back into this here. But GG Sha coming through with a beautiful elimination in the Realm of Yang that we saw. 1 HP on Spider, was able to come away with the elimination. EWG's Arano continuing his onslaught. Now Alliance's Frostabus has 4 minutes to try and find himself a victim to turn into a Soul Bloom to cure his Yang depletion. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on that, and it is a ticking clock, ladies and gentlemen. He needs something fast. He really needs to get this elimination. So does Spider. Spider with 3 minutes and 46 seconds left. GG Sha already spotted him out here. Is going to try and go for the elimination. Spider is going to be able to get the first confirm off, able to get the charge attack through. We are going to see him get a second one. GG Sha popping the F now. Vermilion's Birdmite is available, so he will not be in too much trouble if he does get out of here. We are going to see him popping the ult, going to a gray armor swap though, which is going to get quickly depleted, switching back over to the purple, so just in case he dies in the Vermilions, he is going to have himself his purple armor back. Spider now dangerously low, is going to get knocked out. Oh my goodness, GG Sha bringing it back around, but the Wisps are going to do so much now. 5-2-1 Akame trying to make something happen. GG Shaw extremely low, is going to get almost completely eliminated, but WBG Spider gets hit by the bow shot of GG Shaw. Shaw 1 HP right now, needs to get this reset off quickly. Akame gonna try and follow suit, waits for the poison splash to dissipate, heals himself up, and now is on full pursuit of GG Shaw. Knows he doesn't have the ultimate, so he is gonna try play hyper aggro into this, gets the LMB off. We are gonna see him popping the F ability to get away from there. We are gonna see the dagger playing favorite into this. We are gonna see the ultimate getting popped from Akame now. In the Haughty ult is gonna deal so much damage in the air. All he needs is one shot. He takes it, and GG Shaw is eliminated. He does, however, have the Vermilion's Birdmite, so he will make an entrance back into this game. Meanwhile, Frostivus, 1 kill, still needs to come away with that elimination as EWG Zorano continuing his onslaught into X1 Wufang here, trying to make something happen. We see the parry come out. Zorano is going to get hit with the overhead confirmed. We're going to see him try now to go for an F ability into the overhead. F is going to get popped from Arano, freezing himself up, avoiding all damage, but Arano getting parried now into the sap damage. Arano now getting eliminated, and Wu Fang coming away with an extra elimination. Now Frostivus, 1 minute and 45 seconds left. It's not looking too good for him. We might have hit him with the curse rune.
Look, if Frostivus has had a rough day whatsoever, we just gotta hope he can clutch it out here. If anybody can do it, it's gonna be Alliance's Frostivus. He's trying to come in here with the longsword, make something happen here. Unfortunately, he's not been able to lock down a good target here. Trying to get on the KLS T25. This is gonna be huge. He hits the carousel, doesn't go for the re-grapple, knows there's too many players around, so he's gonna let the pressure be applied to T225 and look for the opportunity to come in and clutch out the elimination. Chu Zhang putting in some of the work here for Frostivus as T225 takes a lot of these pistol shots. Now Frostivus on the backside here, looking for the uppercut combo into the re-carousel yet again. It's not going to find it. T225 down below looking for the reset. Frostivus takes a little bit of the misread as T225 is able to get a pot off and goes down from below. Frostivus needs to make something happen here, but he can't make it too obvious how desperate he is. He's got 50 seconds left remaining here, looking to make something, anything happen. Tries to turn it on to JDG's Chu Zhang. Will it get that fire tick damage there off from the grapple there with the longsword? Unfortunately, Frostivus could take a little bit of damage. The ult going to be invested here. Frostivus going to give it everything he's got before the Yang depletion comes out. He's looking for anything he can here, trying to turn it on to Chu Zhang, but Chu Zhang keeping it away here. Frostivus knows he's only got 20 seconds. He's got to keep the pressure up. No time for him to look for the reset. To heal, going to turn back around, going to come back in with the ultimate there. Needs to find anything. Unfortunately, it's Arano who comes in and looks to find something onto him. Frostivus, only a couple seconds left remaining. 1 HP in a dream. It's not going to be enough. Chu Zhang picks up the elimination, and that's going to be it for Alliance's Frostivus. Now EWG's Arano on the back foot, and Arano wants to keep things going. He needs 1 point, 1 elimination to be the player who takes first place away from OUG's Mike. He's forced to burn the ultimate, burn all 3 charges to dash away to look for the opportunity to take a reset. Gonna head on over, heads into the realm of Yang, and that's gonna be the reset that he needs. EWG's Arano lives to fight another day.
The plays coming out from Arano right now, as soon as he looks like he's backed up into a corner, he hits himself into the realm with a full reset. No resources used, back to his full ult. Absolute insane play here as he fights in the 1v1 scenario against JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang hitting the early musket shot here as Arano's going to answer with a musket shot of his own. We are going to see him taking to the skies here, scale rushing out, trying to see if he can hit an overhold shot off. We are seeing the Matari play come out. The first F ability dash is going to come through. Arano is doing a great job at avoiding all damage so far. We're going to see the scale rush come through into the F2. As he's able to hit Prio here. Ultimate is going to come out, though, from both players here. Playing a little ring around the rosy. You go left, I go right. Chu Zhang now is going to hit the scale rush. Chu Zhang does have that ultimate available to do. Tries to go for the dash. We are going to see the freeze come through. Arano misses. Oh my goodness, he's going to get uppercutted into the air here. We're going to see the grapple bump come out into the freeze. Oh my goodness, Arano passes Mike. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, EWG's Arano bringing that back around, almost cooked himself, but he was the one who did the cooking. Came out with a beautiful elimination and another win in the realm of Yang.
Oh my goodness. That also means that EWG's Arano will take first place away from the likes of OUG's Mike as we head back to our other realm of gang. T225 not faring too well against GG Shaw. Shaw comes out on top. Shaw here fighting for his life, trying to prove that he is one of the best players in the league. You know, we talked about Wang Liang kind of making a return to form here. In the beginning, the two players we talked about in the first season nonstop were GG Shaw and, of course, Wang Liang. These two players constantly going back and forth. Unfortunately for Shaw, he's not had the best of performances here in the first season of our 2024 summer split. He is still quite a few points away from qualifying here for our first bi-weekly final. He's got a big wall to climb, but you can see that he's doing everything he can to make that happen as we head back over to KLA's T225 going head-to-head against EWG's Arano. Arano with a massive armor and a weapon advantage here over T225, as well as White Tiger's prowess. This is quite the wall for T225 to be trying to climb here. Speaking of climbing, he's going to invest that F2 very quickly as the third party looks to come through. T225 is going to find himself in a bad situation. EWG's Arano keeping the pressure up, as well as JDG's Chu Zhang coming through. Chu Zhang with that Yang depletion is not going to give T225 any moment of respite here. T225 will get a little bit of armor pot off back here, but JDG's Chu Zhang quickly comes back inside and wipes that armor pot away. The F forced to be reinvested by T225, and now the ultimate invested on the side of T225 as well. These two players, 4 minutes left remaining, but they're opting to try to go ahead and answer everything they can, try to get rid of this Yang depletion. T225 is forced onto the ultimate, knows this is going to be his only good opportunity to make something happen. Unfortunately, he can't make a connection on to the player no matter what he tries here. T225 on the back foot, nothing he can do. GG Shaw here finds a huge opening into T225 with the charge RMB off of that legendary fan. T225 goes so low. Shaw trying to find another elimination here. He needs every one that he can get, and it's going to be EWG's Arano with the ultimate. The musket shot comes in and cleans it up. Arano finds a fourth elimination, and Shaw finds his odds of coming out on top and qualifying, slowly slipping away with every single elimination.
He does have 3 kills. A very high place finish would do him a lot of good. He needs 5 points to beat TE's star. 5.1 ideally. If he's tied, I do not know exactly. I'm not familiar. Can't remember exactly the tie-breaking system that they have, but if he just gets 0.1 of a point more, he's going to be able to come out on top. 5.1 points is the threshold he needs. So a good placement and a couple more kills, he will be cruising to that finish line, as Akame as well, one of the players battling to cross that 12th place threshold. EWG Arano, though, making it difficult for every single one of these players by just stealing every single one of the kills. EWG Arano having an absolute tear, passing Mike at 63.4 points, doing an absolute phenomenal job. GG Shaw now on the top of the tower. 3 gold fans? Why? What is this madness?
Just in case he gets parried.
You know what? You know, some people pick up, you know, the Varja's Grip Jade. You know, GG Shaw just has extra weapons. In case you need them, I got them. What you need, bro? I can hook you up.
Yeah, GG Shaw got that hookup for you with the triple legendary fans in the back pocket here. Shaw, though, fighting an uphill battle. I do believe he needs another 3 eliminations and a first place finish if he wants to come out on top, just with some quick maths there. That would get him to the point where he qualifies to head into the bi-weekly final, and Shaw definitely does not want to miss the opportunity to play for the bi-weekly championship here. Shaw on the outskirts here, trying to come in, looking to make some opportunity happen. Oh my goodness, the Bane's Breath coming in, and Shaw almost walking right on into that first Bane. Shaw probably breathing a sigh of relief after that one there. Luckily, he had the fan, he had the extra movement there to be able to break away. We've got 6 players left remaining in the lobby. It's EWG's Arano, JDG's Chu Zhang, Baoda's Action, X1's Wufeng, 521's Akame, and GG Shaw, as we have Zone 4 getting ready to collapse onto Zone 5 in the next 40 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, things are going to get interesting.
things are going to get very, very, very interesting here. As GG Shaw does need to put up a lot of eliminations. Every other player other than Akame has qualified already. So they're just going to try and make it as hard as possible for Akame and Shaw to try and qualify. EWG's Arano sitting pretty up at the top with 4 eliminations. GG Shaw on 3, Chuzheng and Wufang on 2, Action and Akame on 1 apiece. We are going to have a very tight, very close game with this circle as well as very, very open. Lots of open space for people to be able to send these pop shots off. As you're seeing it happen already, the ranged battles are starting to begin. Wufang with the Dragon Roar on the nunchucks, has the gray nunchucks in hand because he probably couldn't find anything else other than the gray nunchucks. So he is going to be using that purely for the Soul Jade to keep space here. Probably switching to a different weapon when he needs to make more damage. GG Shaw is going to hold with his ultimate here. A little bit of an interesting place. I guess he does get a replenish of his ult when he takes out the Spirit Well. As GG Shaw now with some charges on his ult that he can use. Looks like he is going to go ahead and cancel it, so he doesn't use up any of his rage. Coming through, trying to see if he can pick up an elimination while he has that armor swap available for him and only him. Gonna find himself onto Wufang. Gonna start sending out some of these fan shots as fast as possible. Doesn't care if he gets parried. He's got 3 in the bank here. Tries to send out another wind wall, as we are gonna see Shaw backing into the corner. And it looks like he does also have that White Tiger's prowess that he picked up from the Spirit Well, giving him a huge healing buff. Is going to be very useful for him, as Bao does Action now in the crosshairs of GG Shaw. All he needs to do is pick up a couple more eliminations. Shaw is in the perfect position to do it. He got the Spirit Well, he got the Bane, or he got the White Tigers. All he needs to do now is get some eliminations. Starting this off is going to be difficult, but as soon as some of these players start to get low, he is going to come in and finish them off as fast as possible. Granted that Arano or Akame doesn't try and finish them off first.
Yeah, look, Shaw really needs to play for position here. He's trying to force some of these fights here, and I think it might be a bad decision on his part, right? You look at a player like EWG Arano, who's just waited for the really good third party to be able to steal out kills. If I'm GG Shaw, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to stay positioned, stay in the fight, but not be the one who initiates the fight and puts in all of the work so that somebody else, like EWG's Arano, can just come in and pick up the elimination. You really need to make sure that you're positioning for that final hit in these moments. Unfortunately, Shaw gonna walk into that Dragon's Roar, but it is a white set of nunchucks here, so Shaw just gonna be able to burn the F there to break away. Wufang super low here, gonna have to do some Bane surfing if he wants to make this kill elimination his own though. Shaw trying to set himself up here, but there's Arano looking to grief the kill out from underneath Shaw here. Shaw trying to find it, will come around, will find the scale rush, will find another hit here, dropping Wufang. He's underneath here. If he can find another clean hit here, that could be it. Wufang though, with the scale rush coming in, gonna do a ton of damage there. The R&B off the staff, just barely keeping him alive. The pistol shots coming around. He's gonna step into the zone. He's gonna let the zone take it, but Arano gets it because he connects off of a little bit of pistol damage, and Arano cleans the kill out from underneath Shaw. And this is what I'm talking about. Arano's got the right idea. Shaw trying to force it a little too much.
As Shaw forcing that and Arano coming in, the kill-stealing king. The title has been moved. EWG Arano playing an absolute phenomenal game of kill steal right now. Now focusing his energy onto Chuzheng, gets the charge off here as we're going to see another Matari ult getting popped. Now the Liam ult is going to come through here, and he is going to get the kill onto JDG's Chuzheng, picking up another elimination. At least he's on 4. He's now on 26.5 points. Tied with Akame, canceling his ult, so he still has 60% rage, with that rage building back up very fast, as these players are definitely running these rage builds with the new potential system that has been put in place for some time now. We are going to be seeing Action, Arano, and Akame all fighting it out. 2 of these players have qualified, 2 of these players haven't, and it's up to Shaw and Akame to try and come away with this MVP. He's getting very close, but it is going to be still very difficult. Akame doesn't need to panic just yet. He still is in the same standing. GG Shaw has to work a lot harder for these points than Akame does, as Akame already had 26.5 with only 1 elimination on the board.
Sha here with the bow again, is trying everything he can to force these fights to go through so that he can find the eliminations. You can feel the way Sha is playing this game. It is a very different game for GG Sha right now. He is hungry to guarantee his qualification here for the grand finals for season, for the first bi-weekly of the summer split season here. Sha taking these bow shots, looking for an opportunity, needs to get someone low so he can walk in and force a potential fight. If he tries to force it to the very end, things could go bad for him. He needs to make it happen. He's going to take the opportunity to get the reload here, the repair on the bow. We're going to see the ult invested on the side of 5-2-1 Akame here. No place to go as he's trying to get demeched. All of the range shots coming through. He will find basically an entire reset for himself here. Now he's going to try to make the most out of his ult while he can. Trying to come in. He's going to clip out on his Action. Action also going to walk into the R&B from the fan here. Sha setting up 2 potential kills for himself here. He needs to go in. Action's going to burn the ultimate here, keeping Sha's R&B from clutching out the elimination. Again, Action going to burn the ultimate to save himself here. Sha needs to find this elimination. He's being a little lax here. Going to take the opportunity to take the reset, wants to guarantee he stays in the game. We're going to see Action yet again use that ult to reposition here. Sha needs to clutch it out. He needs to keep Arano from finding this elimination. Sha tries to go in, looks for the R&B, not quite able to find it. Action just keeping the movement together. The parry comes in, the F's going to be invested. Sha now forced onto the fist blade, looks for it. The scale rush going to connect onto him, but Sha keeps up the pressure, doesn't want to let anybody else find it. He needs to make it happen here. Ladies and gentlemen, tries to go for it, and he finds it. No, Akame finds the elimination. Sha now has to kill everyone in the lobby to come out on top.
Oh my goodness, GG Sha so close. He could taste the victory, was unable to get the kill, just out of distance of that fan charged attack, as GG Sha now going to be back into a bit of a corner here. No ult available for any of these players. They all burned it trying to shark that kill. Arano just playing the grief game here, and Akame looks to be coming out on top here, and all he needs to do is get the 1 damage off. He's able to get a little bit of siphon off from his ultimate here. Gonna send out his last one to protect himself here. No ultimate shots available. Uses that F ability, is able to get a little bit more siphon here. Arano trying to come away with the elimination, is gonna get parried here. Arano is gonna get the kill onto GG Sha. 5-2-1 Akame has barely any opportunity to be able to come away with this here. The ultimate coming out from Arano now, just the freezes over and over and over again. And now who is going to come away with it? And it looks like 5-2-1s, they tied, no way. Wait.
Oh my goodness. Akame hating himself right now. He had to get the first place multiplier and the extra ranking point to qualify, and Arano denies it, and Arano will come back out with a 4th MVP. Oh my goodness, this man is on fire today, Seb.
It is absolutely insane. All 3 of them were so close, but now he is so far away, down in the bottom. They are not going to be competing in this week's bi-weekly finals. Ladies and gentlemen, GG Sha and Akame fought valiantly, and so did Alliance's Frostivus. But unfortunately, Arano, the king of the kill steal right now, is going to be the one who's going to reign victorious. The name of the day, ladies and gentlemen,
I mean, King of the King steal, he's just reigning king right now. He's in first place heading into our first bi-weekly final, even over the likes of OUG's Mike, which is insane. Again, we're talking about a player, and not to put any hate on EWG's Arano's name, because he has been working his tail off during the offseason, during Koi Cup, to get to where he is today. But you were talking about a player who constantly found himself in the bottom of the pack. You're talking about somebody who quite literally 3 bi-weeklies in last season was in last place, all the way at the very bottom in 18th place, and now all of a sudden here he is, very different player. He's come in, I don't know what he's done, man's eat his Wheaties, whatever it took to lock in, because he is locked in. This is such a different player. I mean, we're talking about a man went toe-to-toe with WBG Spider, and we're talking about Spider when Spider's having a good game, when he's feeling the vibe, and still comes out on top every single game, back to back to back. It's just coming up. EWG's Arano, and you can bet OUG's Mike, looking at it right now, he's sitting in the back room. He didn't have to play today, and he's like, all right, bet Arano, you think you won't be the king for long? Wait till we get to the finals.
And Mike versus Arano in the finals is going to be super interesting. I am rooting for Arano, though. I love the performance today. I love the energy. Super aggressive, great at the kill steals, great at coming out on top. I can't wait to see how this is going to pan out in the bi-weekly finals, which everybody should be coming to watch, because it should be one that you do not want to miss. Of course, you never want to miss any action on the NARAKA BLADEPOINT official Twitch channel, ladies and gentlemen, because it is always the best time in the NARAKA community. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host and caster, Seb. I've been joined alongside the Runekeeper. We've played 6 games today, and they have been absolutely amazing. We're watching the evolution of the gameplay from adding the new map, Predoria, absolutely amazing. Seeing the different play styles, it has been a phenomenal day. Taking a look at our scoreboard, where you're going to see Arano getting 6 kills with 6 kill points, only 2 ranking points, as he did tie for first, so they are going to give him the second place multiplier, as well as Akame only picking up 4, Shaw picking up 5.5. This is going to be the second and third place. TT25 is going to be in 4th with 3.5. Chuzhang and Wufang tied for 5th with 3. 7th is going to be Xshin, 8th Spider, 9th Frostavis, Fat Milk, and Wang Liang and Verse down at the bottom. Verse, having a pretty strong day, is going to be picking up his first big old donut. Going to take a look at the bottom of the standings. 5-2 Akame at 28 points, 1.1 point or 2.1 points away from coming away victorious. He needed those last kills. He was unable to make it happen. Same with GG Shaw. Close, but no cigar. Unfortunate for them. As we're going to take a look at the top of the standings, these are our players who will be qualified for the Nbpl bi-weekly finals.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this was, what a crazy day. I mean, I don't think anybody, like, Arano had a good day 1 into the season. You could look at the player and say, hey, vastly improved, but his day 1 kind of dominated by Mike. Coming into his day 2 here, I don't think anybody could have predicted that he would have just popped off MVP after MVP after MVP after MVP and overtakes the world champion OUG's Mike to head into the first bi-weekly in that first place position. Yeah, a 42.2 point day for a total of 66.4 points. He's going to be bringing over 8.6 points heading in to the bi-weekly finals, our first bi-weekly of the season. EWG's Arano writing a new story for himself here, but you have Mike in second. JDG's Chuzhang, who also had an impressive showing today with a total of 54.5, going to be bringing in 7 points over into that bi-weekly final. ASC's Zhang Yuan, brand new player to the league, coming in here, brand new team as well. A total of 47.7 points, going to be bringing over 6.2 points. You know, we love to see it. A player coming in, having his first chance at the NBPL, not only qualifies, but is in the top 4, very easily in range to make something happen. It could be anybody's championship this weekend. I'm so excited to see how Solos is going to turn out, Seb.
Oh yeah, the turnout is going to be great. Taking a look at some of the replays that we are seeing here, we're seeing Fat Milk fighting against Wolves. The Tessa pick that came out, we didn't see too much coming out from Tessa, because we did see Wang Liang go out pretty early in the game. We're taking a look at Verse here. Did not have the best game on the 0 points. Bada's action able to eliminate him here. And EWG's Arano getting messed up by terrain just a little bit here, but was able to bring it back around, getting the LMB prio into the freeze, into the LMB, and Chuzhang coming away with the victory in that realm of game here. As we're going to see GG Shaw was able to come away victorious, but was unable to come away with the win. If he gets that kill right there, GG Shaw would have been able to secure it. He gets the kill on the Chu Zhang, and he almost had the other kill, but Arano was stealing it. And then the parry from Arano into the dagger sap was pretty good. And look at, he does it on all the different heroes. He plays Justina and picks up an MVP. This is the most versatile player we have seen in a long time, ladies and gentlemen. Usually we see when Spider's on his specific heroes, he pops off. When Mike's on his specific heroes, he pops off. Arano has proven on 4 different heroes that he is able to come away the MVP no matter what the circumstance.
Yeah, this is just an absolutely huge day here for EWG's Arano, man. So many MVPs today, man. And again, like you said, he's just able to do it across the board on every hero. Look at this, 18,000 damage, 13,000 of it coming through there from the melee weapons, 5,500 on the Hong Sword. Again, Razor Swift, Mortal Defiance, that Rupture Gale being his favorite Jade today. We've seen him with it, I think, 3 separate times, 2 of which being MVPs for him as well. Just coming in and making it happen. Of course, advanced heal. We've seen a lot of the advanced heal coming in today. This being a Jade you don't typically see a lot of in Immortal War, not because players aren't looking for it, it just doesn't have a huge drop rate, but a lot of players being able to pick it up today. I do believe he picked that particular one up off of WBG Spider, who found himself with it on fairly early on into this game. But man, what a day. Arano absolutely kicking it up. Spider finally coming back alive, and he needed it, man. Those 2 games he had, didn't get the MVP, but was so close both times. The points he put on the board guaranteed him a slot to head into the bi-weekly final. So hopefully when we get here Saturday for the solos bi-weekly final, Spider wakes all the way up. He's able to find a good game in game 1 and carry that momentum throughout the day. Because man, I tell you what, man, you know, I kind of miss seeing Spider come in and do his thing. It's been a minute, it feels like. So I would love to see Spider make a return to form, come in and really pop off hard going into this season.
Yeah, and seeing Spider having a return to form would be absolutely amazing. But first, we need to go have a talk with one of our very special NBPL players in an interview. We'll see you right in a sec.
Hi everyone, welcome and thank you our 2 casters. This is Yeager and now I'm standing here with Spider. And let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，蜘蛛先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我深圳 WBG Spider。
欢迎 Spider 来到我们的采访，也是大家非常期待你可以来到我们的采访。Okay, so first, because today's match is really excellent, and I would like to know, so how you comment on Arano? 那我首先想问一下，因为今天刚才这把比赛，其实我们都是看的，其实也心情挺澎湃的，感觉小蜘蛛怎么评价一下阿然在这个赛季当中表现？特别是我们马上就要打周决了，你觉得他会不会超越你们2位一直在单排当中的王者，成为我们新的周冠王呢？
那今天状态肯定是非常好的，然后拿了很高的分。周决我觉得他挺吃状态的，看他状态吧。
Okay, so I think today he really have good status today, and I think that's why he can have very high point. And for the bi-weekly, I think it's depend on his status because he is the player really depend on the status. Okay, so because the new season, so I would like to know how you think about like the operate and fighting in the game. 那我这边想问一下，其实在这个新的赛季，在我们的新版本当中，觉得我们这个运营啊和打架当中的这个比例大概是怎么样去平衡和调配的呢？
看个人风格吧，然后打架是有风险的，然后运营没有什么风险。
Okay, so to be honest, I think for the match patch, and I think the operate to the end of the game is more important than the fighting in the game, because if you're gonna fight and you maybe died in the game, but if you operate, that will have the biggest advantage in the matches. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好的，我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。So you can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. How many kills did as the WBG Spider get in Game 6？ 好的，这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中小蜘蛛拿下了多少分数？哎，我们在公布正确答案之前，先来聊一下刚才这把比赛啊。Okay, so 我特别想知道 Spider， 刚才其实我们觉得前3把之后啊，其实自己运营的这个状态是有一个调整，但是这把又突然在中间暴毙了，能不能具体给我们讲讲当时发生什么情况？ 其实刚才这把比赛自己是怎么就突然没有了呢？
就打架打，互相进打架打输了，然后出来打架被圈了呀。
Okay, so because I'm lost in the realm of Young, and after I'm in the Young application, and others just fighting with us together, so that's why I just died. Okay, and I think all players prepare, and let's start counting. 来，蜘蛛应该准备好给大家送出礼物了，对不对？那我们接下来就准备进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, lucky guy will be whispered, and you know the answer. 你知不知道这道题的答案是什么？
我知道。
那给我们公布一下正确答案好不好？
好像是 B 2个头。
Yeah, the correct answer is B. Okay, and at last, because we know a lot of like our audience say you are the king of the solo game, and we really want to know, so for the new season, how you comment about yourself to now. 那我这边想问一下，因为我知道有很多的我们的观众朋友都非常喜欢的 BIWEEK1， 也很期待你再次登上王座的这么一个表现。那目前为止，其实我们第一双周，今天也是常规赛最后一天了。BIWEEK1 觉得目前怎么评价自己的表现？满意吗？打到现在？
还行吧。
还行是满意还是不满意？
要烦啊！还行吧，
就还行。OK，just、I think so for me it's just so。好，谢谢 BIWEEK1 来我们采访间进行了一个赛后采访，也再次感谢。OK，so、thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Jaeger, thank you so much for the lovely interview with our boy WBG Spider. Spider, keep your head up, buddy. You had 2 incredible games today, and I know you can bounce back from it. It's like Jaeger said, you are the king of solos. And like I said earlier, I would love to see a return to form to get some of those good high-octane Spider games. Because, man, if you've not been here when Spider is absolutely popping off, you are missing out on something entirely. You're talking about a player that forces the lobby to change their entire tempo around the way that he is playing, and it is absolutely insane to watch. So hopefully we get to see that return to form for WBG Spider as we continue throughout the season. But man, what a day it has been, Seb. I mean, these games have been insane, and I don't think anybody, like you and me, love to root for the underdog, Seb, but I don't think anybody could have called the back-to-back MVPs for EWG's Arano here and absolutely just destroying the competition, blowing past even the likes of OUG's Mike.
Yeah, the three-peat is something that we've always gotten super excited about. We usually don't see it in these games, and I remember in the early days a dead back-to-back was crazy, and the three-peat is still an absolute crazy run for Arano right now. Like that, EWG has got themselves a great solo player, and they need to take him and run with it. Like this is a great strategy for the end of this season. Hopefully towards the end we will see a lot more Arano, and throughout this season I am looking forward to seeing how he progresses and how he performs.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I'm telling you guys right now, you're not going to want to miss the finals this weekend for solos. If that's the only day you can make it out for finals, do not miss solos. You know, we're going to have OUG's Mike, who now has to go head-to-head with EWG's Arano. Arano's going to have to come in and try to prove that this was not a fluke, that he deserves to be exactly where he is in the first place position. We've got new players like Jean Yuan sitting in the top of the leaderboard, you know, in that 4th place position, who are also doing insanely well. And then you're going to have the likes of WBG Spider, who also qualified for these finals, who's had a rough start to the season, known as the king of solos. He's going to be coming in looking to prove that this was just a fluke. Whether he was feeling under the weather, whatever it may have been, Spider is here to stay. Spider is here to fight. So just those 4 players alone make me extremely excited to see what the finals are going to look like. Speaking of which, as we take a look at your final standings, here are your bottom 6 players who did qualify, and then here are your top 6 players who qualified. Of course, EWG's Arano in first. In second, we've got OUG's Mike. Third, JDG's Chuzhang. 4th, ASC's John Yuan. 5th, KLA's T225. And rounding out the top 6 is going to be Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse. Man, what a day of NARAKA it's been.
What a day it has been, definitely. Arano coming out is a huge surprise. Super excited to see it happen. I'm so excited to watch Mike and Arano go head-to-head. Spider being in the mix as well is going to always shake things up. I'm so excited to see Sean Yuan play. T225, had a pretty good day. 13.5 isn't the best he's ever done, but hopefully we will see something happen in the future, especially in these finals. These are your qualified teams, ladies and gentlemen. EWG's Rano, OUG's Mike, JDG's Shuzhang, ASC's Shanyan, KLA's TG25, Fun Plus Phoenix's Burst, WBG's Spider, Baoda's Action, DRG's Fong, X1's Wu Fang, Wolves' Wang Liang, and TE's Star. These are the players who are going to be competing in the bi-weekly final #1, the first bi-weekly final. So make sure you guys stay tuned this weekend and come and watch, come and support your favorite player. This is going to be the schedule for trios tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. The same formula. We're going Predoria, Holoroth, Morris, but then we're switching it up, going Holoroth, Morris, Predoria. So we start on Predoria, finish on Predoria.
And you know, not only that, trios very, very interesting. Groups B and C going head to head tomorrow. But of note, your Firefly maps are going to be all of your final maps. It's going to be 3 final maps of Firefly, ticking up as well. The more Fireflies, the later in the day we go. And that means for trios, you're going to get all of the action. You're going to see all of those ultimates popping off in those teams looking to create pressure in the early game. I'm super excited to see how those games are going to go. So make sure you tune in tomorrow as well. And again, don't miss the finals. We have special drops for every single one of the bi-weekly finals. If you can only make it out for an hour, at least make it out for one of the bi-weekly finals. Lock in those goodies. You only get the one opportunity and then they are gone forever. You don't want to miss out on those special drops while you have the opportunity to pick them up. But man, it has been such an incredible day of NARAKA. Again, I can't say it enough. I can't sing EWG Arano's praises enough. I don't think anybody could have predicted him coming in and just having such an explosive day. And I mean, I know Dobby right now, if he's watching at home, is having a conniption. He really wanted to keep an eye on Arano this season, given his performance during the Koi Cup and things. So he might have been the one who was able to figure it out. But speaking of figuring things out, unfortunately, it is time for us to figure out a way out of here, because that's going to be it for me and Seb today. It's been an absolute honor to be your host and your caster today, and we'll see you guys next time for Trios.
Take care, guys.